Chapter 1 An Unexpected Encounter. Evening. A KTV in Shanghai. Brother Fan, you see there is a person singing in that box. She appears to be a beautiful woman. Do you want to go up and meet her? Tang Yu pointed to room 101 in front and said to Chen Fan. For a penniless person like me, it's better to forget about such a pretty girl. It's better to earn some tips. Chen Fan had just finished the college entrance examination. Since his family lived in a small village and was not wealthy, in order to earn living expenses for college, he went to work in the KTV run by his uncle under the introduction of his childhood friend Tang Yu during the summer vacation. Because it was still early and there weren't many people around, the two of them were chatting at the front desk. Ding-ling. 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 At this time, the service bell on the side kept ringing, and the screen showed room 101. Tang Yu saw it and hurriedly pushed Chen Fan over. The opportunity has come, Brother Fan, hurry up. Tang Yu already had a girlfriend a long time ago, and now he is worried about Chen Fan's lifelong affairs. Go to hell, you are such a jerk. Chen Fan entered room 101 under Tang Yu's push. As soon as Chen Fan entered, he saw a beautiful woman with a cold face singing, and there were several empty beer bottles on the table. Waiter, please bring me a few more bottles of wine. The beautiful woman inside saw a waiter coming in and shouted loudly with a microphone. Chen Fan stared at her face in a daze, attracted by that pretty face, until he heard the voice and then he reacted and quickly responded. He then went back to the front desk, got a few bottles of wine and brought them over. On the way, Tang Yu teased him a few times, and Chen Fan was speechless. Hello, I've put your wine on the table. If everything is okay, I'll leave. Chen Fan put down his things and was about to go out. The beautiful woman sitting there stood up and grabbed the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. Brother, sing some songs and have some drinks with me. After saying that, the beautiful girl looked at Chen Fan with aggrieved eyes. Chen Fan, who had never had a girlfriend, was moved for a moment and subconsciously wanted to agree. But when he reacted, he had already been pulled over. Sorry, beautiful lady, we waiters can't stay in the guest room for too long. After saying that, Chen Fan broke free and was about to go out. Bang! When Chen Fan heard the sound, he turned around and saw a stack of money lying on the sofa. I can give you a tip as long as you sing with me. When Chen Fan saw the money on the sofa, his eyes suddenly lit up and he felt very troubled. If I had this money, I would be able to live a more comfortable life after going to college. Besides, one can't just give up money for the sake of face. That's fine. Then Chen Fan walked over and sat on the sofa, keeping a distance from the beauty. Chen Fan ordered a song and started singing. The beauty drank and watched Chen Fan sing. Tang Yu, who was outside, saw that Chen Fan hadn't made any movement for a long time, so he went over to take a look through the crack in the door. Good boy, you got it so quickly. Let me help you. Then he went to the wine cabinet and got a few bottles of wine and sent them over. Hello, we are having a promotion in our store right now. You can get these bottles of wine for free if you spend over 500 yuan. When Chen Fan saw his good brother coming in, he put down the microphone and walked over. Why are you here? Chen Fan asked in a low voice. I just brought a few bottles of good wine to help you. What the hell, I just sang with her to earn some extra tips, it's not what you understand. After Tang Yu handed the plate to Chen Fan, he showed an expression that said I understand you all and walked out. Beauty, this is the wine given away at this event. After saying that, Chen Fan placed it on the table. Seeing the depressed look on the girl in front of him, Chen Fan took the wine sent by his brother, opened it, poured 2 glasses, and handed it to her. Come here and forget all the unhappiness. Let's have a drink. The beauty took the wine glass and clinked glasses with it. Chen Fan drank it all in one gulp. It tasted sweet at first, and then a burning sensation came over him. Fuck, the wine that Tang Yu sent is so strong. The two of them drank more and more, and they clinked glasses after each song. Under the influence of alcohol, they soon opened their hearts and complained to each other about their own troubles. From the beautiful woman's narration, Chen Fan learned that the woman in front of him was also bullied everywhere when she was doing odd jobs outside, and she resigned in anger. In addition, because she comes from a single-parent family, she doesn't dare to talk to her mother, so she releases her emotions alone in the KTV. The most important thing in life is to be happy. No matter who tries to do something you don't want to do, it won't work. Chen Fan, who was slightly tipsy, raised his glass and said passionately. Yes, no matter who tries, it won't work. The beautiful woman at the side echoed loudly, raising her glass and clinking it with his. The two of them didn't know how much time had passed before they supported each other and went to the hotel next to the KTV and came to the room booked by the beautiful woman. That night, the two people, who were so passionate about each other, tossed and turned all night long. The next day, Chen Fan woke up and rubbed his temples with his hands, trying to remember what happened last night, but he only had scattered memories. He only remembered that he had entered the suite with the beautiful woman in a daze, and seemed to have done something unspeakable. Chen Fan was the only one left in the room. He picked up his phone and saw the message from Tang Yu. He then realized that he and the beauty had been singing and drinking until midnight, and Tang Yu had left work early and went home first. After going to work, Chen Fan never saw her come here again. This woman also stayed in Chen Fan's heart for a long time, so he just treated it as an unexpected encounter. September is the beginning of the school year, in a classroom at Shanghai University. Chen Fan sat alone in an empty seat, supporting his chin with one hand, looking at the scenery outside the window, and looking forward to the wonderful life in college. Hello everyone, I am your counselor Wang Meng. In order to make everyone familiar with each other, please come up and introduce yourselves. The first person to go on stage was a relatively pure beauty, who caused a commotion as soon as she came on stage. Chen Fan was sitting in the last row, looking out the window in a trance, as if he was isolated from the world. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Wanner. A familiar voice reached Chen Fan's ears. He looked up and saw that the two of them just looked at each other. Chen Fan quickly lowered his head and his face suddenly turned a little red. Yi Wanner on the stage seemed to have recognized Chen Fan as well, and she introduced him with a little stuttering. Chen Fan looked at the woman on the stage who had been haunting him, and felt inexplicably nervous. Whenever he thought of what happened that night, he still felt more or less embarrassed. Soon, the introduction session was over, and the counselor had introduced everything he needed to introduce. Then he let everyone join the group and the group dispersed. Chen Fan originally wanted to call Yi Wanner, thinking that he should explain everything clearly, but as soon as the group dispersed, she disappeared, so he had to give up. Chen Fan. Tang Yu was waving his hands and shouting loudly at the door. Seeing that Chen Fan couldn't find Yi Wanner for a while, he walked over. Brother Fan, have you found the house? As the school was expanding its enrollment, and Chen Fan's dormitory happened to not be built yet, the school gave each of these students a housing subsidy of 500 yuan. I just found it yesterday, and I rushed to school as soon as I put down my luggage this morning. Tang Yu picked up his phone, glanced at the message and said, I'll come to your place next time. My girlfriend sent me a message. I'm leaving now. Chen Fan pushed Tang Yu with his hand and said, what a guy who values women over friends. Chen Fan picked up his phone and checked WeChat. The class group was chatting enthusiastically when a message suddenly popped up. Young man, we have found someone who is willing to share the house with you. Chapter 2 God Level Nanny System. When Chen Fan first received the news that he had to rent a house, he went to the vicinity of the school the day before school started and found a house that he was quite satisfied with in an alley. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, but the rent was a bit expensive, so Chen Fan told the landlord that he was willing to share the rent with others, and the total cost would be only about 1,000 yuan. Seeing that there was someone to share the house with, Chen Fan felt relieved, otherwise he would have to find another house. Chen Fan returned to the dormitory, thinking that he still had to get to know his new roommate, since they would be living in the same room for a few years after all. Chen Fan opened the door. The room was empty, but there were some new things around. Is anyone there? Chen Fan shouted loudly. After making sure that there was no one in the room, he went back to the room and started cleaning up. Since I arrived a little late yesterday, I just made my bed, took a nap and went to school. Now there are still a lot of things waiting for Chen Fan to pack. After tidying up his room, thinking of boiling some water, he came to the table outside, where there was a report form. Chen Fan picked it up. All it said was Yi Wanner, 2 months pregnant with twins. After seeing the above content, Chen Fan sat down on the sofa, suddenly feeling a little dazed. Is Yi Wanner pregnant? Could it be mine? A series of questions popped up in Chen Fan's mind, and his brain suddenly froze. Put this here, thank you. A sweet female voice came from outside the house, and Chen Fan stood up immediately. The person who walked in was a girl, followed by 2 burly men who were moving a counter. Chen Fan immediately recognized that the girl was Yi Wanner. The two of them looked at each other in a stalemate for a while, and it was broken by 2 strong men next to them. Ms. Yi, this is the last item. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. Seeing the situation inside the house, the 2 of them tactfully ran out of the house. Chen Fan did not expect that the girl he had been thinking about would have several encounters with him after school started. Perhaps only fate could explain this. "Hi, are you okay?" Chen Fan asked, scratching his head. When Yuan saw Chen Fan holding her pregnancy test report in his hand, she immediately walked up to Chen Fan. "Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. I will find a time to get rid of it. After all, we have just entered college and do not have the ability to support these two children." As Yuan spoke, tears gradually glistened in her eyes. It was obvious that she was still reluctant to abort the child. After all, it was her own flesh and blood. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The God-level nanny system has been successfully bound. System? Chen Fan was confused for a moment. Host, there is no doubt that these two children are your masterpieces. As long as the host does something beneficial to Yuan and the child, he will be rewarded. Soon Chen Fan understood the function of the system and couldn't help feeling excited. That's it, then. Seeing that Chen Fan had not responded for such a long time, Yuan, who was standing next to him, said something and turned around to go back to her room. Chen Fan reacted and grabbed Yuan's hand. "Let's give birth to the baby." Yuan was stunned when she heard this and turned around. "After I give birth to them, how will I raise them? I don't want my children to have to think about how to solve the next meal as soon as they are born." Yuan finished speaking with a firm tone that would not tolerate any rebuttal. "I am also the father of these two children. I will be responsible for you to the end. Believe me." After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yuan was slightly moved. She didn't expect that the man in front of her, whom she had only met a few times, had such a sense of responsibility. Ding! The host is responsible for Yuan and the two children. The reward is 500,000 yuan in cash. The reward will be directly transferred to the bank card. Please check it yourself. As soon as the system finished speaking, Chen Fan's pocket vibrated. Chen Fan knew that the system's reward had arrived. Given the current situation, the 500,000 yuan would provide financial support for the birth of his next two children. Chen Fan looked at Yuan, who was in a daze, and asked firmly, "Do you really want to abort these two children?" "I don't want to do that either. I'm also a mother." After saying this, Yuan's emotions gradually got out of control and she threw herself into Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan's series of questions actually made the woman in front of him cry. Looking at Yuan, who was crying in his arms, Chen Fan also panicked. "Don't cry. I hate to see women cry. It's all my fault," I said too harshly. Chen Fan said as he patted her on the back. "I don't blame you. Actually, I also want to keep these two children, but I'm afraid I can't support them," Yuan said in a crying voice. "I am here. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will be with you and the child and be responsible for you." Chen Fan's tone was firm. "Yeah, okay." Yuan's emotions gradually stabilized. She realized that she might have lost her composure and quickly pulled herself out of Chen Fan's arms. Seeing that Yuan had calmed down, Chen Fan took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened the balance display. "Look, I have the ability to support you and the child." Yuan glanced at the balance on her phone. 501,500 yuan. His eyes widened immediately, his face full of disbelief that Chen Fan actually had so much money. Seeing Yuan looking suspicious, Chen Fan quickly said, "Don't worry, the source of my money is absolutely legitimate. It's not that I don't believe you, I just can't believe you have so much money just after entering college. These are all normal operations, you just need to get used to it. By the way, let's exchange contact information. If you encounter any trouble, please contact me in time," Chen Fan said. Yuan nodded, and the two quickly exchanged contact information. "Just sit down and take a rest. I'll help you clean up the rest." "Don't bother you, I'll do it myself." Chen Fan ignored what she said and pulled Yuan to sit on the sofa. "Your main task now is to rest well and do less physical work. Let me do these things." After hearing these words, Yuan felt warm in her heart. Looking at Chen Fan, who was packing up, she began to look forward to the future. By the time Chen Fan had finished packing everything, it was just afternoon. "Why don't you go get some sleep first? I've got everything ready here. I'll call you when it's time for dinner." Seeing Yuan looking drowsy sitting on the sofa, Chen Fan asked, "Okay, thank you for your hard work. I'll go back to my room and get some sleep. After Yuan finished speaking, she stood up, returned to her room and closed the door. When Chen Fan saw Yuan close the door, he let out a long sigh and slumped down on the sofa, feeling that everything was like a dream. He is about to become a father of 2 children without knowing it, which is very tricky for the still somewhat naive Chen Fan. But now that he has obtained the system, it has undoubtedly reduced Chen Fan's pressure, and maybe he will reach the peak of his life from now on. Chapter 3 Get a lot of rewards. Soon it was evening, and Chen Fan sat on the sofa and took a nap for a while. When he woke up and opened his phone, he saw that almost an hour had passed. Chen Fan stood up and glanced at Yuan, who was still asleep. He gently closed the door and went out alone to buy groceries. Ding! The host's cooking skills are detected to be at a low level, for the food safety of the baby and mother. Reward God-level cooking skills. On the way to buy groceries, the system's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind again. Chen Fan is not very good at cooking. He can only make the simplest scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which is not an exaggeration to say is inferior. He was thinking that he could only buy some simple meals, but the cooking skills he had acquired now gave Chen Fan many choices. After buying the groceries quickly, Chen Fan couldn't wait to return to the dormitory to try out his godly cooking skills. After returning to the dormitory and seeing that there was no movement in the room, I went to the kitchen alone to get some food. The moment they picked up the kitchen knife, it was as if they were old friends. The cooperation was seamless, and in a flash the vegetables in the basket were cut and placed aside. How long have I slept? Why didn't you wake me up? At some point, Yuan stood next to Chen Fan. Maybe Chen Fan was too focused on cutting vegetables and didn't notice there was someone next to him. I just wanted you to rest a little longer. As Chen Fan spoke, he was processing the cut vegetables in his hands. Seeing the vegetables Chen Fan cut perfectly placed on the plate, Yuan, who was standing beside him, was stunned. Wow! Are you such a great cook? Hey, these are basic operations, no need to be surprised. Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Fan's Versailles remarks. If these were all basic operations for him, then how bad would her cooking skills be? Let me help you. Yuan said gently. No, you can't do such heavy work now, and doing all this is child's play for me. As he said that, Chen Fan put down the work in his hands, took Yuan out of the kitchen, and pressed her down on the sofa. As for you, your task now is to sit here and wait for me to prepare the meal, and then just wait to eat. I'm just pregnant. It's not like I can't do any work. Yuan murmured softly. You are a national treasure in this family now. I can't bear to let you do these rough jobs. Oh well. After listening to Chen Fan's words, Yuan sat obediently on the sofa waiting for dinner. Chen Fan returned to the kitchen, heated the oil in the wok, added the vegetables and seasonings all in one go, and then he started to shake the wok and stir the wok. In a short while, the delicious dishes were put on plates and served on the table. 4 dishes and a soup were placed in front of Yuan. It smells so good. Yuan exclaimed as she looked at the food in front of her. Chen Fan handed the bowl and chopsticks to Yuan. Try it quickly and see if it suits your taste. Chen Fan said with a doting look on his face. Yuan took the bowl and chopsticks and tasted every dish. This one is delicious, that one is delicious too, every dish is delicious. Chen Fan also tasted it himself and was shocked. His cooking skills were comparable to those of a 5-star chef. It's delicious. I'll make it for you next time. If you say so, I will take it seriously. Of course. The two of them ate for about half an hour and almost all the food was finished. Are you full? Chen Fan asked. I'm full, I'm very full. Then you take a rest first, I'll clean up the dishes. Let me help you. After saying that, Chen Fan put the bowls into the kitchen. Yuan also helped to put away a few and followed in. Chen Fan told Yuan to just watch him clean up. How about we go out for a walk later? Yuan, who was standing aside, said. Okay. It was only a little after 7 o'clock. After packing up their things, they changed their shoes and went out. The two walked all the way to the community park. Most of the people around were parents taking their children for a walk. Yuan looked at them in a daze. What's wrong? Chen Fan asked. It's okay, I just feel a little warm when I see the scene in front of me. Our future life will be just as happy as this. Let's go square dance. Yuan heard the sound of the speaker in front, so she took Chen Fan's hand and trotted over. Slow down, be careful not to fall," Chen Fan shouted from behind. The two came to the back and saw that there were at least 50 or 60 people there, with 3 people leading the dance in front. Chen Fan watched Yi Waner from the side, imitating the rhythm of the lead dancer step by step. Ding! Appropriate exercise helps your baby grow better. Reward: increase the host's physical fitness by 5 points. From now on, the host can increase his physical fitness by 1 point as long as he exercises for 1 hour, with a daily upper limit of 3 points. Current physical fitness, 70 points. The average physical fitness of a normal person is 60 points. Looking at the body mass index displayed, it increased by 5 points to 70, so my original score was 65 points. Because Chen Fan also exercises regularly, his physical fitness is a few points better than the average. After more than 10 seconds, Chen Fan felt that his strength seemed to have increased 10 times. From now on, as long as he took some time out to exercise every day, he would be invincible. What are you daydreaming about? Dance with me. Seeing Chen Fan standing there in a daze, Yi Waner pulled him over. The two of them were at the end of the team, dancing along with the music and gradually getting into the mood. After dancing for half an hour, seeing that Yi Waner was a little tired, Chen Fan asked, "Why don't you take a rest on the bench over here? There's someone selling water in front. I'll go buy some." Okay. After bringing Yi Waner to the stool, he conveniently went over to buy 2 bottles of water and ran back to hand them to Yi Waner. Ding! The host bought a bottle of water for Yi Waner and was rewarded with 5,000 yuan in cash. Ding dong! After a while, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chen Fan thought that there was a reward for buying a bottle of water, so if he gave all the good things to Yi Waner in the future, he would get a lot of rewards. Chen Fan came to Yi Waner and sat down. They both raised their heads at the same time and looked at the moon in the sky. "The moon is so round tonight," Yi Waner said. "Yeah, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. It seems that Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are on the same day. What are your plans for this holiday?" "I don't have any plans. I should just stay home and lie down. Why don't you come to my house? I'm drooling just thinking about the braised pork my mother makes," Chen Fan said. "Is it okay? Will it be inconvenient?" Yi Waner said carefully. "Of course not. My parents will be so happy that you are here as a guest." The two of them continued to chat about family matters. Chen Fan realized from the conversation that Yi Waner was a girl who was easily hurt, and he secretly vowed to protect her. The surrounding street lights gradually went out, and they realized that it was almost 10 o'clock. They packed up and went home. After returning home, they took a shower one after another, went back to their rooms, and fell asleep with different thoughts. Chapter 4. Is Chapter 4 really good? The next day, Chen Fan got up early in the morning and saw Yi Waner was still sleeping, so he went to the market alone to buy vegetables and quickly bought a bunch of ingredients. When I got home and opened the door, I saw Yi Waner standing in front of the door and stretching. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I'll wake you up when breakfast is ready." Because it's just past 6 o'clock now, and university classes usually start at 9 o'clock, so it's still very early. I used to work part-time during the holidays, and now I'm used to getting up after 6 o'clock. Yi Waner said, rubbing her eyes. "Then go wash up first, I'll make breakfast soon." After saying that, Chen Fan packed up the things he bought and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. With the help of his god-level cooking skills, he quickly made 2 sandwiches and 2 cups of hot milk. "Waner, you can come over for breakfast." After washing up, Yi Waner's face turned red when she heard this slightly ambiguous name. "Coming." After saying that, he trotted to the dining table. "Try it and see if this sandwich suits your taste." Yi Waner couldn't wait to pick up the sandwich and start eating. "Well, not bad. But I can't always praise you to avoid making you too proud and complacent," Yi Waner said jokingly. "Hee hee." Chen Fan was grinning foolishly. It was already past 7 o'clock when the two finished breakfast. Since this place was close to the school and it was still early, Chen Fan suggested going to the supermarket to buy some things the family needed. "When I go out to the community, I hear the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and the rising sun is shining. It is a truly intoxicating feeling." After a while, the two arrived at a supermarket, the Starfish Supermarket. There are 3 floors here in total, and it is the largest supermarket within 100 miles. Let's go to the second floor first. The first floor is full of fresh food and food. I've already bought a lot. Chen Fan came here once early in the morning and bought a lot of vegetables. Until now, the number of people buying vegetables has only increased. Okay, let's go. The two of them came to the elevator. There were people in front and behind them. They stood on the same grid. Chen Fan took Yi Wan'er's hand. There are so many people here. I have to hold your hand tightly and can't lose you. Chen Fan leaned close to Yi Wan'er's ear and whispered. You know there are a lot of people here, and you're not ashamed to say such disgusting words. Yi Wan'er gently patted Chen Fan's arm with her remaining hand. So what? I'm not afraid of what others say. Chen Fan said in a proud tone. The two came to the second floor of the supermarket, where most of the shops sold clothing. Chen Fan pulled Yi Wan'er straight to a clothing store. Just looking at the four big characters Yin Shang Yui on the signboard, you can tell it is not simple. Didn't you say you were here to buy some daily necessities? Why are you going to a clothing store? Yi Wan'er grabbed Chen Fan and asked. You don't have many clothes at home. This is just on the way. Buy a few more. After saying this, without waiting for Yi Wan'er to speak, he pulled her into the store. Welcome, do you need men's or women's clothing? When the waiter in the store saw someone coming in, he hurried over to greet them. Hello, please help this lady pick a few pieces. Chen Fan said. Okay, this way please. We just received a few batches of women's clothing recently. They look very suitable for this beautiful lady. The clerk introduced enthusiastically as he walked, and Chen Fan followed behind. She came to the shelf and picked out several pieces. Yi Wan'er's eyes were shining when she looked at the clothes, but they suddenly dimmed when she saw the prices. Why don't we not buy anything? The clothes here look so expensive. Yi Wan'er came to Chen Fan and whispered. For Yi Wan'er, who is still a little girl at heart, who doesn't like beautiful clothes? But when she saw the price of more than 1,000 yuan for a piece of clothing, she suppressed her inner impulse. Seeing this, the clerk's enthusiasm did not diminish, and he continued, Don't you like these ones? Do you want to pick a few more? It's okay. My money is for you. Chen Fan said, holding Yi Wan'er's hand. Hello, please help me pick a few more models without considering the price. Okay, wait a moment. Then the clerk went to the clothes rack and started to choose carefully. I think these clothes are all pretty good. Why don't you try them on first? If you don't like them, you can change into something else. Chen Fan said gently. Okay, then I'll go try it first. Chen Fan helped pick up the clothes and followed Yi Wan'er to the dressing room and hung them inside. Try it slowly, I'll go look at something else. After closing the door, Chen Fan went to the men's clothing store and picked out a few clothes for himself. He casually compared them to himself and asked the clerk to put them on. It only took a few minutes. Chen Fan, how about this set? Does it look good? Yi Wan'er changed into a skirt and came out, turning around. Chen Fan leaned against the pillar, staring at her in a daze. It looks good. When you put on this skirt, I feel that your whole temperament has improved a lot. Chen Fan said seriously. Yi Wan'er herself looks like a cold beauty, and this skirt adds a bit of color to her look. Is it really beautiful? Yi Wan'er looked in the mirror and compared her front and back. Of course, the main reason is that you are good looking. Slippery. Yi Wan'er tried on a few more clothes, and Chen Fan felt they all looked good, so he asked the clerk to pack them all up. Sir, the total amount is 12,000 yuan. Please pay here. The clerk was very excited because he could get a lot of commission by getting this order. Okay, swipe the card. Seeing the price, Yi Wan'er was still quite surprised. There were less than 10 pieces in total, but it cost 12,000 yuan. After buying clothes, the two of them went to the daily necessities area to buy things that the family needed. Ding! The host takes Yi Wan'er shopping together, and is rewarded with a room in Chui Yushuan high-end restaurant. When Chen Fan heard the system's reward, he couldn't contain his joy. Chui Yushuan is one of the best high-end restaurants in Shanghai. I couldn't even afford to go there before, but now it has become mine. The next second, the staff of Cui Yuxuan called. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I am the administrator who is responsible for connecting you with the follow-up work of Cui Yuxian. We have prepared the relevant procedures for the handover. When can you come over and sign it? Okay, I'll take some time in the next 2 days to go over and sign for it. Okay, just call me when you get here. After the other party finished speaking, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Who are you? What do you want to sign for? Yuan beside him asked Chen Fan with a confused look on her face. No, just the shoes I bought online have arrived. Chen Fan thought it would be better to keep it a secret from Yuan for now, otherwise it would be difficult to explain how this restaurant came about. After putting the shopping back home, it was almost time for class, so the two went to school together. Chapter 5 Are you two living together? It was already 8:30 when the two arrived at school. Both sides of the road were lined with students hurrying to the classroom for classes. Chen Fan, do you know what class you are taking? I happened to have to go to the hospital to get a report that day and didn't join the class group. Yi Waner asked Chen Fan. I was wondering why you left so quickly that day. In the blink of an eye, you disappeared. Let me add you to the class group first. After Chen Fan pulled Yi Waner into the group, he opened the class schedule to find out where the classroom was, and the two went to the classroom on the third floor together. When they arrived at the classroom, they found an empty seat and sat together. Since it was the first class of the semester, the books had not been distributed yet. In class, the teacher boasted to everyone for the entire class. After class, Yi Waner suggested going to the playground to check out the club recruitment activities and see if there were any interesting clubs. Chen Fan readily agreed. When we arrived at the playground, the grass in the middle was almost covered. It seemed that there were at least 50 clubs recruiting new members. Classmate, would you like to come to our pottery club? You can take away the porcelain you made. Classmate, do you want to join our animation club? We have a lot of activities every day. Wherever the two of them went, the seniors in the club would enthusiastically introduce their clubs. Chen Fan, look at that person in front of you. Does he look familiar? Yi Waner pointed at the people who were performing in the fitness club in front, and Chen Fan turned to look over. Yes, that person seems to be my brother Tangyu. Why did he go up to perform the bench press? Chen Fan said with a wry smile. Why don't we go over and take a look? Yi Waner said. Good. The two of them squeezed into the crowd and made their way to the front. This student is really amazing. He was able to push up 50 kilograms on his first try. The speaker was the president of the fitness club. After pushing the ball, Tang Yu returned to his girlfriend Shin Yu with a very proud expression. Tang Yu and his girlfriend met in high school. At that time, they agreed that as long as Tang Yu could be admitted to Shanghai University, Shin Yu would agree to be with him. From then on, Tang Yu seemed like a different person, and he improved from outside the top 200 in the grade to the top 50. Donkey, look over here. Chen Fan waved towards Tang Yu. When Tang Yu heard the familiar voice and saw it was Chen Fan, he pulled Shin Yu over. No, why are you calling me that nickname among so many people? After Tang Yu finished speaking, he put his hand around Chen Fan's neck. When the two were children in the countryside, they flirted with each other while the donkey was pulling the mill. Tang Yu was kicked accidentally, and Chen Fan kept calling him donkey afterwards. Ah, you're still calling me a donkey. Shin Yu on the side also laughed without any hesitation. I'm used to calling you that. Chen Fan said with a smile. Isn't this the beautiful sister from the KTV last time? Tang Yu reacted and saw that the two were still holding hands. He was a little confused for a moment. I remember that the last time they met was 2 months ago. At that time, Chen Fan seemed to be lovesick. Why were they holding hands at the beginning of the school year? Let me introduce you. This is Yi Waner. Our relationship has basically been confirmed. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he held her hand even tighter. Hello. After Chen Fan finished speaking, Yi Waner continued. Oh my god, I found her right after the school started. It seems like our destiny is not over yet. Tang Yu sighed. The few of them exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes. Are there any other students who want to come up and experience it? The president of the fitness club in front shouted loudly. Brother Fan, I saw you exercise quite often before, why don't you go up and show off? Tang Yu said with a smirk on his face, and several people around him also urged Chen Fan to go up and show it. Chen Fan was half pushed and half pushed to the front. Student, let me give you a try with the 50-kilogram weight first. Chen Fan rubbed his hands and lay down, then started pushing. Chen Fan himself exercised regularly, and with the improvement in his physique from last time, it was effortless for him to push. It seems that this student also exercises regularly. He pushes effortlessly. Let's give him a try with a little more weight. After that, the members of the fitness club gradually increased the weight for Chen Fan until it reached the limit of 100 kilograms. The people around probably had no idea about this, but the president of the fitness club was not calm. Seeing that Chen Fan had no signs of training, he could actually push up 100 kilograms. What was the point of my efforts over the past 2 years? The members of the fitness club were just standing there, speechless as they watched. Classmate, would you like to consider joining our fitness club? With your talent, if you train for a few more months, you will be more than qualified to participate in the competition. The president of the fitness club said excitedly. I just came here to experience it, I don't want to participate in the competition. Chen Fan did not expect that his physical fitness would improve so obviously. He could only push 70 kilograms at most before, but now he can push 100 kilograms at once. Well, since you don't have any ideas in this regard, let's add each other's contact information so that we can communicate more easily later. That's fine. After the two exchanged contact information, Chen Fan returned to Yi Wan'er. Oh my god, when did you become so awesome? Last time I saw you, you were about the same as me. Fuck you, who is as good as you? The two of them were playing with each other, leaving Yi Wan'er and Xin Yu speechless. Have you had lunch? Why don't you come to our house? I tell you, the food Chen Fan cooks is delicious. Yi Wan'er said to Xin Yu and the others. Okay. We haven't eaten yet. Xin Yu agreed immediately. That's not right. You two are living together now. Oh my god, it's developing so fast. And how come I didn't know that Chen Fan's cooking is delicious? Tang Yu seemed to have heard something incredible. There are a lot of things you don't know. It's been a long time since you last ate the food I cooked. I'm going to learn it in the back. Chen Fan said seriously. Oh, stop bragging, don't I know your level? Tang Yu looked unconvinced. Just wait and see. When I get past you, I'll show you my skills and open your eyes. The few of them quickly left the school gate and came to the house rented by Chen Fan. You two girls just sit on the sofa and wait for dinner. Leave the cooking to us. Chen Fan said confidently. Chen Fan and Tang Yu came to the kitchen, which had been cleaned up last time, making people feel comfortable just looking at it. I bought the vegetables this morning. You just need to help me. Chen Fan said to Tang Yu. Chen Fan skillfully took out all the vegetables and put them aside. Then he took out the chopping board and quickly cut all the vegetables. No, you really can do it. Seeing Chen Fan's superb knife skills, Tang Yu couldn't help but ask. That is, did you lie to me so that I could have food to eat? After everything was prepared, Chen Fan, with the help of his god-level cooking skills, cooked the dishes skillfully, and Tang Yu, who was standing by, was responsible for serving the dishes. It's time for dinner, the two young ladies, come and eat. After Tang Yu brought out the dishes, he said to the two people who were chatting happily on the sofa. Chapter 6 Connecting with Kwiyukshuan. Here it comes. Here it comes. The two people on the sofa got up and walked to the dining table. They saw 4 dishes on the table: braised pork ribs, stir-fried beef, shredded pork with fish flavor, and a green vegetable. Looking at the delicious dish, several people couldn't help swallowing. Come on, try it and see if it works. Chen Fan brought the rice out and placed it on the table, filling out 4 bowls. In a short while, the food on the table was cleared away. Brother Fan, your cooking skills are at the level of a 5-star chef. Where did you learn it? Tang Yu asked Chen Fan after wiping his mouth. Yes, Chen Fan, I feel that what my uncle, the senior chef, cooks is not as delicious as what you cook. Xin Yu on the side couldn't help but say. I have to keep this a secret. My master doesn't like to be in public. Chen Fan said this without blushing or beating his heart. Then your master must be a unique master in this world. Shen Yu continued. That's right, I have only learned half of his strength. Several people chatted at the dinner table for about half an hour. Then we won't disturb your world of 2. We'll leave first. Tang Yu and the other man stood up and said goodbye. I think you're the one who wants to be alone with your partner. Chen Fan said jokingly. See through it but don't say it. After seeing the two off, it was almost 2 o'clock and I happened to have no classes in the afternoon. Wan'er, do you want to watch a movie? Chen Fan asked. Okay, I want to watch a war movie. Yi Wan'er thought about it for a while. Chen Fan was also a little confused. Don't girls generally like to watch romance films? Why did she like to watch war films? Is there anything you'd like to watch? If not, I can recommend one to you. Chen Fan himself also likes to watch war movies, and he has watched almost all of those with high ratings. Then please give me some recommendations. Following Chen Fan's recommendation, I decided to watch the movie All Quiet on the Western Front. There was no TV in the living room, so Chen Fan quickly returned to his room and took out the projector and screen that he had treasured for a long time. After preparing all this, Chen Fan drew the curtains, and Yuaner placed the snacks and drinks on the table, and then started playing. All Quiet on the Western Front is a classic anti-war film, telling the story of a pair of child soldiers who were full of expectations but were gradually smoothed out by reality after going to the battlefield. The two exchanged views on the content of the movie and talked about the regrets in it. It was already past 3 p.m. after the movie. Chen Fan glanced at Yuaner and found that she was asleep, so he carried her to her room. Glancing around Yuaner's room, I found it warm and comfortable, with several books and some exquisite ornaments on the table. After gently placing Yuaner on the bed, Chen Fan went out and gently closed the door. He took out his phone and called the person in charge of Cui Yuxuan. "Hello, are you the person in charge of Cui Yuxian? I would like to go over and coordinate the process. Is it convenient now?" Chen Fan wanted to take advantage of Yuaner's sleep to complete this matter, and find an opportunity to give Yuaner a surprise in the future. "Is this Mr. Chen? I'm always available. Just give me a call when you come over." The person in charge of Kwiyukshuan was also very enthusiastic and had to be polite to this future boss. "Okay, I'll go over now and I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Chen Fan hung up the phone, hailed a taxi and went there. It was about 10 minutes away from Kwiyukshuan. After a while, Chen Fan arrived at the door of Kwiyukshuan. Because it was Friday and this was the busiest street in the entire Magic City, there were still a lot of people. Kwiyukshuan is now closed because most of the management is still under the control of the previous owner. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" At this time, a man in a suit came to Chen Fan. "It's me. Are you the person in charge of Cui Yuxian?" Hearing Chen Fan's answer, the man was still very shocked that such a young guy could take over such a big industry like Kwiyukshuan. "My surname is Lin, and I'm the financial manager of Kwiyukshuan." He was stunned for a few seconds, then reacted and replied quickly. Hearing that Chen Fan was coming, Manager Lin waited at the door early, fearing that he would miss him. "Manager Lin, can we go and handle the formalities now?" Chen Fan asked. "No problem, please follow me." After saying that, he made a gesture to invite you in. Kwiyukshuan has a total of 4 floors. For Chen Fan, who came to a high-end place for the first time, the impact was undoubtedly huge. The first floor is like a large auditorium, the only difference is that it is filled with high-end tables and chairs. After a while, Manager Lin took Chen Fan to the top floor in the elevator. "Mr. Chen, please sign these 3 documents and Kwiyukshuan will officially become your property." Manager Chen handed the documents to Chen Fan. Chen Fan read it carefully and signed his name on the last page. "Okay, this is the restaurant's management list. It indicates who has resigned." After saying that, Manager Chen handed a form to Chen Fan. "Okay, thanks. You can always contact me if you have any questions later." After Manager Lin left, Chen Fan sat down on the chair in the middle. Looking at the list on the form, 3 or 4 managers had resigned, but none of the chefs and waiters had left. This made Chen Fan feel relieved instantly. If the management left, they could still recruit new ones. But if all the chefs and waiters left, wouldn't the place be left with an empty shell? Chen Fan then downloaded a recruitment app on his mobile phone and posted a management position for the signature restaurant, with a salary of around 10k to 15k. After finishing all the work at the restaurant, Chen Fan went to a nearby jewelry store. "Welcome, sir. What kind of jewelry would you like to buy?" Seeing someone coming in, a clerk hurried over to greet them. "Hello, do you have any necklace recommendations?" Chen Fan asked. "Then I recommend this gold necklace to you. The chain is slender and delicate, and paired with a small star pendant, it is very lively and twinkling. Most young people like this style now." The clerk introduced enthusiastically. Chen Fan saw that the price was only 10,000 yuan, and then continued to ask, "Excuse me, is there anything better? This one still does not meet my expectations." "Then what is your budget, sir? I will carefully select one for you." "About 300,000 yuan. The clerk couldn't figure this out. Chen Fan looked like a student, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. Soon the clerk took out several necklaces according to Chen Fan's request. "Sir, these 3 are new styles in our store. I think they will meet your requirements." Chen Fan fell in love with an emerald necklace at first sight. The shiny chain made the emerald in the middle so translucent. Let's take this one. How much is it? Chen Fan pointed at the jade necklace. This one is exactly 250,000. Please pay here. The clerk was very excited. If he completed this order, he would get a lot of commission. After Chen Fan paid, the clerk packed the necklace in an exquisite box and walked Chen Fan out. After finishing all these things, it was already past 5 o'clock, so Chen Fan took a taxi back home. Chapter 7 Get out now. When I opened the door, I saw Yuaner had gotten up early and was now lying on the sofa watching videos. Chen Fan, why didn't you wake me up after the movie? I slept for so long. Yuaner said with a little resentment in her tone. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, Yuaner also came over. Seeing you were sleeping soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you up. Chen Fan put the necklace box behind him. This was a surprise prepared for Yuaner, and he thought that he couldn't let the secret be exposed so soon. I called you for a long time when I woke up, and you didn't even leave a message when you left. Yuaner said with a pout. I'm sorry. Next time I go out, I'll leave you a little note. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he wanted to move closer cautiously, as if he had done something bad. What did you take from the back? Are you so afraid of being discovered by me? Yuaner saw Chen Fan approaching with his hands behind his back and immediately discovered something. I can't let you know it now. This is my secret. Chen Fan said seriously. TSK, I don't want to know. Yuaner said in a proud tone. It would definitely be a lie to say that he didn't want to know, as his eyes were still staring straight at the back of Chen Fan. Hey, you'll know soon. Chen Fan carried the necklace box from behind him to the room, and Yuaner didn't even have time to see the shape of the box before Chen Fan put it away. Yuaner, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook now? It's almost 6 o'clock now, and it's time for dinner. I feel like you're making me fat. Every day I eat and sleep, and then eat when I wake up. Yuaner said with a hint of complaint in her tone. You are pregnant with 2 babies now, so you must eat well and sleep well. After the babies are born, I will take you to exercise and lose weight. Chen Fan comforted Yuaner. After the baby is born, you must force me to lose weight. I'm afraid I'll become a lazy person by then. That's settled then. Chen Fan then went to the kitchen and took out the remaining dishes from the refrigerator to cook. Yuaner lay on the sofa and continued to watch videos. It's time to eat. Chen Fan placed the food on the table in front of the sofa. The main table was usually used for meals when there were guests, so it was more convenient to eat in front of the sofa. It's such a blessing to eat the meals you cook every day. Yuaner looked at the food in front of her and put all her previous worries behind her. After finishing the meal, Chen Fan cleaned up the dishes and sat down on the sofa, while Yuaner lay there with a pillow. Chen Fan was asked by Tang Yu to play games online. He asked Yuaner about it, and she said she had never played games, so she just lay down and watched TV series. Before I knew it, it was almost 9 o'clock. Chen Fan, do you want to take a shower first? Yuaner asked. You wash first, I'll wash after I finish this game. Yuaner put away the clothes she bought last time and took 1 or 2 pieces into the bathroom. At this time, Chen Fan was still playing the game passionately. Facing Tang Yu, who had betrayed him, he also criticized him mercilessly. Suddenly, he felt the urge to urinate. Chen Fan ran to the bathroom in a hurry, playing with his mobile phone, and seemed to have forgotten that there was someone in the bathroom. He opened the bathroom door and found, as expected, that it was not locked. Chen Fan's attention was still on the game and he didn't notice Yuaner, who was humming a song. Chen Fan, get out quickly! Yuaner shouted. Yuaner usually takes a bath alone, so she is used to not locking the door. Who would have thought that Chen Fan would suddenly break in? Sorry. I'll be out right now. Chen Fan reacted and rushed out, then leaned against the bathroom door. I was so engrossed in playing the game just now that I forgot you were taking a shower in there. Chen Fan let out a long sigh. Don't say that again. Hearing Yuaner's voice, Chen Fan returned to the sofa. At this time, he no longer had the urge to urinate and had forgotten the game he was playing. Chen Fan slumped on the sofa, recalling the scene just now. When he looked up, he saw Yuaner's perfect figure. Last time in the hotel, it was pitch dark and I could hardly see anything, but now I can see it so clearly. Chen Fan, what are you doing, you idiot? Your family is about to be lost. At this moment, Tang Yu wished he could fly over and give Chen Fan 2 blows. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. Something big has happened. Chen Fan replied and turned off the phone screen. At this moment, Chen Fan no longer had the heart to play games, and his mind was filled with the scene just now. At this moment, Yi Wan'er in the bathroom was touching her cheeks with both hands. Her cheeks were red. Chen Fan, this bad guy, suddenly broke in even though he knew I was taking a shower. Yi Wan'er said to herself. At the same time, I also regretted my habit of not closing the door when taking a shower. I am already pregnant with Chen Fan's baby, so it seems acceptable for him to take a look at me. Yi Wan'er quickly reconciled with herself. Soon Yi Wan'er came out after taking a shower. When Chen Fan saw her come out, he stood up and slowly moved over. I said I just forgot you were taking a shower in the bathroom. Do you believe me? Chen Fan explained seriously. I'll give you a look and you'll slowly understand. Yi Wan'er rolled her eyes after saying this. Then he went to his room, took out the hairdryer, and went to the living room to plug the hairdryer into the socket. When Chen Fan saw Yi Wan'er was going to blow dry her hair, he ran over happily. Let me help you blow it. What? Are you trying to be nice to me now? I'm not that easy to talk to. Yi Wan'er snorted after she finished speaking. Chen Fan took the hairdryer, tested the temperature with his hand first, and then helped Yi Wan'er to comb her hair while blowing it. The scent of shampoo mixed with Yi Wan'er's own scent made Chen Fan feel a little numb. It was also the first time that Yi Wan'er had a boy blow dry her hair, and she quickly relaxed. Wan'er, it's okay. You barely passed. Yi Wan'er said in a proud tone. After you blow dry your hair, let me give you a massage. Can you press it? All you need are hands, Chen Fan said confidently. Ding! The host's massage level failed the test. For the mother's safety, the massage level is awarded to the master level. The system's voice also poured cold water on Chen Fan's face, which made Chen Fan doubt himself. After a moment, Chen Fan had mastered all the master-level massage skills rewarded by the system, and he couldn't wait to show it off. He asked Yi Wan'er to sit down comfortably, and then he started to press on her like a tiger, from her head to her arms. Chen Fan, were you a professional masseur before? The massage is so comfortable. Yi Wan'er couldn't help but ask. Hey, I learned it from online tutorials. I can only say that I am gifted. I'm so proud of you. You get out of breath after a few compliments. Chen Fan massaged Yi Wan'er for more than 10 minutes and made her fall asleep. Wan'er. Chen Fan called out, but got no response. Then he realized that Yi Wan'er had fallen asleep. Looking at her delicate cheeks, Chen Fan was fascinated and really wanted to rub them. Chen Fan kissed Yi Wan'er on the face, then picked her up and carried her back to her room. He put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and gently closed the door. Soon Chen Fan finished his shower, put his clothes into the washing machine, and returned to his room. Chen Fan was lying on the bed in a daze. At this time, a voice came from the system again. Chapter 8 Pregnancy Test. Ding! The host needs to take Yi Wan'er to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. In order to facilitate travel, the top-end version of Mercedes-Benz E300 is rewarded and has been parked in the community parking lot. It's like someone handed me a pillow when I was sleepy, and the one I got was a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E300, which costs at least 5 or 600,000. Chen Fan was a little excited for a moment, but it was so late now, so he suppressed his inner impulse. The next morning, Chen Fan woke up, put on his clothes, felt in his pocket, and took out a small and exquisite car key. Then he rushed out and ran to the parking lot of the community. After arriving at the parking lot, he pressed the key button, and a car not far away flashed, and Chen Fan rushed over. What comes into view is the black Mercedes-Benz E300, whose exterior design exudes elegance and grandeur, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. Chen Fan opened the car door, sat down, and was about to start the car. Ding! The host's driving skill level is detected to be elementary. From now on, the host will gain 1 point of driving skill for every full hour of driving, with a daily cap of 5 points. Chen Fan took the driving test during the summer vacation. At that time, Tang Yu was too bored to learn to drive alone, so he persuaded Chen Fan to sign up together. At that time, both of them got their driver's licenses in 45 days. After Chen Fan got his driver's license, he had never even touched a car, so his level was not very high. Afterwards, Chen Fan familiarized himself with the basic functions of the vehicle and slowly drove to a nearby fresh food supermarket to buy vegetables. When they arrived near the supermarket, it happened to be the weekend, so Chen Fan had a hard time parking the car. After buying groceries and returning to the community parking lot, after this journey, I basically got back the feeling of driving at the beginning. I got home and made a simple breakfast. It was already 8 o'clock. As if she smelled the smell of food, Yuaner walked out of the room in a daze. You massaged me so well last night that I fell asleep without realizing it. Yi Waner said and stretched. If you feel comfortable, I will massage you every day. Chen Fan walked happily to Yi Waner and opened his arms. I'll get a hug as a reward. Chen Fan said with anticipation. Then I'll make an exception and reward you. After Yi Waner finished speaking, she hugged him. The two of them felt each other's breath and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. Go wash up quickly. After breakfast, we will go to the hospital for a pregnancy test. Now is the critical time. We can't slack off. Soon, Yi Waner finished washing up. Shall we take a taxi later? It's more than 10 kilometers away from the hospital. Yi Waner said as she walked over. We'll drive there later, let's eat. Did you buy a car? Yi Waner asked. Yes, this will make it convenient for us to go anywhere in the future. After listening to what Chen Fan said, Yi Waner was a little surprised. Chen Fan had been giving her constant surprises in the past few days. Ding! The host has prepared 5 meals for Baoma in total. The reward is the number 8 building in Meteor Garden Villa District. All procedures have been completed and you can move in directly. When Chen Fan heard about the system's reward, he was so excited that he almost took off. This is Meteor Garden. It is one of the top 3 high-end gardens in Magic City. It only sells villas, and any one of them is no less than 8 million. What's more, it was the best-selling building in the building, and the price was as high as 20 million, which made Chen Fan's net worth exceed 10 million in an instant. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to do the pregnancy checkup? Yi Waner patted Chen Fan. No, let's go. After Chen Fan came to his senses, he grabbed Yi Waner's hand. Chen Fan brought Yi Waner to the car, walked around to the back seat, and opened the door. Please get in the car. Chen Fan stretched out a hand and made a gesture of invitation. Is this a Mercedes? It's so cool. Yi Waner couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the iconic car logo in front of her. Yes, it's a Mercedes-Benz E300, bought specially for you. Chen Fan said in a gentle tone. No, do you have a driver's license? Just buy the car. Yi Waner expressed doubt. Hearing this, Chen Fan took out his driver's license from his pocket and showed it. Look, he has taken the exam a long time ago, and his skills are excellent. Chen Fan said confidently. After asking Yi Waner to sit in the back seat, Chen Fan started the car and drove towards the Mo City People's Hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, Chen Fan took Yi Waner to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Because it was still early, there were not many people there, so it was soon our turn. Soon, after a series of examinations, the doctor said everything was normal, but I had to be careful not to have sex for a few months. After listening to this, Chen Fan and Yi Waner nodded awkwardly at the doctor. After getting the report, the two returned to the car. Ding! The host takes Yi Waner to do a pregnancy test for the first time. Reward cash of 5 million. Has been transferred to the host's bank card through legal procedures. Chen Fan, who had just got on the car, was still very excited when he heard the system's reward. With this 5 million, the industry I have acquired has a basic guarantee. Then they started the car. After driving for just a few minutes, Yi Waner was still very talkative, but she fell asleep the next second. Chen Fan bypassed the rented house and went up from another road and kept driving until he arrived at the garden gate. After verifying the identity, the guard at the door saluted and opened the door. Chen Fan drove all the way in. Yi Waner was sleeping soundly in the back seat and was not aware of the unfamiliar environment around her. After finding the gate of Villa number 8, Chen Fan got out of the car, sensed it with the key, and opened the gate. Welcome home. A crisp voice rang out. What's wrong? Are we home yet? Yi Waner opened her eyes in a daze. Yes, we're home. Chen Fan said as he drove the car in. Where is this? Yi Waner rubbed her eyes and took a closer look at her surroundings, which felt very unfamiliar. This is our future home. You bought a house? When did it happen? Yi Waner was a little confused. The house we rented was too small and a little inconvenient, so we bought this place. It's not far from the school and only takes 10 minutes to drive there. After the two got off the car, Yuaner couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this gorgeous house and the small swimming pool next to it. Wow! It's so luxurious, it must have cost a lot of money. Chen Fan, where did you get so much money? Yi Waner asked. Hee, these are all earned from investments, not much. Chen Fan said and touched his chin. Without waiting for Chen Fan to finish speaking, Yi Waner looked around the villa. There were 3 floors in total. There was a large balcony on the second floor that could be seen at a glance, and there were also some entertainment facilities around it. Seeing Yi Waner looking around, Chen Fan also walked over. Isn't it beautiful? Chen Fan said. Yes, it's big and beautiful. I never thought that one day I would be able to live in a big villa. Yi Waner said excitedly. Let's go in and take a look. The real show is inside. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he grabbed Yi Waner's hand and prepared to go inside. Chapter 9 Moving to a New Home. After Chen Fan unlocked the door with his fingerprint, the two of them came into the house. What catches your eye are the carpets and exquisite embroidery hanging on the walls. All kinds of furniture are fully arranged, and the magnificent decoration is even more amazing. This will be our future home. Yi Waner sighed as she looked at the surrounding environment. Do you like it? When the baby is born, I will pick out a room and turn it into a mini amusement park, and then our family of 4 can play in it together. Chen Fan gestured with his hands. Isn't it a bit too far-fetched to think about these things now? It's just a matter of time. It's better to make plans now. After visiting the first floor, the two went up to the second floor together. There are 5 rooms on the second floor, with a spacious hall in the middle and a balcony at the back. Yi Waner came to the balcony and looked at the surrounding environment. She could see with the naked eye that there were a total of 5 households around, which was quite different from her own house. Chen Fan saw Yi Waner lying on the balcony railing, looking at the scenery outside, then he walked over and lay beside her, looking at her face in fascination. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Yi Waner noticed that Chen Fan's eyes were fixed on her, and couldn't help but ask. Waner, you are so beautiful, of course I have to take a few more glances at you. Chen Fan said with a smile. Hateful. Yi Waner said and then gently hit Chen Fan with her hand. After playing around for a while, the two went up to the 3rd floor. The design of the 3rd floor is more entertainment-oriented, with a total of 4 rooms, namely a home theater, a gym, a karaoke room and a utility room. After experiencing it for a while, they went downstairs and lay down together on the big sofa in the living room. Chen Fan, is this house very expensive? Yi Waner patted Chen Fan. About 10 or 20 million. It's definitely the best house in this garden. After saying that, Chen Fan took out the house purchase documents and placed them on the table. This villa covers a total area of 250 square meters in the garden, which is almost the largest one here. It's so expensive. I guess I won't be able to afford it in my lifetime. Yi Waner said with a somewhat dejected tone. You don't have to think so much, these are all for you and the baby. After listening to what Chen Fan said, Yi Waner couldn't help but feel moved. We will go back tomorrow to pack our things and move in. Chen Fan said to Yi Waner. Well, I have to talk to the landlord about the termination of the lease first. The two of them lay on the sofa for a while and fell asleep unknowingly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside the door. The sound was not very loud, but Chen Fan was still woken up. Yi Waner was sleeping very soundly and didn't notice it at all. Chen Fan looked outside through the screen and saw that the person who rang the doorbell was a grandfather in his 60s, but he still had a dignified temperament. Chen Fan walked out and opened the door. Uncle, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Fan asked politely. It's okay, young man. I saw a new neighbor and thought I'd come over to say hello. The old man didn't expect that the best house in the area was actually lived by a young man. Why don't you come in and have a drink of water, sir? It's not polite to let you stand outside all the time. After saying that, Chen Fan opened the door wider. Don't bother me. I live across the street from you. You can just call me Uncle Wu. My name is Chen Fan. Uncle Wu, you can come and visit me more often if you have nothing to do. Chen Fan said politely. Chen Fan, who's here? Hearing the noise outside, Yi Waner came to Chen Fan. This is Uncle Wu who lives across the street. He came to say hello to us. Well, Mr. Wu, hello, my name is Yi Wanner. Yi Wanner responded to Chen Fan and introduced herself to Uncle Wu. I can tell from the first glance that you two are a young couple, a perfect match. Uncle Wu said with a smile. Uncle Wu, you are too polite. Chen Fan said with a smile. That's right. Yi Wanner echoed. Then I won't bother you two anymore. I'll come over to visit you when I have time. After saying this, Uncle Wu put his hands behind his back and walked home. Then Uncle Wu, please take care. Chen Fan shouted to Uncle Wu. What an interesting couple of young people. Uncle Wu muttered as he walked. After watching Uncle Wu go back, Chen Fan and the other man also returned home. Chen Fan, I think Mr. Wu has a very stern face, especially his deep eyes, which give people a chilling feeling. Yi Wanner said to Chen Fan. Yeah, judging from Mr. Wu's temperament, I think he served in the army when he was young. Yeah. Yi Wanner nodded in agreement. The two stayed in the villa until night, and Chen Fan cooked for Yi Wanner as usual, but this time he went to a different place. Around 8 o'clock, Yi Wanner took a shower and stayed in the study on the second floor, flipping through the books inside. Wanner, what book are you reading? Chen Fan came over curiously. I'm reading Ordinary World. Yi Wanner continued to read the book seriously, not affected by Chen Fan's arrival at all. Is the protagonist the one about Xiaoping and Shaoan? Chen Fan asked. Yeah, have you seen it? I also know the lines in the movie, I really want to beat you to death, right? Chen Fan said with a smile. Bullshit, you were watching a TV show, right? Yi Wanner said with a look of disgust. Is it different? Chen Fan didn't read many literary novels, and only watched TV dramas occasionally. He usually played games and exercised. The two played in the study for a while, then each found a room to sleep in. The next day, the two got up early, had a simple breakfast, and drove back to the rental house together. Chen Fan made an appointment with the landlord last night and came over today to complete the formalities. Young man, you're moving out so soon. The landlord is an old man and he is quite easy to talk to. We're going to move into a new home now, so it'll be easier if we move earlier, Chen Fan said politely. That's right, it's still better to live in your own home. The formalities were completed quickly and the old man went back. Yi Wanner wanted to help clean up, but she pulled Chen Fan into the room and sat there playing with her phone. Chen Fan packed up the important things and packaged the rest of the unimportant things together and gave them to the landlord as a thank you for his care. Chen Fan pulled all his things to the door and saw a person walking past. Young man, may I ask if Yi Wanner lives here? A woman who was not very old came to the door and asked, holding a lunchbox in her hand. Yes, I'm her roommate. What do you want to talk to her about? Do you need me to go to her room and call her? When Chen Fan saw that the person who came was looking for Yi Wanner, his tone was also very polite. You are roommates, so that means you live together? The woman in front of him said with a slightly changed tone. Chapter 10 Zhang's Mother's Raid. Yeah. Hearing this, Chen Fan's tone became a little unsteady. Chen Fan, who's coming outside? Hearing someone talking outside, the voice was not very clear, Yi Wanner walked out of the room. Mom, why are you here? When Yi Wanner saw that the person coming was her mother Zhang Suizhuan, she was a little panicked for a moment. When Chen Fan heard Yi Wanner calling her mother, he was shocked for a moment, but then he quickly reacted. Auntie, please come in and sit down first. It's not good to let you stand at the door all the time. As Chen Fan spoke, he welcomed Zhang's mother in. After asking her to sit down, Chen Fan went to pour her a glass of water. Auntie, please drink some water. After Chen Fan handed the water to Zhang's mother, Yi Wanner hurried to her side. Watching Chen Fan's series of actions, Zhang's mother's expression gradually eased. Yi Wanner winked at Chen Fan, and Chen Fan immediately understood the meaning. Then auntie, you guys chat first, I'll go pack up. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he walked towards the door and continued packing his things. Tell me, are you going to confess it yourself or continue to hide it from me? Zhang's mother looked stern and was very concerned about her daughter's affairs. What's there to confess? Chen Fan just happens to be my roommate. It's really nothing to do with me. Yi Wanner said coquettishly. Yi Wanner still spoke with the mentality that she could continue to conceal the truth. Did I say it was this matter? Zhang's mother said sternly. Okay, I said, Chen Fan is already my boyfriend, he treats me very well. Under pressure from Zhang's mother, Yi Wanner finally chose to confess, but she still didn't dare to tell the fact that she was pregnant. Mom isn't against you having a relationship, the main thing is that you shouldn't hide things from me, right? After hearing Yi Wanner's confession, Zhang's mother's expression eased. The main reason is that you are still living together, and Mom is still afraid that you will make a mistake. Zhang's mother said seriously. Mom, I understand. I will protect myself, and Chen Fan really takes good care of me. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you've already turned your elbow outward. He. Yi Wanner made a mischievous expression. Mom brought you your favorite dumplings, go and eat them first. Okay, thank you, Mom. After saying that, Yi Wanner went to eat dumplings obediently. Zhang's mother stood up and slowly walked to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was still a little absent-minded and just stood there stupidly. Your name is Chen Fan, right? My daughter has confessed to me. What are your plans for the future? Mother Zhang patted Chen Fan on the shoulder, and Chen Fan reacted and said quickly, Auntie, I will definitely be responsible for Wanner and the babies. After hearing what Zhang's mother said, Chen Fan subconsciously thought that Yi Wanner had confessed everything, and he said this sentence smoothly. When Zhang Suijuan heard what Chen Fan said, her brain suddenly froze and she just stood there in a daze. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Chen Fan raised his voice a little. The next second, Zhang's mother was a little unsteady on her feet. Chen Fan immediately supported her and helped her sit down on the sofa. Yi Wanner, who was eating dumplings, saw this and put down her chopsticks and came to Zhang Suijuan. Chen Fan, what's wrong with my mother? Yi Wanner said in a low voice. Seeing that her mother seemed to be still in a daze, Yi Wan asked Chen Fan first. I just said that I would be responsible for you and the baby, and yet my aunt became like this. Chen Fan whispered to Yi Wanner. It's over. I didn't even tell my mom that I was pregnant. You're still planning how to trick me, right? Zhang Suijuan came back to her senses, her tone slightly angry. When Chen Fan and the other man heard the voice, they immediately stood at attention. Mom, I didn't mean to lie to you. I was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. Yi Wanner said aggrievedly. Auntie, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with Wanner. I will be responsible for Wanner. Chen Fan said in a firm tone. Chen Fan, stop talking. Yi Wanner pulled Chen Fan with her hand. You are still college students and do not have the ability to make money. How do you plan to be responsible? Zhang's mother's emotions stabilized a little. The next second, Chen Fan opened the balance display on his mobile phone and took out the car keys from his pocket and placed them on the table. Auntie, I believe I can support Wanner and the two babies. Chen Fan's eyes were firm. After seeing Chen Fan finish his series of operations, Zhang's mother picked up her phone and took a look. She was shocked. The balance shows more than 5.3 million. It would be shocking for anyone to know that a student who is still in school can possess such a huge sum of money. Chen Fan, Auntie believes that you have the ability to raise a child, but having a child is not a trivial matter, so you still have to think about it seriously. Seeing that Chen Fan was so rich, Zhang's mother couldn't say anything else and could only remind him of some precautions about having a child. Auntie, don't worry. Chen Fan reassured Zhang's mother again. Girl, go ahead and eat your dumplings. I have something to say to Chen Fan. Mom, please don't make things difficult for Chen Fan. Yi Wanner approached her mother and whispered. Go away, you damn girl. Seeing Yi Wanner obediently go to the dining table to continue eating dumplings, Zhang's mother's expression immediately became serious. Chen Fan, Wanner's father died in a car accident when she was a child. In order to raise her, I didn't pay enough attention to her many times, so this girl has lacked love and care since she was a child. Mother Zhang said with a slightly depressed mood. Hearing this, Chen Fan was also moved. Auntie, I will definitely protect Wanner and won't let her get hurt. Chen Fan said in a firm tone. With your words, Auntie feels relieved. I hope you won't let me down. Chen Fan, where are you going after packing your things? Zhang's mother asked Chen Fan while looking at the luggage placed outside. Auntie, this place feels a little small. We are preparing to move to a new home. That's good. After the baby is born, this place will indeed be a bit small. Then go and pack it up. Zhang's mother said with a touch of gentleness. Chen Fan obediently went to pack his luggage. Seeing that the two had finished their chat, Yi Wanner picked up a dumpling and came to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, try my mom's dumplings, they're stuffed with chives, they're delicious. Yi Wanner fed the dumplings to Chen Fan's mouth. It's delicious. Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. Is that so? Yi Waner said with a smile. After a while, the luggage was almost packed, and Chen Fan's left and right hands were full of large and small bags. When Zhang's mother saw that Chen Fan had so much luggage, she snatched a few pieces from Chen Fan. When she came to the car, Zhang's mother was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Chen Fan's car was a Mercedes-Benz. The logo could be recognized as a Mercedes-Benz at a glance. After all the luggage was packed, Zhang's mother was already complaining that she couldn't stand it anymore, but she was forced into the car by Chen Fan and his men. Chapter 11 Let's have a meal together. Yi Waner and Zhang's mother sat in the back row. They chatted all the way and unknowingly arrived at the gate of Meteor Garden. After driving the car into the villa and several people got out, Zhang Suizhuan looked at the luxurious villa and was shocked by the luxury in front of her. Chen Fan, the rent here must be very expensive. It would be better to rent a cost-effective house to live in. Zhang's mother said to Chen Fan. If someone said that this villa was bought by Chen Fan, Zhang Suizhuan herself would definitely not believe it, and could only think that he rented it. Auntie, I have already bought this house, you don't have to worry about the house. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he went to the car and took out the property certificate. Look, we've got the property certificate. Chen Fan spread it out and showed it to Zhang Suizhuan. Zhang Suizhuan took it and looked at it carefully. Chen Fan's name was indeed written on it. She had to believe that Chen Fan had already bought the house. Chen Fan, this house is not cheap, right? Zhang Suizhuan said to Chen Fan. Well, about 10 million or so. Zhang's mother was also very surprised when she heard this number, and began to doubt what Chen Fan's family did and why they were so rich. Chen Fan brought all the luggage into the villa. When Zhang's mother was about to help, she couldn't resist Chen Fan's words, so she went to visit the house with Yi Waner. After Chen Fan packed his luggage, Zhang's mother said she was ready to go back. Auntie, it's almost time for dinner. Why don't you have a meal first? Chen Fan tried to persuade her. Chen Fan, can you cook? Zhang Suizhuan still found it a little unconvincing. After all, there are very few men who can cook nowadays. Mom, please stay and have dinner with us. Chen Fan's cooking is delicious. Yi Waner said, holding her mother's hand. Seeing her own daughter praising Chen Fan so much, Zhang Suizhuan remained half believing and half doubting. Since you all said so, I will stay for dinner before leaving. Seeing that Zhang's mother agreed, Chen Fan and Yi Waner also smiled. Chen Fan drove the two of them to a nearby fresh food supermarket. Auntie, Waner, what dishes do you want to eat? I can cook them all. Chen Fan asked. I want to eat sour food. Yi Waner said while pulling Chen Fan. You young people decide. I'll eat whatever you buy. After a while, they bought the vegetables and returned to the villa. Zhang's mother and Yi Waner helped wash the vegetables while Chen Fan cut them. Auntie, there will be a lot of fumes from cooking later, just wait outside until I'm done. After washing the vegetables quickly, the two continued to visit the second and third floors. Chen Fan is now becoming more and more skilled at cooking. Within a few minutes, the fragrance fills the entire house. It smells good. It seems Chen Fan is quite good at cooking. Zhang's mother praised. Mom, I promise that once you eat the food cooked by Chen Fan, you will never forget it. Yi Waner and Zhang's mother sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for Chen Fan to finish cooking. I don't know how much time passed. Auntie, Waner, the food is ready, just wash your hands and you can eat. Chen Fan brought out the dishes and Yi Waner went over to help get the bowls and chopsticks. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Fan. We, mother and daughter, can't do much to help. Zhang's mother said politely. It's okay, Auntie, just wait and eat. Chen Fan touched his head and said. After a while, 4 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Yi Waner picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef brisket and put it in Zhang Suizhuan's bowl and said, Mom, try it. Zhang Suizhuan picked up the beef brisket, took a bite, and immediately exclaimed, it's delicious. Chen Fan, your cooking skills are much better than Auntie's. Can you teach Auntie when you have time? No, Auntie, we can exchange cooking skills with each other then, and I will also have to ask you for advice. Chen Fan said modestly. After they had eaten, they sat on the sofa in the living room and chatted. Chen Fan, what does your family do? You can't be an ordinary family if you can afford these. Zhang's mother couldn't help but ask. Auntie, my parents live in the countryside, they are ordinary people, and I made this money by investing in some projects after I went to college. Upon learning about Chen Fan's family conditions, Zhang's mother was also very surprised, and she couldn't help but sigh that Chen Fan was a smart man who could earn so much money while still in college. Auntie, why don't you move in? There are more rooms here, and you can take care of Wanner. Yes, Mom, this place is so big, it can accommodate a lot of people. Seeing Chen Fan speak, Yi Wanner also added. I won't bother you young people. I have many old men and women there who can play with me. I'll come and see you when I have time. Zhang Suijuan said with a smile, not giving anyone a chance to stay. Okay, it's getting late, I'll go back first. Zhang's mother stood up and was about to stand up, and Chen Fan and Yi Wanner also stood up. Auntie, let us take you back. Seeing that Zhang's mother did not refuse, Chen Fan went out and started the car. When they arrived at the community, as soon as Zhang's mother got out of the car, two middle-aged women came up. Sister Zhang, whose car is this? It's my son-in-law's. It's pretty good, isn't it? Zhang's mother said proudly. Chen Fan and Yi Wanner came down to say hello and then went back. Zhang's mother went to continue showing off among the old men and women. Chen Fan, have you seen the message in the class group? Yi Wanner suddenly said. What information? I haven't paid attention to the class group in the past 2 days. The counselor sent out a notice saying that we will have a week of military training starting on Monday. I give up. How come the military training starts so soon? We haven't even prepared anything yet. Chen Fan was speechless. Oh, that's right. You're pregnant now. I'll go with you to ask for leave from the counselor tomorrow. Good. Originally, Yi Wanner herself didn't realize that she needed to ask for leave until Chen Fan mentioned it. Then let me accompany you to buy things for military training. Yi Wanner said to Chen Fan. After a while, the two arrived at a large shopping mall and parked the car in the basement. Let's go. Chen Fan got out of the car to help Yi Wanner open the door, then went up to the 3rd floor of the shopping mall and entered a store. Welcome, what would you like to buy? A tall clerk came over and greeted them. Let's choose ourselves. Yi Wanner said to the clerk. Okay, call me if you need anything. Yi Wanner took Chen Fan to pick out things for half an hour before they bought everything needed for military training. Most of them are cost-effective because they were all selected by Yi Wanner, and she chose medium-priced ones. After paying the bill, the two drove back home. It was almost 5 o'clock now. Chen Fan put the things on the table and the two of them lay down directly on the sofa. The next day, Chen Fan got up at 7 o'clock. After buying the vegetables, Yi Wanner also got up. After breakfast, the two sat on the sofa and played with their phones for a while. It was almost time to go to school. The first thing the two did when they arrived at school was to go to the office to find Counselor Wang Meng. Chapter 12 Freshman Military Training. When I arrived at the office, there were only 3 teachers there, and the counselor was inside. Counselor, we are from class 76, and Yi Wanner needs to take a week off for military training. Chen Fan came up to give the instructor a heads up first, and Yi Wanner followed quietly behind. That depends on the reason. You can't just invite them whenever you want, right? The counselor answered seriously. Actually, Yi Wanner is pregnant. It's my child, and we plan to give birth to the baby. Chen Fan leaned closer and spoke in a low voice to avoid being heard by others. What? Are you kidding me? Wang Meng was shocked, with disbelief written all over his face. How dare we joke about this kind of thing? Yes. Yi Wanner agreed. Then we have to produce some evidence, so that we can get things done. Chen Fan had expected this, so he took out Yi Wanner's pregnancy test report from his pocket and handed it over. Coach, you see. Wang Meng took the list and looked at it carefully. It clearly stated that she was 2 months pregnant. I was also shocked. I haven't even found a boyfriend yet, but she is already preparing to have a baby right after entering college. Seeing that the matter was not false, Wang Meng took the two of them to a deserted place outside to avoid being overheard by others when talking. Do both sets of parents know about your situation? The counselor asked seriously. Yi Wanner's family already knows the situation, and I will explain everything to my family soon. Chen Fan said seriously. That's fine. In your case, female students can apply for a leave of absence, give birth to the child, and then return to school. As for Chen Fan, she can only ask for leave when she is about to give birth. The counselor said earnestly. Teacher, I don't need to ask for leave now. I want to wait until later to apply for a leave of absence. Yi Waner said. Then make your own decision. I'll help you sign the military training leave slip later. After explaining things clearly, Chen Fan and his companion followed the counselor back to the office, signed the leave notes, and went to the military training assembly point. The teams were quickly divided, and Yuana was directly qualified to be exempted from training, and she didn't even have to go to the sick company. The two of them were a little reluctant when they parted. When the military training began, the sun rose directly to its highest point. Fortunately, Chen Fan had a physical fitness enhancement rewarded by the system, so he did not need to be too tired during the military training. Everyone was taken to different places and the time was very unbearable. After an hour and a half, everyone was sweating profusely. The instructor felt that it was about time, so he let everyone take a break. Chen Fan followed the crowd to a shady place. Since the school had just started and everyone was still living outside, the classmates were not very familiar with each other and everyone was getting to know each other. Brother, did you bring water? I'm about to ascend. No, who knew it would be so intense right away? I haven't even bought any water yet. In the shade, most people were complaining because it was only the first day of military training and everyone was not well prepared. Of course, Chen Fan was not prepared either. A few minutes later, Tang Yu squeezed through the crowd and stood next to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, isn't your sister-in-law in the same company with you? Tang Yu asked as he approached Chen Fan. No, she is exempt from training. How did you do that? I also want to get a spot exempted from training. Tang Yu immediately became excited when he heard that. Her reason for exemption from training may not be suitable for you, Chen Fan said with a smile. Tang Yu was also confused when he saw it. Old Tang, do you have any water? Give it to me to drink. Chen Fan patted Tang Yu and said. No, we gathered in such a hurry that I didn't have time to buy it. This place is so far from the store, I will definitely be punished if I go to buy it now. Tang Yu looked hopeless. The two were chatting happily when suddenly most people's eyes turned to the steps of the podium. Chen Fan and the other two also noticed it and looked over. They squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was Yi Waner who was walking over with water. Yi Waner's appearance immediately attracted most people's attention. Everyone looked at the cold face and discussed who this person was. Even some classmates said that they didn't know which class Yi Waner was from. Yi Waner was seen holding water and walking straight towards Chen Fan. Brother, I think that beautiful lady is going to bring me some water. Brother, are you still asleep? If you want to send someone off, you should send me off first. It won't be your turn. Looking at Yi Waner, everyone was having a heated discussion. I think this beauty is going to give the water to my brother. Tang Yu pointed at Chen Fan and said loudly. Hearing what Tang Yu said, everyone booed. Yi Waner came over, sat next to Chen Fan, and handed him the water. Since you didn't buy water, I bought some and sent it to you. Yi Waner said softly. Thank you, Waner. Chen Fan took it, opened it, and started drinking it in big gulps. When the people around saw this scene, their expressions were stunned. I told you that the water was for the brother next to me, but you didn't believe me. Tang Yu also pretended to be very arrogant, and Chen Fan and Yi Waner smiled helplessly. Faced with Tang Yu's ridicule, the already annoyed crowd became even worse. Is this the difference between people? When he just entered college, a beautiful girl came to bring him water, but I have lived for 18 years and have never even held a girl's hand. It's really heartbreaking. After Yi Waner gave Chen Fan the water, the two said goodbye to each other and Yi Waner turned and left. Even when they were gathering for training, everyone's mentality was still not relaxed. Time flies and the morning military training is over very quickly. Yi Waner left a message for Chen Fan, saying that she was going to have a meal with her best friend. Chen Fan directly transferred 10,000 yuan to her so that she could have something good to eat. Ding! The host transfers 10,000 yuan to Yi Waner. A Maybach S680 is awarded. All formalities have been completed and it has been parked at the school gate for the host. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Fan touched his pocket and found an extra car key in it, which made him excited. Then he came to the school gate alone. Outside, a group of people were taking pictures of the Maybach and were talking about how the owner should be a rich second generation. Chen Fan came to the front of the car and saw a bold woman sitting on the front of the car taking pictures. Hello, can you get out of the car please? Chen Fan walked over and asked directly. The woman saw that Chen Fan was still wearing his military training uniform and realized that he was still a student, so she simply ignored him. Chen Fan repeated it again. This is my boyfriend's car. What's it to you if I sit in it? The woman said arrogantly. With your current condition, can you afford such an expensive car? Without giving Chen Fan a chance to speak, the woman continued. Seeing that Chen Fan did not respond, most people conceded that Chen Fan was just meddling in other people's business and trying to be the boss. What's worse, some people just followed the woman's words and attacked Chen Fan. Seeing that everyone was following her lead, the woman became even more arrogant. Chapter 13 Interview. You little brat, why don't you just go to school and act smart instead of coming here to show off? The woman's tone was filled with contempt. Chen Fan ignored him and calmly took out the key from his pocket. He pressed the key towards the Maybach and the car started to make a sound. When the woman saw Chen Fan doing this series of actions, her face immediately turned dark and she could only get down from the hood of the car in shame. When everyone saw the situation had reversed, they immediately started to blame the woman. When they saw that the situation was not right, the woman quickly fled the scene. Chen Fan opened the car door, drove away from the scene, came to a quiet environment, turned on the air conditioner, and quietly meditated with his eyes closed. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan received a call on his cell phone. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, so he answered it. Hello? Are you the owner of Kwiyukshuan? There was a pleasant female voice on the other end of the phone. Yes, I am. What's the matter? Chen Fan replied lazily lying in the chair. I'm interviewing for a restaurant management position. I saw you didn't reply to my message on the job search app, so I called you. The other party's tone was quite polite. Oh, it's an interview. I haven't paid attention to the information above in the past few days. Chen Fan swiped to the backstage and entered the software, and found that someone had indeed sent messages for 2 days, and he had even turned on the Do Not Disturb mode for the software. Are you free now? If you can, please confirm a place so I can go there. If you have time, then come over to the Magic Coffee next to Magic University for the interview. No problem, it should take me half an hour to get there. After the two of them discussed it, Chen Fan had a simple meal at a nearby restaurant and then returned to the car to wait for the time to come. Soon, the time was almost up, and Chen Fan drove the Maybach to the side of the cafe. After parking the car, the people around were stunned when they saw a young man in military training uniform got out of the Maybach. When I walked into the cafe and looked around, I saw that most of the tables were occupied by 2 people, with only one seat where a woman was sitting alone. She was dressed in formal attire, quietly gazing at the street view outside the window. Her face gave people a sense of isolation and coolness. Chen Fan walked straight over, and the woman also noticed Chen Fan coming over here, and quickly stood up. Hello, are you Mr. Chen? The woman asked softly. It's me. You're here for an interview, right? The woman was also very shocked to see Chen Fan wearing a military training uniform. It turned out that the boss of Kwiyukshuan was a college student. The two of them greeted each other briefly and sat down on their chairs. Hello, my name is Yi Qingcheng. I have 3 years of experience in catering management, and during this period I have held senior management positions. Yi Qingcheng carefully introduced his advantages. This confused Chen Fan, who was not very professional, and he could only nod and let her continue to talk about her expertise. Yi Qingcheng introduced the advantages for a few more minutes, and Chen Fan felt sleepy while listening. After all, he was not an expert in this area. It was not until Yi Qingcheng finished speaking that Chen Fan, who had not heard any other sound, came to his senses. Let's end the interview here. I have a good understanding of your situation now. I have to go back to school later. Well, you can try it out for a month first, and tomorrow you can go directly to Chui Yuxian to take up your post. I will give them a heads up, and someone will take you to understand the situation when the time comes. Chen Fan said seriously. This completely confused Yi Qingcheng. She was the one who did most of the introductions. Chen Fan didn't even ask many questions, but just took up the position directly. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? The two exchanged contact information, and Chen Fan hurried back to school because he had to continue military training in the afternoon. After they lined up in the playground, the instructor found an unobstructed place and led Chen Fan's class there. The afternoon sun was even stronger than the morning sun. Several people couldn't stand it and were sent to the sick ward. Perhaps the instructor realized that he had gone a bit too far, so he only scolded for half an hour and then let everyone rest. Everyone dragged their tired bodies to a cool place. Even though Chen Fan had the bonus of physical enhancement, he still felt a little overwhelmed. I'm speechless. This instructor is too serious. That's right. I saw that other companies were training in the shade, but we were the only ones training in the sun. A group of people were complaining that the instructor was too serious. Brother, was the person who brought you water this morning your girlfriend? Someone suddenly came up to Chen Fan and asked. Yes. Chen Fan responded indifferently. The people around seemed to smell the gossip and came over. Have you seen the school forum? Your girlfriend has become a hot topic and everyone is saying that she is the new campus beauty. The human resources expert told Chen Fan. Is it true? It's on the hot list in just one morning? Chen Fan still found it hard to believe. Yeah, I got them all during lunch. Several people nearby nodded, proving it was true. Because they were still in military training, all the mobile phones were collected, so Chen Fan couldn't go and take a look. After chatting for a while, the instructor asked everyone to gather and continue military training. The instructor seemed to realize that this was not a military camp and that the students could not be treated with the same training intensity as real soldiers, so he took everyone to a shady place for training. The military training ended at 4 o'clock. Chen Fan first found a designated driver and asked him to drive his Mercedes-Benz E300 back to the villa. Then he sent a message to Yuaner, asking her to wait at the school gate and he would pick her up right away. When he arrived at the school gate, Chen Fan saw Yuaner sitting obediently on the steps. It was not until Chen Fan rolled down the car window that she realized it was Chen Fan in the car. As soon as she got in the car, Yuaner turned into a curious baby. Chen Fan, why did you change cars? I couldn't recognize you. Yuaner said with a pout. Hee, I think this car is pretty cool, so I changed it. Chen Fan said with a smile. It was almost 5 o'clock when the two returned home, and Chen Fan made a simple meal. After finishing their meal, Chen Fan asked Yuaner if she wanted to go to school together in the evening, because military training usually involves activities in the evening. Yuaner readily agreed. After they ate, they rested on the sofa for a while. At 6:30, they returned to school together. Chen Fan came to the team alone, and Yuaner lay on the railing and looked at Chen Fan. After they simply lined up the team, the instructor began to organize them to sing military songs. Seeing that the training was over, Yuaner quietly came to Chen Fan. Because Chen Fan was in the last row, almost no one noticed Yuaner. The instructor led everyone to solemnly sing the Strong Army song several times and required everyone to memorize it before the end of the military training. Soon it was 9 o'clock and they announced their disbandment. On the way home, Chen Fan's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Yi Qingqing calling. Chapter 14 Yuaner wife. Chen Fan, whose phone is this? Asked Yuaner, who was sitting in the back row. It was a call from a new employee at the new store that opened these days. Chen Fan said truthfully. The next second, Chen Fan pressed the answer button. Hello, what's the matter? Chen Fan asked. Mr. Chen, let me ask you, will you come to Chui Yushuan tomorrow? I won't go over there. I've asked someone to familiarize you with the procedures. Chen Fan spoke briefly and hung up the phone. Yuaner listened to the voice on the other end of the phone and felt it was a little familiar, but the voice was so soft that she couldn't hear it clearly, so she didn't care. Chen Fan, when did you open this shop? Yuaner asked as she approached the front seat. I just bought it a few days ago. I'll take you to see it when I have time. Chen Fan said gently. Okay. As soon as the two returned to the villa, they saw Uncle Wu sitting on a chair in the garden, as if he was waiting for them to come back. Uncle Wu, we bought a lot of vegetables. How about having a meal together? Chen Fan walked forward and asked. Then I won't be polite. Uncle Wu did not refuse and agreed immediately. When several people were about to enter the villa, Uncle Wu suddenly said that he wanted to go home to get something. After Chen Fan agreed, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Yuaner lay on the sofa watching videos. After a while, Chen Fan prepared the meal and brought it to the table, including braised pork, shredded cabbage, sweet and sour spare ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, tofu and crushing carp soup, 4 dishes in one soup. The next second, Uncle Wu came to the table carrying a bottle of shiny wine, which was obviously very valuable. Uncle Wu, just come and bring such expensive wine. Chen Fan said politely. Hey! After eating such delicious food, you must have a couple of drinks. Besides, no one drinks the wine at home. After saying that, Uncle Wu opened the bottle of wine. Please take a seat. Chen Fan greeted. After sitting down, Uncle Wu took out 3 cups from somewhere and filled them up. Uncle Wu, my wife is pregnant, so I'll drink this cup for her. After saying that, Chen Fan picked up 2 glasses of wine and drank them all. In an instant, a burning feeling spread to Chen Fan's throat. I'm too careless. When the baby is born, I will prepare a big gift for him. Uncle Wu picked up the wine glass and said casually. When Yuaner, who was standing by, heard Chen Fan say the word wife, her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears, but she did not refute. Uncle Wu, then you have to prepare 2 sets because they are twins. Chen Fan said with a smile. Twins are great. That means we need to prepare 2 great gifts. Uncle Wu, eat some vegetables. Chen Fan cooks delicious food. After hearing Yuaner's words, Chen Fan stood up and put 2 dishes into Uncle Wu's bowl. Uncle Wu immediately took a bite with chopsticks. His taste buds were first ignited by the rich and mellow taste. The freshness of the ingredients and the exquisite seasoning were perfectly matched. His eyes suddenly lit up. Your cooking skills are really good. It can be said that the taste is something I have never experienced in my life. Uncle Wu immediately praised Chen Fan's cooking skills. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Wu. If it's delicious, eat more. Chen Fan said modestly. As they ate, Uncle Wu kept telling them about his glorious deeds when he was young, which made the 2 of them very excited. At the end of the meal, Uncle Wu was a little drunk, and it was Chen Fan who carried him back home. After returning home, Chen Fan lay down on the sofa while Yuaner cleaned the table. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, Yuaner walked over and sat next to him, pinching Chen Fan's face with both hands. Waner, what's wrong? Chen Fan said with a look of grievance. Humph. Who allowed you to take advantage of me just now? I'm not even your wife now. Yuaner said proudly. Wife, I was wrong. You come again. Yuaner continued to grab Chen Fan's ears with her hands. The 2 of them played around for a while until they heard Yuaner's cell phone ringing, and then they stopped. Waner, who's calling? Chen Fan asked. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Yuaner held the phone in one hand and reached out the other hand to Chen Fan's waist and squeezed it hard. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Chen Fan cried out in pain and begged for mercy quickly. It's my aunt's phone call, don't talk yet. Yuaner gave Chen Fan a look, and Chen Fan immediately covered his mouth with his hands. Hello, Aunt, why are you calling? It's okay, I can't call you yet. Of course. I found a new job, and I think it's pretty close to your school, so I'll tell you about it. Chen Fan listened to the voice on the phone. Since the speakerphone was not on, he just felt that the voice sounded a little familiar. We are so close, why don't we get together sometime? That's a deal, I'll come over to play with you when I'm free. After a brief greeting, Yuaner ended the call. What did my aunt say? Chen Fan looked curious. She works not far from our school and said she would come and play with me when she has time. Okay, then let's treat my aunt to a meal. The next morning, the 2 had a simple breakfast and went to school together. Yuaner, on the other hand, was strolling around the school as usual and would go play with her best friends when she was tired. Only poor Chen Fan had to continue to participate in military training. Although the morning sun was not very strong, it still made everyone sweat profusely. The break time came quickly, and everyone hid in the shade. Old Chen, did you drive the Maybach to school this morning? I think that man looks like you. A few people who were on good terms with Chen Fan came over and asked. Brother Fan, is this true? Another person asked. How is this possible? That's a Maybach, worth millions. How can Chen Fan afford it? Hearing the conversation here, a tall and thin boy came over and said. His name is Lin Zihao, and he is in the same class as Chen Fan. He likes to show off and will act like a show-off whenever he gets the chance. Chen Fan was too lazy to explain and ignored him. Seeing that Chen Fan did not refute, the next second, Lin Zihao took out a bunch of keys from his pocket. Look, this is the real deal, the BMW 5 Series. Lin Zihao said as he shook the keys in his hand. Another group of people saw Lin Zihao showing off his BMW keys and gathered around, casting envious glances at him. Although Lin Zihao is not a rich second generation, his family at least runs a small factory. On the day he got his driver's license, his family took him to pick up this BMW 5 Series, which also cost nearly 500,000 yuan. This is definitely enough to show off. Enjoying the gazes of people around him, Lin Zihao suddenly felt happy both physically and mentally. When the military training is over, you can all come to the parking lot outside the school and I'll let you ride in my BMW 5 Series and experience it for yourself. Lindsay Heo acted very generous, but actually he still wanted to show off more when the time came. When everyone heard this, they agreed excitedly. Chapter 15. Is Chapter 15 interesting? Soon, the military training was over, and most people went to the parking lot outside the school as scheduled after eating. Isn't it cool? My BMW 5 Series costs nearly 500,000 yuan. Lindsay Heo was waiting in the parking lot early, and showed off when he saw someone coming. Most people opened their phones and took photos with the BMW 5 Series. Lindsay Heo also opened the door to allow some people to get in and experience it. Is that the Maybach you mentioned this morning? At this time, a man pointed to a place not far ahead and said, "Hey, it's true. I heard from Lindsay Heo that it's worth millions. Let's go over and take a picture." When the people standing outside the car heard someone say this, they all went over to the Maybach to take pictures. When Lindsay Heo saw everyone going to the Maybach, his face immediately darkened. Who would have thought that his car was parked near the Maybach? Now that's bad, the person ran away when I was halfway through the installation. Lindsay Heo had no choice but to follow the crowd and go to the front of the Maybach. From this perspective, there is a reason why it is expensive. The appearance of Maybach is a level higher than that of BMW. Everyone was taking photos facing the Maybach and didn't notice Chen Fan's arrival at all. "What are you all doing here?" Chen Fan asked everyone. "Chen Fan, do you really think this Maybach is yours?" "Here it is." Lindsay Heo laughed. Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't say anything the whole time. Lindsay Heo's fantasy was all his. Chen Fan just silently took out the Maybach key and unlocked the car. When everyone saw the situation, they all stayed where they were. "Chen Fan, this Maybach is really yours," someone suddenly said, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Lindsay Heo also reacted and felt embarrassed. Especially when he thought of how he had just shown off in front of Chen Fan, Lindsay Heo felt extremely ashamed. Seeing that everyone's attention had shifted to Chen Fan, Lindsay Heo fled the scene in shame. "Brother Fan, can we take a picture of the inside of the car?" asked someone who had a good relationship with Chen Fan. Everyone also looked expectantly, staring straight at Chen Fan. "Then go ahead and take pictures, just don't mess up the inside," Chen Fan said generously. Everyone thanked him quickly and started taking selfies inside the car. "This is my first time riding in a car worth millions. It's so cool. Brother Fan, you are so awesome. There is a world of difference between touching this car and seeing it in pictures." The time was almost up, and Chen Fan saw that everyone had finished filming, so they went back to school to continue their military training. After the military training, the dance club asked the instructor to keep everyone to watch a few dances for publicity. Upon hearing the news, some people were very excited, while others complained that the dance club was taking up their time for publicity. The show begins. Several senior school sisters dressed in hot and sexy clothes walked onto the podium. Each of them was beautiful in their own way. Following the melody of the music, the hot dance steps are dazzling and show the youthful atmosphere. Everyone shouted along with the music, and the atmosphere of the entire playground was lifted. "Does it look good?" A familiar voice came to Chen Fan's ears. "It looks good." Chen Fan agreed subconsciously. Then he felt a sharp pain in his ear. Chen Fan looked back and found that Ji Wanner had come behind him without him noticing. "Wanner, why are you here?" Chen Fan said, touching his slightly red ears. "If I hadn't come, how would I know that you still like watching dancing?" Yi Wanner said in a bad tone. "This dance is not as beautiful as my Wanner's. I'll close my eyes and not watch it anymore." After saying that, Chen Fan closed his eyes and leaned on Yi Wanner. "You're smart." The person sitting next to Chen Fan felt uncomfortable. Although the two of them didn't speak loudly, he could still hear what they were saying. Just watching them dance couldn't escape being fed dog food. Soon, the talent show was over. The dance club's publicity was very effective, and after it disbanded, many people planned to go and learn more about it. The two left school and it was already past 5 o'clock when they arrived at the car. Chen Fan planned to take Yi Wanner to Guiyuquan for a meal, and he had never tried the food there. "Chen Fan, aren't we going home? Why is the road different?" Yi Wanner asked when she saw that the scenery on the roadside was different from before. "Didn't I tell you before that I opened a store outside? Now I'll take you over to have a look." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Kuyukshuan. After they got out of the car, Chen Fan took Yi Waner and walked straight in. Yi Waner's face was full of confusion. Didn't they say they were going to the store? Why did they bring her to the restaurant? After Chen Fan brought Yi Waner in, they went straight to the VIP Zero suite on the third floor. This was an exclusive suite reserved for the boss of Kuyukshuan. Chen Fan took out his exclusive door card and swiped it, and the door was opened. The decoration inside was very different from that in other rooms. After all, it was exclusive. Didn't you say you would take me to the newly opened store? Why did you bring me to Chuiyuxian? And I heard that the prices here are very high. This is my new store. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yi Waner was even more confused. Kuyukshuan had been open for decades, and there was no news of a change of owner in recent days. I bought it these past 2 days. I haven't had time to tell you yet. Seeing that Yi Waner was still a little confused, Chen Fan continued to explain. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Yi Waner accepted this fact, but she was still a little surprised in her heart. After all, Chui Yuxuan was a restaurant worth tens of millions. The two discussed what to eat and quickly ordered the dishes, most of which were Chui Yuxuan's signature dishes. After the dishes were ordered, the information was transmitted to Chui Yuxuan's system, and the waiter found that the order was for VIP Zero Suite, which is the boss's exclusive room. Without daring to slack off, he informed Yi Qingqing of the news. When Yi Qingqing learned that the boss was coming to eat, he ordered the kitchen to prepare these dishes first. After the meal was ready, Yi Qingqing followed the dining car to the VIP Zero suite, intending to say hello. Just when we reached the door of VIP Room 0, a man suddenly jumped out from another room. Seeing that so many dishes were served in the same room, he immediately became angry. Is this how you do things at Chuiyuxian? I came here at almost the same time as the people in this room. How come all the dishes they ordered were served in no time, while none of ours has been served yet? The person who is speaking at this moment is our arch-enemy, Lin Zihao. This time when I went out to eat, I secretly took my dad's Chuiyuxian Platinum card, intending to show off in front of my classmates. Who would have thought that after ordering for so long, not a single dish had been served, while the dishes in the room opposite were served in a flash? Why? So naturally he had to come out and say something. After all, he had a platinum card. Although it was not the best, it was not particularly bad. Sir, I'm sorry, the dishes in this room have been ordered in advance, so they will be served faster. The waiter explained. Hearing the noise outside, everyone in Lin Zihao's box came out. They were all classmates who had a good relationship with him. Chen Fan also heard the quarrel outside the room. He said something to Yi Waner and went out to see what was going on. Chapter 16 Treat him like a fart. As soon as I went out, I saw two familiar faces, one was Yi Qingcheng and the other was Lin Zihao. When Lin Zihao saw that it was Chen Fan who came out of the room, he immediately became furious. At noon, he had already lost face once with the car. How could he be outdone by Chen Fan when he came to Kuyukshuan this time? I used a platinum card to make the purchase. Looking at Chen Fan's appearance, it certainly couldn't be higher end than mine. Chen Fan, I'm not saying this, but a meal here will cost you several months' living expenses. Why bother? Lin Zihao said in a very harsh tone. Yi Qingqing wanted to explain, but was stopped by Chen Fan with a gesture. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, the people who followed Lin Zihao all agreed with Lin Zihao. After all, it was he who was treating them to dinner. Yi Waner, who was in the room, heard the noise outside becoming more chaotic, and as Chen Fan hadn't come back yet, she went out. Hey, aunt, why are you here too? As soon as I went out, I saw my aunt and Chen Fan standing together. What a coincidence. TSK, I was wondering why the food was served so quickly. It turns out there's a connection here. This meal couldn't be a woman's treat, right? Lin Zihao went more and more outrageous, describing Chen Fan as a gigolo. These words caused everyone following Lin Zihao to burst into laughter. Chen Fan's expression barely changed, but Yi Waner beside him couldn't stand it anymore and angrily retorted. What's Chen Fan's business with you? Are we familiar with you? Seeing that his Waner was angry, Chen Fan's face darkened in an instant. He walked to Yi Qingcheng and said, You know what to do next. Originally, Chen Fan was too lazy to bother with them and could only blame them for touching his reverse scale. When Yi Qingcheng saw her boss suffer this, she immediately understood what Chen Fan meant. Boss, leave this to me. After hearing what Yi Qingcheng said, Chen Fan took Yi Waner and turned back to the box without looking back. When Lin Zihao heard Yi Qingcheng say the word boss to Chen Fan, he was immediately confused. After all, I have eaten here several times, and I have never heard that Cui Yuxuan has a new owner. This time he really went too far and made a fool of himself in front of so many people. Sir, we don't welcome you in Cui Yuxuan. We will return all the money to the account later. Please leave now. Yi Qingcheng had a serious face and was not polite to Lin Zihao at all. After hearing this, Lin Zihao felt like the sky had fallen. Not only did he fail to pretend, but now he was going to be kicked out of Cui Yuxuan. His mind went blank. The people who followed Lin Zihao realized that something was not right, so they hurried back to their rooms, packed up their things, and fled away when they faced disaster. Lin Zihao was left standing there all alone, still thinking about how to explain to his father about the fact that his card had been blocked after returning home. After the waiter returned the money, he kicked Lin Zihao out of Cui Yuxuan. It was his fault for offending his boss. On the other side, after Chen Fan brought Yi Waner back to the room, he kept comforting her. There's no need for us to get angry over this kind of person. Just treat him like a fart and let him go. After listening to Chen Fan's words, Yi Waner couldn't help but laugh out loud. After Yi Qingcheng dealt with this matter, she pushed the dining cart into the room. As soon as I came in, I saw Chen Fan comforting his niece, and I was still a little curious. Could it be that the two are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? When Yi Waner saw her aunt coming in, she stood up and took her arm. Aunt! Yi Waner's tone still contained a hint of grievance. Don't be unhappy, the problem outside has been resolved. Yi Qingcheng touched Yi Waner's head and said comfortingly. Aha! Yi Waner still acts like a child in front of her aunt. After all, Yi Qingcheng often took her with her when she was a child. So are you together now? Yi Qingcheng asked tentatively. Yi Qingcheng usually doesn't care much about other matters of her niece, but since this is related to her lifelong event, she has to care about it. Yi Waner simply nodded and admitted it. Only then did Chen Fan realize that the new manager he had hired was actually Yi Waner's aunt. This was too much of a coincidence. I quickly stood up and went over to say hello. Hello, aunt. Chen Fan said politely. Yi Qingcheng didn't expect that Chen Fan, as her boss, would be willing to bow down and say hello to her. Oh, no need to be so polite, just do as you wish. Yi Qingcheng said jokingly. After a while, all the dishes were served and Yi Qingcheng was ready to leave. Aunt, why don't we eat together? Chen Fan tried to persuade her. No, you guys eat, we'll get together again next time we have a chance. I have to go back to work now. After saying that, Yi Qingcheng turned around and left. Seeing this, the two of them tried not to try to keep him. Waner, try it and see if the food here is better or mine is better. Chen Fan picked up a piece of beef and put it in Yi Waner's bowl, then looked at her expectantly. Although he has systematic god-level cooking skills, he still feels a great sense of accomplishment when he hears Yi Waner praising him. Yi Waner picked up the beef and put it into her mouth, savoring it carefully. How about it? Well, I think your cooking is still the best. Yi Waner said seriously. Hearing this, Chen Fan was still very happy. Then let me cook for you from now on. After the two of them had eaten, Chen Fan took Yi Waner to the top floor of Cui Yuxuan. There are only 3 offices here, and the largest one is undoubtedly Chen Fan's. Look, this is my office. Chen Fan said, pointing to the largest office. After entering the office, Yi Waner sat directly on the office chair. Looking at such a large office, she couldn't help but exclaimed. This office is so big. When Yi Qingcheng, who was working next door, saw the two of them, she packed up the income and expenditure reports of the past few days and came over. After Yi Qingcheng handed the report form to Chen Fan, Yi Waner pulled her to the sofa next to them to reminisce about their childhood. Chen Fan, sitting in his office chair and looking through the income reports of the past few days, was also shocked. The daily turnover alone is as high as 80,000 yuan. Now, the income from Cui Yuxuan alone is enough for Chen Fan to live out his retirement, not to mention the system rewards. After a brief chat, Yi Qingcheng went back to work. Chen Fan then took Yi Waner home. After all, Cui Yuxuan would be open until very late, and Yi Qingcheng also told them to go back first. Time passed little by little, and soon the military training was over. We also had the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays, which added up to a total of 8 days. The two got up early in the morning and had a simple breakfast. Because I was preparing to go back to Chen Fan's home, I bought a lot of gifts last night. Chapter 17 Holiday. Chen Fan picked up a few boxes of mooncakes and a bunch of gifts and prepared to visit his mother-in-law first. Because it is very close, it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. Chen Fan's hometown is in a small village in Fengcheng, a full 3 hours drive from Demon City. Warner, take a look at what I'm missing. After all, this is my first time bringing anything to visit my mother-in-law. It's already very good. You're just short of moving your entire home there. Yi Warner said with a smile. Okay, let's go. Chen Fan was still very nervous. After all, it was his first formal visit to his mother-in-law. The two came to the parking lot, put their things in the trunk, and set off. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the community parking lot. Because it's just past 8 o'clock, you can still see a few old men practicing Tai Chi in the community. Yi Warner lives in a retro old-style residential building. The stairs inside are also old-fashioned and quite retro. Chen Fan followed Yi Warner, carrying several bags of gifts. When I arrived at the door of my house and was about to use the key to open it, the door was opened from the inside. Mom, we're back. As soon as the door opened, Yi Warner rushed over. The mother and daughter hugged each other for a moment and then separated. Auntie, this is the gift I brought you. Seeing the two of them separate, Chen Fan tactfully handed over the gift in his hand. Come if you want to, why bring anything? Don't bring anything next time. Zhang Suizhuan took the gift with a smile. It's my duty, it's my duty. Chen Fan said politely. Come on in, don't stand there like idiots. As soon as you enter the door, you can see that the TV, coffee table and other furniture are arranged neatly, and the whole room is full of warmth and comfort. After Zhang Suizhuan put the things away, several people sat on the sofa. Why don't I go buy some vegetables now? It's still early. Zhang Suizhuan said with a smile. Mom, after we deliver the things, we will go visit Chen Fan's parents and play there for a few days. Yi Warner approached Zhang Suizhuan and spoke softly. Then we have to go meet the parents. Zhang Suizhuan touched her chin, as if thinking about something. Auntie, my hometown is Fengcheng, which is 3 hours away from here. Chen Fan interjected. 3 hours. Let's eat before we go. I'll finish it early. After Zhang Suizhuan finished speaking, she prepared to go out to buy groceries. Auntie, let's go buy it together. Chen Fan and Yi Warner stood up and were about to go over when they were stopped by Zhang Suizhuan. You guys just play here, I can finish it quickly by myself. Hearing Zhang's mother say this, Chen Fan sat back on the sofa. Chen Fan, I'm so nervous. I'm afraid your parents won't like me when I go to your house. Yi Warner's face was full of worry. Don't worry, my parents are easy to talk to. I'm just afraid that I'll be the one who suffers. Chen Fan comforted. Ha ha ha. Yi Warner was amused by Chen Fan's words. Seeing that Yi Warner had relaxed, Chen Fan stood up and began to visit Yi Warner's home. This is a very typical 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Chen Fan came to the door and was about to open it. Yi Warner hurried over and stopped Chen Fan. Don't come in. Because the room in front of me was Yi Warner's, and it was full of my childhood things. I feel shy when I look at them now. All right. Chen Fan looked very aggrieved, and both of them turned around. While Yi Warner was not paying attention, Chen Fan opened the door and walked in. What comes into view is a room with pink as the main color. Various plush toys take up a large part of the space, and there are several Barbie dolls on the table. Seeing Chen Fan go into his room, Yi Warner walked over with a pout. I told you not to drive, but you still drove. I'm ignoring you now. Although Yi Warner's tone was a little angry, it was mostly due to shyness. Warner, you are wrong. I just want to know more about my wife. Chen Fan tugged at the corner of Yi Warner's clothes. Humph, who is your wife? Yi Warner said in a proud tone. You are my wife. Shame on you. Yi Warner pinched Chen Fan's waist, and Chen Fan cried out in pain. The next moment, the two of them were playing with Barbie dolls on the table, immersed in the fun. Until Zhang's mother came back from buying groceries and saw the two of them having a great time, she didn't disturb them and went to cook by herself. After a while, the meal was ready. Smelling the fragrance of the food, the two of them tactfully came out of the room. Go wash your hands and have dinner. Zhang's mother said to the two of them. Mother Zhang brought all the dishes to the table, all of which were Yi Warner's favorite dishes. Come, Xiaofan, try some of the dishes Auntie made. They are all home-cooked dishes. Zhang Suijuan now likes Chen Fan more and more and already regards him as half her own son. "Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious," Chen Fan said. "If it tastes good, eat more," Zhang Suijuan said gently. At this time, Yu Waner also sat next to Chen Fan and began to eat voraciously. "Waner, eat slowly. You've eaten so much that you look like a little cat." Zhang Suijuan wiped the rice off Yu Waner's face with her hand. "I haven't eaten my mother's cooking for a long time. I need to eat more." After that, Yu Waner said nothing and just ate. Although the food cooked by Zhang Suijuan is not as good as that of a 5-star chef, it is comfortable and has the taste of home. After dinner, it was already past 10 o'clock. Chen Fan wanted to help wash the dishes, but was rejected by Zhang Suijuan, who told them to rest for a while before setting off. After Zhang Suijuan finished washing the dishes, she followed the two to the parking lot and watched them leave. Chen Fan drove the Maybach towards Fengcheng. Along the way, Chen Fan introduced his hometown and his embarrassing childhood experiences to Yu Waner. As they were chatting, Chen Fan saw that no one was responding, so he looked in the rearview mirror and realized that Yu Waner had fallen asleep. 3 hours later, Chen Fan drove out of the toll station and stopped aside. Looking at Yu Waner, who was sleeping soundly in the back seat, he didn't have the heart to wake her up, so he took out his cell phone and called his mother Su Lanxin. "Hey, Mom, we're almost there." Chen Fan had sent a message before, saying that he would take Yu Waner back with him. "Okay, your dad and I have prepared the food and are waiting for you to come back." A gentle voice came from the phone. "I got on the highway at around 1 o'clock, and it's almost 5 o'clock now." "Okay, Mom, we'll be home in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan was about to start the car. "Are we home yet?" Yu Waner rubbed her hazy eyes and asked lazily. Looking at the scenery outside the window, there is a big sign with the word Fengcheng written on it. "Almost there, about 10 minutes left." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he started the car and drove towards home. Along the way, there are lush green fields and the air is filled with the scent of fresh earth. 10 minutes passed quickly and soon they arrived at Chen Fan's door. This is a 3-story self-built house. You can tell at a glance that 2 floors were added later. Chapter 18. You are going to be a grandfather. When Chen Fan arrived at the door and was about to take out the key to open it, the door opened from the inside. A middle-aged woman with an amiable face walked out. One could see that time had left shallow wrinkles on her face, but her neat short hair and eyes still revealed the spirit of her youth. "Mom, I'm back." Chen Fan subconsciously wanted to hug her. "My daughter is here. You must be exhausted from the journey." Su Lanxin simply ignored Chen Fan and greeted Yu Waner enthusiastically. "When you come here, treat this place as your own home. Don't be polite to Auntie." "Okay, Auntie," Yu Waner said nervously. "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Bring your stuff in." Seeing that Chen Fan was still standing there indifferently, Su Lanxin pointed at something outside and said, "Come on, girl, wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Su Lanxin pulled Yu Waner enthusiastically. "I know, Mom," Chen Fan said helplessly. Chen Fan's father, Chen Shanha, was washing dishes in the kitchen at this time. When he saw Yu Waner coming, he quickly packed the meal and walked out. "My daughter is here, hurry up and wash your hands and have a meal," Chen Shanha said enthusiastically. "Okay, uncle." Yu Waner was still a little nervous. After Chen Fan put his things away, he found that he seemed to be the outsider and could only shake his head helplessly. "Uncle and Aunt, these are the things I brought to you." Yu Waner took out health products and some things for middle-aged people and handed them over with a smile. "Come if you want to, but why bring so many things? Don't bring them next time." Although they said this, the two of them still accepted the things very happily. "Okay, let's eat." There were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table, including steamed spare ribs with fermented black beans, stir-fried loofah, steamed prawns, stir-fried razor clams with sour bamboo shoots, and corn spare ribs soup. "Girl, try it and see if it suits your taste." Su Lanxin picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in Yu Waner's bowl. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chen Fan sat down next to Yu Waner and started eating with big mouthfuls. "Xiao Fan, look at the way you eat, you look like a starving ghost." Su Lanxin had a look of disgust on her face. "Mom, I'm starving. Uncle and Aunt, the food is to my liking, I like it very much." Yu Waner showed a satisfied expression after tasting the dishes. Chen Fan was full quickly and was peeling shrimps for Yu Waner. After dinner, Chen Fan and Chen Shanha cleaned up the dishes and washed the dishes together. Su Lanxin pulled Yi Waner and sat on the sofa. Girl, how did you get to know my Xiaofan? Su Lanxin was also very curious about how her son, who was so dull-headed, could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Auntie, Chen Fan and I are classmates. We met at an event. Love at first sight. Yi Waner was very nervous. After all, she couldn't say that they met in a KTV and even got a room for the first time. It's love at first sight, so romantic. Su Lanxin said with a smile. On the other side, Chen Shanha put away the dishes while Chen Fan was washing them. You're great, kid. You brought your girlfriend home so quickly. Chen Shanha said with a smile. Seeing that Chen Fan looked absent-minded, Chen Shanha patted his shoulder. What's wrong, Dad? Chen Fan said in confusion. Why are you so absent-minded? You've rubbed the bowl so hard that it's almost peeled off. Chen Shanha pointed at the bowl in Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan let out a breath and decided to confess the fact that Yi Waner was pregnant. Dad, you have to be mentally prepared for what I'm going to say next. Still preparing yourself mentally. You are not going to do anything bad without telling us, are you? That's impossible. How dare I do that, right? Then tell me quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Chen Shanha urged. It's nothing, it's just that you're going to be a grandfather. Chen Fan touched his head and said softly. What's the big deal for me? I'm just a grandfather. What? Being a grandfather? Chen Shanha was stunned. He thought it was no big deal, but now he was told that he was going to be a grandfather. Anyone who heard it would be stunned for a while. You little brat, how did I educate you before? Let the girl get pregnant before marriage, how can you be so unjust to her? After saying that, Chen Shanha's hand appeared on Chen Fan's ear. Dad, be gentle. I like her and I will be responsible for her. Chen Fan said firmly. The two people on the other side heard the noise in the kitchen and also planned to come over to see what was going on. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chen Shanha holding Chen Fan's ear with his hand. Old Chen, why do you hit the child for no reason? Su Lanxin came over and pulled Chen Shanha's hand away. Let's talk slowly if there's anything. Seeing this, Chen Fan ran directly behind Yi Waner. Waner, you have to save me, otherwise I will be in trouble. Chen Fan whispered in Yi Waner's ear. Do you want to hear what your precious son has done to make a girl pregnant before marriage? Chen Shanha said in a bad tone. What? Come on, Chen Fan, come here, you little brat. When Su Lanxin heard the news, she was immediately furious and reached out her hand, intending to massage Chen Fan's other ear. Seeing Su Lanxin coming over and about to take action, Yi Waner stood in front of Chen Fan. Uncle and aunt, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on Chen Fan. I am also wrong. Yi Waner said aggrievedly. Girl, it's not your fault. It's all that boy's fault. Su Lanxin couldn't bear to see Yi Waner looking so pitiful, so she pulled her to sit on the sofa. Seeing that there was no one blocking Chen Fan, Chen Shanha picked up Chen Fan and walked out. Seeing Chen Fan and the other person coming out, Yi Waner also stood up tactfully. Chen Shanha sat next to Su Lanxin. Come, girl, sit on the stool. Su Lanxin pointed to the stool in front. Seeing this, Chen Fan also wanted to move a stool and sit down, but Su Lanxin's look froze him in place. You did something bad and now you want to sit still? Is there such a good thing? Su Lanxin said sarcastically. That's right, that's right. Chen Shanha echoed. Tell me, what's going on? Su Lanxin said with a serious face. Chen Fan took out the pregnancy test report he had prepared in advance from his pocket and handed it over. Su Lanxin took it and looked at the contents. 2 months pregnant with twins. The moment she saw the twins, Su Lanxin was about to laugh, but when she thought of the serious situation, she forced herself to hold it back. Chen Shanha was also very curious when he saw his wife like this, so he leaned over to take a look at the report. When he saw they were twins, he laughed out loud. Seeing that the serious atmosphere was broken, Su Lanxin directly twisted Chen Shanha's ear. Is it funny? Su Lanxin asked in an unfriendly tone. It's not funny. Chen Shanha simply covered his mouth. Chapter 19 for my daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Chen Fan and Yi Waner couldn't help laughing when they saw the two people playing around. The tense atmosphere at the scene disappeared in an instant. You can laugh too. Chen Shanha pointed at Chen Fan and said. After being scolded by Su Lanxin, Chen Shanha could only vent his anger on Chen Fan. Chen Fan shut up immediately. Stop joking, and try to hold the wedding before the new year. Su Lanxin said seriously. Yes, we have to hold the wedding earlier. Don't wait until your belly is too big and it will be difficult to handle. Chen Shanha continued to echo. Hearing what Chen Fan's parents said, Yu Wan'er blushed with shyness. By the way, the bride price cannot be less either. Su Lanxin said it directly after thinking about it. Yes, we will give it no matter how much the betrothal gift is. Chen Shanha echoed. Although Chen Fan's family is not very rich, they still have to express their attitude in the face of such a major event. Mom, I've thought about it all. I plan to have a grand wedding. Chen Fan said as he gestured. Just have this idea, but don't treat the girl badly. If you dare to bully the girl, I won't let you go. Chen Shanha gestured to Chen Fan. After listening to what Chen Fan and his family said, I was also very moved. Uncle and aunt, I like Chen Fan too. He is very kind to me and will never bully me. Yu Wan'er has seen Chen Fan's attitude towards her all along, so she trusts Chen Fan very much. Look at the girl. It has come to this. If you really let her down in the future, don't blame me for disowning you as my son. Su Lanxin said seriously. I will definitely treat Wan'er well in the future. I promise. Chen Fan's tone was firm. Seeing the two of them so sweet, Chen Fan's parents were also very pleased. Come, girl, sit here. Auntie wants to have a good chat with you. Su Lanxin stood up and pulled Yu Wan'er to sit next to her. My daughter, where do you live? Su Lanxin changed her attitude and said gently. I live in Shanghai. Yu Wan'er said stiffly. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little subtle, Su Lanxin said to the father and son, don't you two have something to talk about? Go quickly. Yes, I have something to say. Chen Shanha was also very tactful and pulled Chen Fan into the room. Then Su Lanxin went to her room, took out something wrapped in cloth, and returned to her original place. He opened it and took out a jade bracelet. The texture of this jade bracelet is soft and delicate, warm to the touch, and the bracelet body is transparent, which makes people feel happy just by looking at it. My daughter, this bracelet is an heirloom of our Chen family. Now I am giving it to you. As she said that, Su Lanxin was about to put the bracelet on Yu Wan'er. Auntie, this is too expensive. I can't accept it now. Yu Wan'er tried to stop her. As I should, who else should I give it to if I don't give it to my daughter, right? Seeing Su Lanxin say this, Yu Wan'er didn't stop her and let her put the bracelet on her hand. Later, Su Lanxin chatted with Yu Wan'er about family matters and some daily trivialities. When they talked about Chen Fan's embarrassing childhood experiences, the two smiled at each other. Yu Wan'er also gradually relaxed, and the restrained environment gradually disappeared. On the other side, Chen Shanha and Chen Fan were sitting on the bed. Chen Shanha looked at Chen Fan with a strange look. Dad, what are you looking at? Is there something dirty on me? Chen Fan asked with a puzzled look on his face. I was wondering how such a beautiful girl could fall for a fool like you. Judging from Chen Shanha's appearance, he was thinking very seriously. No, Dad, are you serious? With my temperament, it's natural for you to fall in love with me. Chen Fan said confidently. Come on. Chen Shanha showed a contemptuous expression. They chatted from about 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, and then Chen Fan took Yu Wan'er for a walk on the country road. The elderly couple, Su Lanxin and Chen Shanha, stayed at home watching TV series. Wan'er, you shouldn't be nervous now. The two held hands on the path, and the street lights in front of them lit up one after another. Well, I was very nervous at first, but after my aunt gave me the bracelet and talked to me a lot, I became less nervous. Yu Wan'er said as she showed the bracelet on her hand. This is a bracelet that has been passed down in our family for a long time. It seems that my mother really likes you. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yu Wan'er also smiled happily. On the other side, Su Lanxin was lying on the bed watching videos, while Chen Shanha was sitting on a small stool watching TV intently. Old Chen, can you please find a time for us to go visit my mother-in-law? Su Lanxin patted Chen Shanha, who was fascinated. Oh, let me check the time. Chen Shanha opened his cell phone and looked at the calendar. Then let's go 2 days before the end of the holiday. The two young people are about to go back. Chen Shanha thought about it seriously and said. Just those 2 days. Speaking of which, Wanner's father died when she was young. She must have lacked love and care. We can't treat her unfairly. After saying this, Su Lanxin choked up. If that brat Chen Fan dares to bully others, I will not let him off with the belt on my waist. Chen Shanha gestured. If he really dares to do this, I will definitely not let this brat off. In the evening, Chen Fan and Yi Wanner were tired from their walk and came back at around 9 o'clock. The room of the old couple Chen Shanha and Su Lanxin is on the first floor. When I came back, they were still watching TV. Seeing the two of them coming back, Su Lanxin quickly got up from the bed and came to Yi Wanner. My daughter, are you hungry? Do you want some midnight snack? Su Lanxin said kindly. Auntie, I'm not hungry. I'm just a little sleepy now. Yi Wanner said softly. Then go wash up and go to bed. I have cleaned up the rooms on the second floor. You can sleep in whichever room you want. After saying that, Yi Wanner walked to the suitcase, took out her clothes and went to take a shower. Son, come with me. Seeing that Yi Wanner had gone to take a shower, Su Lanxin pulled Chen Fan into the room. Seeing the two people come in, Chen Shanha also moved over. Su Lanxin took out a bank card from a box. Son, take it. There are 200,000 in this card. Although it's not much, it is the money your father and I have saved for you to get married. Su Lanxin said earnestly. Mom, no need. I have money. You can keep it for yourself. Chen Fan waved his hand to refuse. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Chen Shanha grabbed the card and stuffed it into Chen Fan's pocket. Take it. This is not for you. It's for our daughter-in-law. Chen Shanha's tone was firm and he would not tolerate any refusal. Yes, it's for our daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Su Lanxin echoed. After hearing what his parents said, Chen Fan accepted it. He couldn't disappoint his parents, right? Okay, it's getting late. My daughter has finished her bath, so you should also take a bath and go to bed. Seeing that Yi Wanner had finished washing, Chen Fan went to the suitcase to take out clothes and went to take a shower. Chapter 20 You sleep on the floor. After Chen Fan finished taking a shower, he saw that the two elders had turned off the lights and Yi Wanner had also gone upstairs, so he turned off the lights and went upstairs. When I went to the second floor, I saw that Yi Wanner didn't choose her room. I went to her door and saw her watching videos. Good night, my dear Wanner. Chen Fan said lovingly. Good night, you big idiot Chen Fan. Yi Wanner made a face. After saying good night to Yi Wanner, he returned to his room and lay on the bed. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded from Chen Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the approval of both parents. Reward, Grandmaster level of the enemy catching fist skill. After accumulating 10 days of training, you can upgrade to a Grandmaster. Chen Fan lay on the bed, looking at the system's reward, feeling a little dazed. If this enemy capturing fist skill is combined with physical enhancement, then if someone provokes you in the future, you will be able to defeat the opponent in minutes. As Chen Fan was thinking, his eyes closed involuntarily. However, more than 10 minutes later, a text message on the mobile phone suddenly rang for a long time, waking Chen Fan from his dream. Oh my god, who is bombarding me with text messages so late at night? Chen Fan looked hopeless. But when he picked up the phone, he found that the messages were from Yi Wanner, and there were about 20 or 30 messages in total. Are you there? Chen Fan, can I go to your room? Dozens of emoticons were posted afterwards. It was this continuous vibration that woke Chen Fan up. Wanner, then come over. Chen Fan replied. After replying the message, Chen Fan turned on the light in his room. When he arrived at the door, he saw Yi Wanner running towards him wrapped in a quilt, and she bumped into Chen Fan head-on. Wanner, what happened? Chen Fan comforted. Then he took Yi Wanner to sit on the bed. It seemed like something was screaming outside the window of my room. It scared me and I couldn't sleep. Yi Wanner said in a trembling voice. After saying that, she threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, looking really frightened. I'll go see what it is. After saying that, Chen Fan was about to get up and go over to take a look, but Yi Wanner suddenly grabbed the corner of Chen Fan's clothes. Seeing Yi Wanner's pitiful appearance, Chen Fan couldn't bear to leave her here alone. Wanner, then you follow me. Chen Fan said, turning around. Yeah. Yi Wanner nodded. When the two came to Yi Wanner's room, they could indeed hear some strange noises. Hearing the call, Yuaner moved closer to Chen Fan, almost sticking to him. Chen Fan opened the window and looked outside. He could not see anything except a few big trees standing there, and behind them were mountains. It took Chen Fan a while to hear that it was the cry of an owl mixed with the sounds of some insects. Don't be afraid, it's just the sounds of owls and some insects. Chen Fan touched Yuaner's head and comforted her. It turned out to be an owl. I thought it was some monster hooting. It's getting late, I'm going back to bed. Chen Fan was really sleepy and was about to turn around and leave. Can I go to your room and sleep together? Yuaner pulled the corner of Chen Fan's clothes and asked in a low voice. Because every once in a while, there would be shouting outside for a few minutes, which made the room feel eerie. Seeing that Yuaner was still a little frightened, Chen Fan agreed. Then let's sleep together. After saying that, Chen Fan picked up Yuaner and returned to his room. The moment he picked her up, Chen Fan could clearly feel Yuaner's breathing. Perhaps because they were too close, both of them blushed with shyness. After gently placing Yuaner on his bed, Chen Fan was preparing to go to bed and sleep with her. I didn't say I would sleep in the same bed with you. You sleep on the floor. Yuaner joked. Can you bear to let your husband sleep on the floor? Chen Fan put on a pitiful expression. Ha, how can you not bear it? Yuaner said with a smile. Seeing that Yuaner was no longer so scared, Chen Fan prepared to spread the quilt on the floor. I'm just kidding. How can I bear to let you sleep on the floor? I knew my wife wouldn't do this to me. After saying that, Chen Fan turned off the lights and jumped onto the bed. Chen Fan gently embraced Yuaner in his arms. They felt each other's body temperature and both blushed. This was the first time the two of them slept in the same bed since the last time. Soon Yuaner fell asleep in Chen Fan's arms. On the contrary, Chen Fan was a little nervous and couldn't fall asleep. It was not until half an hour later that Yuaner changed her position and Chen Fan fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Chen Fan got up and saw that Yuaner was still asleep. He looked at her delicate little face. He just lowered his head and kissed her. Seeing that Yuaner had no reaction, Chen Fan got up and changed his clothes. Chen Fan, what time is it? Yuaner asked in a daze. Maybe it was because the noise I made when I got up was a little loud and woke her up. Yuaner, it's 8 o'clock. Chen Fan looked at the time and responded. When Yuaner heard that it was already 8 o'clock, she jumped out of bed. Yuaner thought that this was her first time at Chen Fan's parents' house, and she couldn't get up so late and leave a bad impression on them. Yuaner, slow down, don't fall. Seeing Yuaner's big reaction, Chen Fan went over and supported her. Turn around quickly. I want to change my clothes. Yuaner pushed Chen Fan. Let's just change it like this. We are an old couple, right? Chen Fan said with a smirk. Who calls you and your husband an old couple? Turn around quickly, or I will be angry. Yuaner pretended to be angry. Okay, I'll turn around. Hearing that Yuaner was about to get angry, Chen Fan turned around obediently. After they packed up, they went downstairs together. The two elders were busy. Su Lanqin was killing a chicken, and Chen Shanha was boiling water. Girl, you got up so early. There's porridge cooking over there, go eat it while it's hot. Chen Shanha said kindly when he saw the two people coming down. Okay, thank you uncle. Don't be polite, just treat this as your own home. Chen Shanha said in a gentle manner. What about me, Dad? Chen Fan looked at Chen Shanha expectantly. As you wish. Chen Shanha's attitude changed suddenly. Well, now that I have a daughter-in-law, I have really forgotten about my son. After quickly washing up, Chen Fan served 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat porridge, came to the dining table, and handed 1 bowl to Yuaner. It tastes very good. Yuaner praised after taking a few bites. Su Lanqin, who was killing a chicken, saw her daughter-in-law wake up, so she tidied herself up and walked over. My girl, it's delicious, right? Su Lanqin looked at Yuaner and said expectantly. Auntie, it's delicious. Have you eaten it? Yuaner asked politely. We have all eaten, you guys eat more. By the way, Xiaofan, whose car is parked at the door? Su Lanqin suddenly remembered and asked Chen Fan. Chapter 21 Isn't it eating your own saliva? Su Lanqin pulled Chen Fan, who was drinking porridge, aside. Mom, I forgot to tell you that this is the car I bought. This is the car we drove when Yuaner and I came back yesterday. Chen Fan explained. After hearing this, Su Lanxin's mind was filled with question marks. When did my son buy the car? How come I had no idea about it? This car looks very expensive, Xiaofan. Where did you get so much money to buy it? Su Lanxin looked nervous, fearing that her son must have done something illegal to have so much money. Mom, don't worry. I made a lot of money from investing recently. It definitely came from a legitimate source. Chen Fan explained seriously. As long as you are nice to Yuaner and the baby, you can get rewards, which should be considered an investment. That's good. We can be poor, but we must not do anything illegal. After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Su Lanxin's attitude softened. Go and have some porridge. Your dad has boiled some water. I'm going to go kill the chicken. After talking to Chen Fan, Su Lanxin put on her gloves and continued to kill the chicken. After drinking the porridge, Chen Fan cleaned up the dishes and prepared to visit Tang Yu's house. Mom, Waner and I are going to Tang Yu's house to play now. Chen Fan talked to Su Lanxin, then picked up 2 boxes of mooncakes and set off with Yi Waner. Come back early, otherwise you will miss dinner. Su Lanxin responded. Tang Yu's home is only 200 meters away from Chen Fan's home, and it can be reached in a short walk. His house is also a self-built house, but later it was expanded to 4 floors. When I arrived at Tang Yu's house, the door was open. I looked inside and saw a middle-aged man lying on a recliner looking at his phone. This person is Tang Yu's father Tang Zeshan. Uncle Tang, these are the mooncakes I brought for you. Chen Fan walked up to him and handed over the mooncake in his hand. Xiao Fan, you're back so early. When Tang Zeshan saw that the person coming was Chen Fan, he stood up and took the mooncake. Uncle Tang, Tang Yu hasn't come back yet? No, that brat said he wouldn't be home until the afternoon. Xiao Fan, are you bringing your girlfriend home to meet your parents? Uncle, hello, I am Chen Fan's girlfriend Yi Waner. Yi Waner said politely. That's great. This girl is so pretty. Uncle Tang, since Tang Yu hasn't come back yet, let's go play first. Why don't you stay for dinner before leaving? Tang Zeshan tried to persuade him. No need, my mother is killing chickens at home. Then I won't keep you here. I'll tell you when Tang Yu comes back. After saying goodbye to Tang Zeshan, Chen Fan prepared to take Yi Waner to visit his own fields. Chen Fan, where are you taking me? Seeing that Chen Fan was pulling him and not knowing where he was going, he couldn't help but ask. Secret. Seeing Chen Fan's mysterious look, Yi Waner was also very curious. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and Yi Waner came to a field. From this perspective, this large piece of land is at least 20 acres, and some of the fields are already full of vegetables. There is a clear stream next to it, and you can see the bottom at a glance. Chen Fan, is this large area all ours? Yi Waner asked. How is that possible? It's such a large area that even our family can't finish planting it. Chen Fan took Yi Waner to a small piece of land. This is the only piece of land we own, just 2 mu. Chen Fan pointed to the small area. Yes, this place is so big, how can we possibly plant everything? Yi Waner said with a silly smile. What kind of vegetables are planted here? I can't tell at all. Can you tell me? Yi Waner became curious. The two of them found a slightly raised mound of earth and sat down on it. This is my strong point. Back then, I was a good farmer and all the neighbors praised me. Chen Fan said proudly. Why don't I believe it? Just keep blowing it as much as you can. Yi Waner's eyes were full of doubt. You don't believe it, right? Then I can only show my true strength. Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves. We grow 3 kinds of vegetables at home: carrots, white radishes, and garlic. Chen Fan pointed to 3 places respectively. Like this one with pinnate compound leaves and more shredded leaves, it's carrots. The leaves are pinnately divided, and the ones with larger leaves are white radish. The leaves are flat and lanceolate, and the pointed ones are garlic. Chen Fan introduced to Yi Waner seriously. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Yi Waner praised. That's right. I figured all of this out when I was a kid. Then, the two walked to the end of the field and saw a large sugarcane field in front of them. Chen Fan, I want to eat sugarcane. When Yi Waner saw the sugarcane, she immediately became greedy. Wait a minute, I'll go ask the lady in front if I can get one to try. Just as Chen Fan was about to step forward, he was stopped by Yi Waner. This is not good. We don't even know him. Yi Waner said in a low voice. What's the big deal? People in our village are very hospitable. When I was a child, I often asked others for sugarcane to eat. Chen Fan said calmly. After saying that, Chen Fan stepped forward and shouted to the old lady. Auntie, can we get a piece of sugarcane to try? Whether you can get it down or not, I have a knife here to help you cut one off. After saying that, the old lady cut off a piece of sugarcane and took it over. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Fan thanked. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Waner behind also shouted loudly. It's okay, there are plenty of them. The old lady said with a smile. After cutting the sugarcane into several pieces, the old lady went back to work in the fields. Goodbye, Auntie. The two waved and prepared to go back. Chen Fan, the sugarcane is so hard, I can't bite it. Yi Waner chewed on the sugarcane for a long time, but only suffered superficial injuries. Give it to me, I'll help you chew off the skin. Chen Fan grabbed the sugarcane and gnawed off the shell in just a few bites. Seeing the scene, Yi Waner immediately started to imagine a lot. There is still some of his saliva left on the sugarcane. Doesn't this mean that Chen Fan is eating his own saliva? Thinking of this, Yi Waner's face turned red. Here, I'll help you chew off the skin. It should be easier to chew now. Chen Fan handed the sugarcane over, and saw that Yi Waner didn't take it for a long time. Then he saw that her face turned red. Waner, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Chen Fan touched Yi Waner and immediately came back to his senses. I'm fine. Yi Waner responded and took the sugarcane and started chewing it. Waner, how is it, sweet or not? Yeah, very sweet. Seeing Yi Waner chewing the food so happily, Chen Fan's expression was also very doting. At this time, the system's voice sounded again in Chen Fan's mind. Chapter 22. See if you dare to do it again. Ding. The host explained agricultural knowledge to Yi Waner. Reward, Grandmaster level planting technology, upgrade to Grandmaster level after 10 days, and give a bag of radish seeds. Note, this radish has special effects, please experience it yourself. As soon as the system finished speaking, a small bag appeared in Chen Fan's pocket. Chen Fan couldn't figure out what the purpose of this planting technology was. Was it for him to go farming? Only this radish seed is useful, but it seems that due to the lack of systematic planting technology, this radish cannot be grown. Later, I can cultivate a small piece of land in the villa to grow this radish. When they got home, the food had just been prepared, so it was time to eat. Where did you two go? Your pants are covered in mud. Go clean it up before eating. Su Lanxin pointed at their pants and urged. The two walked around in the field, and inevitably some mud got on their pants. After a while, the two went upstairs to change their pants and came to the dining table. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, including braised pork, boiled chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried lettuce, and old hen soup. Come, girl, try this old hen soup. This is from the chicken we raised at home. Su Lanxin filled a bowl of soup and handed it to Yi Waner. Thank you, Auntie. Yi Waner took the bowl politely. You still call me Auntie? Isn't it time to change your way of speaking? Su Lanxin said kindly. After all, the Chinese New Year is only 2 or 3 months away, so they have to hold their wedding before then. Thank you, Mom. Yi Waner said a little shyly. Hey, drink it now. During the meal, Yi Waner's bowl was never empty and she tasted almost every dish. In the end, it was Chen Fan who helped to finish the remaining dishes. After lunch, Yi Waner wanted to help clean up the dishes, but was stopped by Su Lanxin. My daughter, you go and have a rest. Leave this to me. Su Lanxin said gently. Hearing his mother say this, Chen Fan took Yi Waner's hand and returned to his room. Arriving at Chen Fan's room, Yi Waner began to carefully inspect the items in the room. It was too late yesterday and she didn't have time to take a closer look. The desk was full of books, but those comic books stood out particularly. There were also posters of several anime characters on the wall. Chen Fan, you are still reading these comics, so childish. Yi Waner said playfully. I watched these when I was a kid, so they shouldn't be considered childish. Chen Fan walked over and hugged Yi Waner from behind while she was sitting on the chair. Wife, you just called me mom, so now it's time for you to call me husband. Chen Fan leaned close to Yi Waner's ear and whispered. The sudden approach caught Yi Waner off guard and her face turned red to her ears. Let go first. Yi Waner said shyly. Call me husband and I'll let you go. Chen Fan said with a wicked smile. Husband? Yi Waner's voice was a little stuttering, but more of it was shyness. Hey, wife. Chen Fan responded happily and then released his hands. Chen Fan. Yi Waner reacted quickly. She stood up and pushed Chen Fan onto the bed, scratching his waist with her hand. Chen Fan was so happy that he was almost overjoyed. Yi Waner seemed to have discovered Chen Fan's weakness, and she became even more presumptuous. Let's see if you dare to threaten me again in the future. Yi Waner said in a proud tone. I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore. My wife Waner, please let me go. Chen Fan begged for mercy. The two of them played around on the bed for a while. Apparently she was tired from playing and fell asleep unknowingly. Chen Fan looked at Yi Waner's delicate little face, ruffled her hair, kissed her forehead, and then fell asleep together. The time soon came to 3:30 in the afternoon, and this time Yi Waner got up first. After getting up and looking at Chen Fan who was sleeping soundly, a bad idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Then Yi Waner tiptoed to the desk, found a black thick-tipped pen, and returned to the bed. He started working on Chen Fan's face and drew him into a big tabby cat. Puff! After finishing the painting, Yi Waner looked at Chen Fan's face and couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing the laughter, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Wife, what are you laughing at? Chen Fan said in a daze. It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something fun. Yi Waner said while suppressing a smile. Then tell me what happened. Chen Fan said as he approached. You'll know in a moment. Seeing Yi Waner looking mysterious, Chen Fan didn't ask any more questions. The two of them went down to the living room on the first floor and saw the two elders watching the short play together. The two elders were so engrossed in it that they didn't notice it until Chen Fan and the others walked up to them. Su Lanqin saw the two people coming towards her and looked up. Chen Fan's face was painted like a big tabby cat, and he immediately burst out laughing. Mom, what are you laughing at? Chen Fan asked curiously. Yi Waner on the side couldn't help but laugh too. Mr. Chen, look at your son's face. He looks like a big tabby cat. Ha ha ha. Su Lanqin didn't forget to laugh a few times at the end. You young people really know how to have fun, Chen Shanha joked. Only then did Chen Fan react. He touched his face and only rubbed off a few black marks on his hands. Yi Waner. Chen Fan pretended to be angry. Yi Waner had already hidden behind Su Lanqin and was making faces at Chen Fan. Chen Fan could only go to the kitchen and wash his face. Then Chen Fan quietly came behind Yi Waner, hugged her from behind, and rubbed the remaining water on his face on Yi Waner's face. Let's see if you dare to play tricks on me next time. Chen Fan whispered in Yi Waner's ear. He, I'll dare to do it again next time. Yi Waner said with a smile. Chen Fan couldn't do anything about Yi Waner. After all, she was his wife. What else could he do but spoil her? When the two elders saw the scene, they suddenly felt itchy all over and went back to their room together. After noticing the reactions of the two elders, Yi Waner realized belatedly that the two of them seemed to be a little too ambiguous. Yi Waner directly punched Chen Fan's chest with her little fist, and Chen Fan also cooperated very well. Time came to dinner time. Seeing that there were not enough dishes, Chen Fan went into the kitchen and prepared 2 more dishes himself, a serving of Kung Pao chicken and Fingqing's specialty fried stuffed 3 treasures. Xiao Fan, when did your cooking skills become so good? Su Lanqin knew that her son could cook, but this was completely different from the last time. Mom, I studied it carefully later, of course it tastes good. Waner, try our specialty, stuffed 3 treasures. Chen Fan picked up a piece of stuffed tofu and put it in Yi Waner's bowl. Yeah, it's really delicious. Yi Waner tasted a piece and felt very satisfied. After dinner, Chen Fan received a message from Tang Yu, saying that he had arrived home. Chapter 23 Charge. The two agreed to meet at Times Square at 8 o'clock. Chen Fan took Yi Waner for a leisurely walk, and at about 8 o'clock they walked leisurely towards Times Square. When we arrived at Times Square, we saw a huge TV in front of us with a movie playing on it. Many people had brought their own stools to watch the movie. Brother Fan, look over here. Tang Yu waved at Chen Fan from a distance. Seeing Tang Yu waving at him, Chen Fan pulled Yi Waner over. When they got closer, they saw that his girlfriend Shin Yu was also there. Old Tang, why did you come home so late? Chen Fan stepped forward and hugged Tang Yu's shoulders. I just stayed at my girlfriend's house for a day. Hello, nice to see you again. Yi Wan'er greeted warmly. Hello, sister-in-law. Tang Yu responded. The few of them exchanged brief greetings. The two girls saw bumper cars to play with in front of them, so they asked Chen Fan and Tang Yu to go over and take a look. There was a big circle there, and there were still a lot of people playing inside. Chen Fan and Tang Yu walked to the front and found the boss, while the two women were standing aside and watching others play. Boss, how much is the charge? Chen Fan asked. The bosses in front of me were a young couple who looked like a couple. The big one is 45 yuan, the small one is 25 yuan, and it takes 1 hour to play once, said the young man. Then help me open 2 big ones. Chen Fan said after thinking about it. Yes. Yes. Tang Yu agreed. Then he looked at Chen Fan and smiled. No problem. After Chen Fan paid the money, the young boss pulled out 2 larger bumper cars. Let's go, it's time to go play. Chen Fan called the 2 girls over. The 2 came over and saw that there were only 2 bumper cars, 2-seater ones at that, and they looked at their boyfriends with questioning eyes. Xin Yu immediately came up with an idea and whispered something in Yi Wan'er's ear. The 2 of them hit it off and got on a bumper car at the same time. You 2 sit together, we're leaving first. Xin Yu and Yi Wan'er shouted together. The 2 girls started the bumper car and drove away, leaving only a blurry rear end for Chen Fan and Tang Yu. Chen Fan and Tang Yu looked at each other and were speechless. Are they already so familiar with each other? Tang Yu asked Chen Fan speechlessly. We don't understand the world of girls, so let's get in the car first. Chen Fan and Tang Yu were forced to get on a car. After a while, they arrived at the big platform. Because Yi Wan'er and Xin Yu's car was pink and very eye-catching, they could be seen where they were at a glance. Come on, brother Fan, let's go over to their place. Because this bumper car has 2 seats, one controls the speed and the other controls the direction, there was no coordination between the 2 people at the beginning. Go! Chen Fan and Tang Yu shouted loudly. Although some of the past was a bit awkward, at least it can be overcome. They are chasing us, let's run. Yi Wan'er said excitedly. Okay. Press the accelerator to the bottom. Xin Yu said as if facing a great enemy. The 4 of them staged a chase contest here, and the 2 grown men could only see the back of their cars after chasing for a long time. No, brother Fan, can you do this? You are really going too far. Tang Yu couldn't catch up with them after watching for a long time, so he started to complain. If you can do it, then go ahead. Well, this thing is really hard to control. Chen Fan directly retorted. I'll do it if I want. The 2 quickly switched positions, and Tang Yu, who was originally full of confidence, was also hit head-on by reality. No, old Tang, you can't do this. Chen Fan immediately mocked. They must be cheating. How can they run so fast? Tang Yu saw that he was also driving crookedly, and could only attribute the reason to them driving too fast. Come on, if you are a newbie, just practice more. Chen Fan added. An hour passed quickly. When preparing to leave, Yi Wan'er and Xin Yu still seemed to be feeling a little reluctant to leave. Brother Fan, why don't we go have a midnight snack? Tang Yu patted Chen Fan. Then let's go to Aunt Yang's store. We haven't been there for a long time. Aunt Yang's late-night snack shop was a shop that Chen Fan and Tang Yu frequented when they were in junior high school. In the past, 3 or 5 people would come here to have a meal with some pocket money. The 2 girls felt a little hungry, so they agreed to go out for a midnight snack together. Aunt Yang's store was only a few hundred meters away from Times Square, and it took them about 10 minutes to walk there. A few people came to the late-night snack shop, and there were already 2 or 3 tables of customers sitting in front of the door. A middle-aged woman saw the guests and hurried over to invite them to sit down. This person is Aunt Yang. Just order whatever you want to eat. After saying that, he tore off a piece of menu paper and handed it over. Aunt Yang, don't you remember us? Tang Yu spoke first. After hearing this, Aunt Yang began to look at them carefully. Hey, it's Xiao Fan and Xiao Yu, they're back from vacation. Yeah, it's been a long time since I had the midnight snack made by Aunt Yang, so I came here to reminisce the taste. Chen Fan interjected. You've grown into young adults now. I almost couldn't recognize you too. Aunt Yang sighed. Hello, Aunt Yang. Yi Wan'er and Xin Yu greeted together. Hello. It's great that I have a girlfriend. After a brief greeting, they decided on the dishes to order. We ordered 2 bowls of fried rice noodles, a serving of chicken feet, a serving of fried snails, and a casserole porridge. Brother Fan, sister-in-law, are you going to meet our parents so soon? Tang Yu asked. We are planning to hold the wedding before the new year, so meeting the parents is nothing. Chen Fan said seriously. Is this true? Tang Yu had a look of disbelief on his face, and Xin Yu next to him looked at the two of them in confusion. You're still in college, and you're getting married so soon? Really? Yi Wan'er responded. After hearing the response from the person involved, Tang Yu and Xin Yu began to believe it a little. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. We should hold the wedding as soon as possible. Chen Fan explained. Not until they heard these words did Tang Yu and Xin Yu completely believe the fact that they were going to get married. Brother Fan, sister-in-law, you two are really doing great things quietly. Tang Yu said in shock. You must get a big red envelope then. Chen Fan said with a smile. That's absolutely necessary. We are so close to each other. Tang Yu smiled. Sister Wan'er, are you really pregnant? Xin Yu asked Yi Wan'er as he approached her. Yeah. Yi Wan'er nodded shyly. That's amazing. Xin Yu showed some envy. I will definitely give you a big red envelope when the time comes. Xin Yu said with a smile. Thank you, sister. Yi Wan'er said shyly. The midnight snack was served soon and everyone was half full. Before leaving, Tang Yu and Xin Yu suggested going on a picnic together the next day. Chen Fan and Yi Wan'er readily agreed, and then went back to their respective homes. Chapter 24 Picnic. It was already 10:30 when they returned home. Yi Wan'er was also very sleepy and fell asleep as soon as she got on the bed. Chen Fan lay quietly beside her and fell asleep together. The next morning, the two briefly told Su Lanxin and Chen Shanha about today's plan and then hurried out. I made an appointment with Tang Yu and the others to meet at the shopping mall. After all, a picnic requires a lot of preparation. After a while, several people arrived at the mall. Brother Fan, look, I have listed what I want to buy. Tang Yu handed over a list. It clearly stated on it that there were barbecue grills, folding tables and chairs, garbage bags, and a lot of ingredients and seasonings. Not bad, old Tang, you've done your homework very well. Chen Fan praised. Yi Wan'er also gave a thumbs up. By the way, Brother Fan, why don't you buy 2 fishing rods? There is a small river over there where you can go fishing. Tang Yu suddenly remembered and said to Chen Fan. Sure, I'm itching to try a few catches. Chen Fan seemed a little excited. Soon, several people bought these things separately, and Chen Fan also bought 2 telescopic fishing rods. Brother Fan, sister-in-law, please take my car. Tang Yu subconsciously thought that Chen Fan didn't have a car, so he invited them to ride in his car. Tang Yu's car is a Volkswagen Magotan, which was bought by his family when he got his driver's license. After all, Tang Yu's family conditions are not too bad. Why don't you all take my car together? Chen Fan said suddenly. Tang Yu was also very surprised when he heard this. Brother Fan, when did you buy a car? Tang Yu asked. I just bought it not long ago, and I'm afraid it will get dusty if I don't use it for a long time. Chen Fan said casually. Tang Yu followed Chen Fan doubtfully. After walking a short distance, they arrived at Chen Fan's doorstep and could see the Maybach parked at the door at a glance. Oh my god, Brother Fan! The moment Tang Yu saw the Maybach, he rushed over to admire its appearance. Brother Fan, this is so handsome! Tang Yu said in surprise. After all, this is a Maybach, which is very different from his own car. In addition, Tang Yu himself loves cars very much, so he would definitely not be able to remain calm when he saw the Maybach. Xin Yu on the side was also very surprised. After all, if you told others that a student owned a Maybach, no one would believe it. After they put their things in the trunk, Chen Fan's parents also came out. After Tang Yu and Xin Yu briefly greeted each other, they prepared to set off. Have fun, but be sure to stay safe. Before leaving, Su Lanxin did not forget to give instructions to everyone. After the 2 girls got to the back seat, Chen Fan was stopped by Tang Yu when he was about to get on the bus. Brother Fan, let me drive. Tang Yu looked at Chen Fan expectantly. Then I'll open it for you. Looking at Tang Yu's expectant eyes, Chen Fan couldn't bear to refuse. Thank you, Godfather. Tang Yu excitedly ran to the driver's seat, and Chen Fan was also amused by Tang Yu's actions. Along the way, the car was driving smoothly, and music was playing inside the car. Everyone was singing and dancing, so happy. It took nearly half an hour to drive to the picnic destination. As soon as we got off the car, a fresh breath rushed into everyone's nose. The surroundings were full of towering trees, and there was a clear stream in front, which was refreshing to look at. Okay, this is a feng shui treasure land that I have been looking for a long time. Tang Yu said with his arms open. You are amazing, old Tang. You can find such a great place. Chen Fan praised without reservation. It's really good. The two girls also praised. This greatly satisfied Tang Yu's vanity. Then Chen Fan and Tang Yu took the prepared things out of the car and placed them neatly. The two girls held hands and admired the beautiful scenery around them. The time soon came to 10 o'clock, and everyone had a clear division of labor. The two girls were responsible for washing the ingredients, Tang Yu was responsible for making the fire and setting up the stove, and Chen Fan was responsible for cooking. Because everyone planned to have a barbecue in the afternoon, they just made a few dishes to get by at noon. After lunch, Chen Fan and Tang Yu excitedly took out their fishing rods and small stools and walked to the river. Ding! It was detected that the host and Yi Waner were having a picnic. Reward: Grandmaster level wilderness survival skills. Upgrade to Grandmaster in 10 days. Just as I walked over, the system voice rang again. Many survival skills suddenly flooded into Chen Fan's mind, and it took him some time to digest them all. Chen Fan and Tang Yu found a place with high water level, set out a small stool, and prepared the bait. I threw the first shot with full confidence. Tang Yu said excitedly. Old Tang, let's see who can catch the fish first. Come on. Chen Fan used the fishing skills in his survival skills and quickly caught the first fish by constantly changing directions. I caught a fish. I caught a fish. It looks like a big fish. Chen Fan shouted excitedly while turning the fishing rod in his hand, sometimes reeling in and sometimes pulling. After a while, the big fish's strength was exhausted. The moment the fish emerged from the water, Chen Fan saw that it was a big grasscarp. Seeing that the big fish was about to reach the shore, Tang Yu quickly took out the scoop net and helped to scoop it up. Brother Fan, you are really awesome. This fish must weigh more than 5 kilograms. Tang Yu waited with his hand. When the two girls saw the fish was caught, they came over together. Wow! Who have you caught such a big fish? Xin Yu asked in surprise. Hee, this is what Brother Fan caught, but I should have fish on my hook soon. Tang Yu looked confident. Husband, you are so awesome. Yi Waner also praised. Hey, that's it. That's it. Hearing Yi Waner's praise, Chen Fan's lips almost curled up to the sky. The two girls behind also brought a small stool over and watched the two men fishing. An hour passed. There were already 5 fish in Chen Fan's bucket, while there was only 1 fish in Tang Yu's bucket, which almost broke his mentality. After fishing, the group returned to the camp. I took out the folding bed I had bought in advance, spread it out on the ground, and took a short nap. At around 3 o'clock, Chen Fan and Tang Yu were building a small mound of earth because they bought 2 chickens and several sweet potatoes and taro. After burning under the pile of earth for half an hour, the two men wrapped the ingredients and seasonings in tin foil and threw them in. After finishing all this, several people prepared to go for a barbecue, still following the division of labor for lunch. Chen Fan processed the fish skillfully and put it on the grill to grill. An hour passed. After everyone had a simple meal of barbecue and grilled fish to fill their stomachs, Chen Fan and Tang Yu turned over the pile of soil, picked out the tin foil inside, and put it into a basin. It's time to eat. Chen Fan shouted. Then he placed the large basin on the tablecloth and tore off the tin foil. Chapter 25. Of course I will always be with you. The moment the tin foil was torn off, the fragrance spread directly 10 miles away. The juice of the baked chicken is overflowing, and the skin looks crispy and the meat is tender. The sweet potatoes and taro have a faint aroma of firewood, which makes people salivate at the sight. Wow! It smells so good. Yi Waner couldn't help but exclaim. Let's start. Tang Yu said happily. There were 2 chickens, just enough for each person to have a chicken leg, and everyone looked very satisfied after eating them. A bite of chicken leg and a sip of Coke, it feels so good. Tang Yu said with a look of enjoyment. After finishing the meal, several people brought small stools to the river and sat down to watch the sunset. Husband, will you always be with me in the future? Yi Waner asked softly, leaning on Chen Fan's shoulder. Wife, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course I will always be with you and love you. Chen Fan looked at Yi Waner with a doting face. Hey, we both got goosebumps after hearing this. Tang Yu and Shin Yu touched each other's arms, and were really annoyed by the two of them. As it gradually got dark, the few of them cleaned up the surroundings, packed up the things and put them in the car. Let's go. It's getting late. It's time to go back, Chen Fan said. They soon arrived at Tang Yu's house. After giving him 2 fish to take back, Chen Fan and Yuaner also returned to their homes. Chen Fan took out the key, opened the door, and shouted, "We're back." "You're back, did you have fun, girl?" When Su Lanxin heard the sound, she walked out of the room and came to Yuaner. "We had a lot of fun," Yuaner said with a smile. Seeing that he was ignored again, Chen Fan immediately took out his trump card. "Mom, look what this is." Chen Fan directly raised the bag in his hand. Chen Shanha behind him took the bag and took a look. "Oh my god, son, where did you get such a big fish?" Chen Shanha said in surprise. "Of course I went fishing," Chen Fan said proudly. "Of course, this grass carp looks like it weighs about 4 or 5 kilograms. Chen Shanha praised. "My son is so amazing, he can catch such a big fish every time he goes out for fun. Lao Chen, go put the fish in the basin and make pickled fish tomorrow." After Su Lanxin finished speaking, she patted Chen Shanha. Chen Shanha happily took the fish into the kitchen. "Come, Waner, come and sit here." Su Lanxin pulled Yuaner to sit on the sofa. "When you and Xiaofan return to the Magic City, we 2 old people plan to visit your mother. When the time comes, you can give her a call to ask when she is free, so that she won't leave empty-handed." "Okay, Mom, I'll call my mom now." After Yuaner finished speaking, she took out her cell phone, opened the address book, and called. After ringing for a few seconds, the phone was connected. "Hello, Waner, what's wrong?" A gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mom, when Chen Fan and I return to the Magic City, his parents plan to visit you. You should be free during those 2 days, right?" Yi Waner asked tentatively. "Okay, I'll be at home those days. Please tell them that they are very welcome," Zhang Suizhuan said happily. "Okay." Yi Waner agreed. Then the two chatted briefly and hung up the phone. "How's the questioning going, my girl?" Su Lanxin asked gently. "My mother was at home those days, and she said that you and uncle are very welcome to visit," Yi Waner said with a smile. "It's decided then." Su Lanxin clapped her hands happily. "By the way, my daughter, I'll take you to meet Xiufan's grandparents in a few days. They also want to see you," Su Lanxin said gently. "Okay, Mom." Yi Waner nodded slightly. "Xiaofan, remember, you have to go to your grandparents in a few days." Su Lanxin stood up and shouted to Chen Fan. "I understand, Mom." Chen Fan agreed. The next day, Chen Fan and Yuaner got up early, had a simple breakfast, and prepared to go out shopping. After a while, we arrived at the largest supermarket here. "Honey, what kind of gift do you think I should buy that your grandparents would like?" Yi Waner asked gently. "Let me think about it. My grandfather likes to listen to some old folk songs, so I can just buy a better radio. My grandma usually sits a lot, so she can buy a massager." Chen Fan thought about it seriously, then said to Yi Waner, "Okay, I understand." Soon, the two of them picked out a lot of things, paid the bill and went home. "It's time to eat." Su Lanxin saw the 2 men coming back and shouted to them. "Try the pickled fish I made. This is what you caught, Xiaofan." After Chen Fan and Yuaner put their things away, they washed their hands and went to the dining table. "Wow! This fish looks so appetizing." Yuaner couldn't wait to take a seat. "Yeah, if it tastes good, eat more," Su Lanxin said kindly. After everyone was seated, Yuaner began to eat with relish. "Xiaofan, why did you buy so many things? If someone didn't know, they would think you were going to escape from famine." Su Lanxin saw the 2 large bags of things placed in the corner and couldn't help but speak. "This isn't Waner's first time visiting her grandparents, so I couldn't help but buy too much," Chen Fan explained. "My daughter is so good. She knows to buy so many things to visit Grandpa and Grandma," Chen Shanha said from the side. After hearing this, Chen Fan was speechless. After lunch, Chen Fan and Yi Waner closed their eyes for a while. After waking up, the two went to the living room and found several more people. "Xiaofan, you're back." The person who spoke was Chen Fan's uncle Lu Junhui. Also sitting next to them were Chen Fan's Aunt Su Lanqi and little cousin Lu Yang. Uncle, aunt, have some tea. Chen Fan went over and poured 2 cups of tea for them. Uncle, aunt, hello, I am Chen Fan's girlfriend Yi Waner. Yi Waner greeted politely. Hello, I am Chen Fan's aunt. I heard that Xiao Fan found a very beautiful girlfriend, so we came over to say hello. As Su Lanqin's younger sister, the two are 70% similar, and even their tone is equally friendly. After both parties greeted each other politely, as it was still early, Chen Fan and Yi Waner took the little cousin to the second floor to play. Your Chen Fan is so lucky. Unlike the older one in our family, he's already at marriageable age but he's never brought home a girlfriend. Su Lanqi was very envious. This also depends on fate. If fate has not arrived, it will be useless to force the children. It still depends on themselves. Su Lanqin said earnestly. Yeah, like the one in my eldest brother's family, the child can already help with cooking. Su Lanqi looked helpless. Chen Shanha and Lu Junhui drank tea and listened to the two people chatting. The other side. Chen Fan and Yi Waner brought their little cousin Lu Yang to their room. Because Lu Yang was still in the 5th grade of elementary school and did not have his own mobile phone, he looked at Chen Fan eagerly. Chapter 26 Cousin, play some games for me. Little cousin, why are you looking at me all the time? Chen Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, so he asked. As soon as Chen Fan finished speaking, Lu Yang leaned happily on Chen Fan's thigh. Cousin, let me play some games on your phone. After saying that, she started to act coquettishly towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan has a pretty good relationship with his little cousin. After all, the two families live not far from each other, and Chen Fan even took care of Lu Yang when he was a child. But this scene really made Yi Waner on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, Chen Fan, just let him play for a while. Yi Waner pleaded on behalf of Lu Yang. Aren't you afraid that your mom will find you playing with your phone? Then I'll make you braised pork with rattan sticks. Lu Yang's mother Su Lanqi is very strict with her children. Last time, Lu Yang secretly played with her cell phone while doing her homework, and her mother Kuka beat her up. As long as you don't tell her, my mother won't find out. Lu Yang continued to act coquettishly. Then I'll let you play for a while. Chen Fan opened the chicken game in his hand and handed it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang took the phone and his face immediately became filled with a happy smile. Thank you, beautiful sister, for speaking for me. Lu Yang did not forget to thank Yi Waner after getting the phone. You're welcome. Go ahead and play. Chen Fan and Yi Waner watched him play from the side, giving him instructions from time to time, and he was having a lot of fun. It was soon time for dinner. Chen Fan took the phone back. When the little cousin gave the phone back to Chen Fan, he seemed to be reluctant to give it back, but he had to give it back. Several people came to the living room. Chen Fan's parents were still trying to persuade his aunt's family to have dinner, so they had no choice but to stay for dinner before leaving. Chen Fan saw that his mother was already cooking in the kitchen, so he said to Yi Waner, Waner, you and your little cousin play here. I'm going to help with the cooking. Well, go ahead and don't worry about me. Yi Waner nodded. With Chen Fan's help, the meal was ready quickly. Come on, dinner is ready. Chen Fan and Su Lanqin brought the dishes out from the kitchen one by one and filled the dining table. During the meal, Chen Fan was responsible for bringing Yi Waner her favorite dishes. By the way, Xiao Fan, is that the car you bought parked at the door? Su Lanqi suddenly thought of it and asked. Yes, Auntie, I just bought it not long ago. Xiao Fan has become successful and can even buy a car. Su Lanqi said with a smile. Su Lanqi may not know much about cars, but this is a big deal for Lu Junhui, who loves cars very much. Xiao Fan, I heard that this car costs over $1 million. Lu Junhui said with a smile. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. After all, this is a Maybach. How long will it take to make so much money? Yes, my Xiao Fan made a lot of money from investing recently, so he bought a car. Su Lanqin said happily. Yes, Xiao Fan has made great progress. Lu Junhui also sighed. After dinner and seeing off my aunt's family, the four of them sat in the living room watching TV. It was not until night fell that everyone went back to bed. The next morning, Su Lanqin hurriedly called everyone to a breakfast because they were going to their grandparents' house today. Hurry up and eat breakfast. It will take an hour to drive to your grandparents' house. Su Lanqin reminded. Chen Fan's grandparents' home is separated from here by a town, and it takes more than an hour to drive there. After breakfast, Chen Fan and Yuaner went to the second floor to change their clothes. Chen Fan changed into a suit and a pair of leather shoes, looking particularly energetic. Yuaner changed into a floral skirt with flying hems, exuding youthful vitality, looking exactly like a little girl next door. Let's go! Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, and only came to his senses after hearing Yuaner's words. Then the family went out in a mighty procession, with Chen Fan following at the back, carrying the things. Son, let me drive this time. I am more familiar with the road, Chen Shanha said to Chen Fan, who was putting things into the trunk. Chen Shanha also drove a large truck when he was young, but later he got tired of it and went back home to farm. Then Chen Shanha sat in the driver's seat, Chen Fan sat in the passenger seat, and Su Lanqin and Yuana sat in the back seat. Girl, take a nap first. We have to drive for more than an hour. Okay, Mom. Within a few minutes, Yuana fell asleep leaning on Su Lanqin's shoulder. Turn down the music a little, my daughter is asleep, Su Lanqin said in a low voice. An hour and a half later, the car drove out of the highway. With still a few minutes to go, Su Lanqin woke up Yuaner. At the end of the journey, we have to go through a relatively steep path. We're here, Chen Shanha said loudly. What comes into view is a 4-story self-built house. There are no other houses around it except trees. Other houses can only be seen about 500 meters away. Chen Shanha and Su Lanqin got out of the car and went into the house first, while Chen Fan and Yuana went to the trunk to get the gifts. Mom and Dad, we're back, Chen Shanha greeted. You're back. Where are my grandson and granddaughter-in-law? Grandma asked impatiently. Mom, they are in the back, Su Lanqin said gently. As soon as Su Lanqin finished speaking, Chen Fan and Yuana walked in with gifts. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. Chen Fan was the first to greet them. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I am Chen Fan's girlfriend Yuaner. This is a gift for you. After saying that, Yuaner handed it over with both hands. Okay, my granddaughter-in-law is so pretty, and Xiaofan has become handsome too, Grandma said kindly. Grandpa took the gift from Yuaner with a smile on his face. Chen Fan's grandfather had gray hair on his temples, but his head was bald in the middle. The deep wrinkles in his broad forehead showed that he had been weathered, and he always had a smile on his face. Grandma has a kind face, but her face has many wrinkles, which record her hard work over the years. Old man, hurry up and bring out the food. Don't let my granddaughter-in-law starve. Yes. After hearing Grandma's instructions, Grandpa happily went to the kitchen and brought out the food. Come on, eat quickly. I've been warming up the food since early this morning, just waiting for you to come back. After everyone took their seats, Grandma kept picking up food for Yuaner and Chen Fan. By the way, granddaughter-in-law, how many months pregnant are you now? Grandma asked kindly. Grandma, it's been more than 2 months, Yuaner said with a smile. That's great. Soon I'm going to be a great-grandmother, and you're going to be a great-grandfather, Grandma said with a smile on her face. Yes, Mom, I'm going to be a grandfather too, Chen Shanha echoed. After everyone had a happy lunch, they chatted briefly in the living room. Chen Fan took Yuaner upstairs to rest. Wife, this is the room I lived in when I was a child, Chen Fan said, pointing to the room in front. Chapter 27 Secret Base. Then I'm here to experience the room my husband lived in as a child, Yuaner said with a smile. As she spoke, Yuaner began to look at the items around her. Yuaner came to a small table, opened one of the drawers, and found a plastic bag with something inside. Honey, what is this? Yuaner took out a plastic bag and showed it to Chen Fan. Oh, there are many photos of our family in here, some of me when I was a child, and some of my parents, Chen Fan explained to Yuaner with a doting look on his face. Yuaner opened the bag and took out the photos inside. Yuaner flipped through the pictures one by one, and Chen Fan also came over and sat down to look at them together. Honey, look at this picture. Isn't it the photo of you being chased by a rooster when you were a child? Yuaner said to Chen Fan, pointing at the big rooster in the picture. Chen Fan still remembers this photo very clearly. When being chased by the rooster, his mother Su Lanqin was still taking pictures carelessly, and there was a hole in her pants that was pecked in it. In the end, Grandma came out and beat the rooster up and made it into a boiled chicken. Wife, guess what happened to the rooster later? Chen Fan asked Yi Waner with a smile. What happened? Yi Waner looked curious. My grandma beat it up immediately, and it turned into chicken soup in the end. Chen Fan couldn't help laughing after he finished speaking. Ha ha ha. Yi Waner was also amused. Yi Waner continued to flip through the photos, including many photos of Chen Fan when he was a child, until she stopped when she saw a photo of a young couple. Honey, is this a photo of my parents when they were young? They looked so young. Yi Waner exclaimed. No, wife, what you said is true. How could you not be young when you were young? Chen Fan said with a smile. Hee hee, that's true. Yi Waner smiled foolishly. The two of them sat together and watched for a long time. The atmosphere was very sweet. Wife, when you wake up, I will take you somewhere. Chen Fan said gently. Where are you going? You're so mysterious. Secret. After saying that, Chen Fan kissed Yi Waner on the face, and the two of them took a nap together. The two woke up in the afternoon and came to the living room. Grandpa and Grandma were watching TV, while Su Lanqin and Chen Shanhe were still taking a nap in the room. Grandpa and Grandma, Waner and I want to go out and play for a while. Chen Fan said softly. Okay, don't run too far. Grandma said gently. Okay, Grandma. Then Chen Fan pulled Yi Waner out and headed towards the back mountain. Yi Waner followed Chen Fan out of curiosity. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the two passed through dense woods and were greeted by a peaceful and beautiful scene. There is a small piece of grass here, and from time to time you can see a few rabbits running by. There is also a small cave not far away, which is really refreshing. This place seemed to be a small secret place of its own, and it was out of place with the surrounding woods. Honey, where are we? It's so beautiful. Yi Waner couldn't help but spin around. This was my secret base when I was a child. Whenever I was unhappy, I would come here. Chen Fan said as he opened his arms and felt the surroundings. Wow! This turned out to be my husband's secret base when he was a child. As she spoke, Yi Waner grabbed Chen Fan's hand and started running. When they were tired from running, they lay down on the grass and looked at the blue sky. It's beautiful here, isn't it? Chen Fan had a doting expression on his face. Well, it's very beautiful, especially the air is very fresh. After all, I had been feeling the hustle and bustle of the city before, and when I came to such a place, my whole feeling would be different. The two of them lay there for a while. Come on, I'll take you to dig something. After saying that, Chen Fan pulled Yi Waner towards the small cave. The two came to the entrance of the small cave. It was very small and could accommodate one person at most. The 2 meters in front was blocked by stones. Since they couldn't get in, the two could only squat on the side. Right here. Chen Fan pointed to a small pile of stones next to the cave entrance. Yi Waner was very curious and couldn't wait to help clear away the stones. Seeing a corner of the iron box exposed, Yi Waner couldn't help but said, Hey! Dig it out quickly. Chen Fan nodded slightly and increased the speed of digging. Soon, the stones were cleared away, revealing an iron box of mooncakes. There was obvious rust around the box, and it was obvious that it had been through a lot. Yi Waner held up the box and asked Chen Fan with doubt, Husband, how many years has this mooncake box been there? It's so old. This has been here for 10 years, and it contains many treasures from my childhood. Chen Fan said with a doting look on his face. As they talked, they took the mooncake box and walked to a stone bench and sat down. Then I have to take a good look at what good things are inside that my husband would regard as a treasure. Yi Waner said with a smile. After saying that, Yi Waner opened the lid. Since it took so long, the opening process took some effort. After opening it, there were several colorful glass marbles, an origami boat with several cartoon characters in it, a yo-yo on the far left, and a small envelope under these toys. Honey, what's in this envelope? Yi Waner saw the envelope at the bottom at a glance and took it out immediately. Please open it and take a look. Chen Fan said gently. That's what you said. Don't let me discover your little secret. Yi Waner said playfully. What little secrets can I have? Even if I do, I won't hide them from you, my wife. Smooth talk. After saying that, Yi Waner carefully opened the envelope. The title A Letter to My Grown-Up Self was written in large letters. Then Yi Waner read it out. Hello. I am you when you were little. I am worried about tomorrow's final exam. You must be very happy not to have to worry about the exam. Do you still remember when you were a child, you robbed bird nests? Finally, I hope you can always be happy. There are more than 200 words in total. Yuaner still felt a little moved after reading it, and she was reminded of the happy times of her childhood. The two sat on the stone bench, talking and laughing until the afternoon, and only left the place when the sun set. On the way home, Yuaner suddenly said, "Honey, I suddenly want to eat kiwi fruit now." Because of her pregnancy, Yuaner suddenly wanted to eat some sour fruits. Chen Fan looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock, which was still early. Then let's go buy it when we get home using our electric scooter. Hearing Chen Fan's answer, Yuaner jumped up happily and shouted, "Yeah! Don't fall!" Chen Fan hurriedly supported Yuaner. A few minutes later, the two returned to the door of the house and saw Grandpa wearing reading glasses and studying his mobile phone. Chapter 28, Going to College Makes You Different. Seeing his grandfather looking at his phone so seriously, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" "That's great, Xiao Fan and son's wife, come and help me find out what's wrong with my phone. Why can't I watch any videos?" After saying that, Grandpa handed the phone to Chen Fan. "Okay, Grandpa, Chen Fan and I will help you take a look." Yi Wana responded politely. The two of them took out their phones and started to investigate. After a while, they found out that their grandfather had turned on airplane mode at some point. The network was gone, so naturally they couldn't watch any videos. After Chen Fan turned off the flight mode, he swiped 2 more videos and only returned them to his grandfather after they could be played normally. "Grandpa, the airplane mode is on. I have already turned it off. It's different after entering college. I can even repair my cell phone," Grandpa said with a smile. Although this is just a small question, in my grandfather's eyes it is no less than the level of a scientist. After finishing this, Chen Fan said, "Grandpa, I will go buy some fruit with your granddaughter-in-law first, you can take your time. Or I'll buy it for you, and you can go home and rest for a while." Grandpa stood up and said, "Don't bother you. We're going to buy it in our electric car. It'll be quick. Then go ahead, both of you. Be careful on the road." The next second, Grandpa sat back on the stool and continued watching videos. After Chen Fan pushed the electric bike out of the house, he put the pink helmet on Yuaner, started the electric scooter, and said goodbye to his grandfather. Since the main road was quite steep, Chen Fan chose to take a small path. The grass beside the path was as high as his heels, so at least it was not steep. A few minutes later, the electric scooter arrived at the small market. Chen Fan found a place where other electric vehicles were parked together. The two walked on the small path. There were still 1 or 2 brick and tile houses around them, which gave it a very urban atmosphere. Soon, we arrived at a fruit shop, which was considered the largest fruit shop here. As I walked into the store, a fat middle-aged woman came to greet me. "Handsome boys and girls, would you like to buy some fruit?" The woman greeted warmly. The two were very pleased to hear the proprietress' polite words, so Chen Fan asked, "Madam, do you have kiwis for sale here? You may not find it in other stores, but this is the largest fruit store nearby, how could it not be available?" The woman said with a smile. Then the woman took the two of them to the box of kiwis. "Madam Boss, the food in here won't go bad, will it?" Chen Fan joked. "It will definitely not be broken. If it is broken, just bring it back to me and I will refund you," said the woman seriously. Then Chen Fan bought a box of kiwis and some apples, and the two prepared to go back. "Xiao Fan, is that you?" While walking on the small path, a voice suddenly came from the pancake shop next to me. The two people who heard the sound stopped and turned to the side at the same time. "Hey, Uncle Wang." Chen Fan took a look and recognized that it was an acquaintance. "It's really you. I thought you looked so familiar when I walked past here just now," a short middle-aged man said in a friendly tone. "Yes, I just returned to my hometown today," Chen Fan said politely. "Who is this?" Uncle Wang looked at Yi Waner, who was being held by Chen Fan. "This is my girlfriend Yi Waner," Chen Fan introduced. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Yi Waner also greeted him politely. "Hey, hello, the little girl is so pretty, Xiao Fan is so lucky," Uncle Wang praised with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Waner leaned shyly on Chen Fan's arm. "By the way, Uncle Wang, why did you open a shop here? Didn't you set up a stall on the street in front before?" Chen Fan asked curiously. "I've been setting up the stall for many years. After I made some money, I opened this pancake shop a few months ago. Uncle Wang explained patiently. Come, Uncle Wang will treat you to two sesame cakes. After saying that, Uncle Wang picked out 2 large pancakes from the oven, sprinkled some seasoning on them skillfully, put them in a bag and handed them over. Uncle Wang, thank you, but this is not good. I'll pay you. Chen Fan was about to take out his mobile phone to pay but was stopped by Uncle Wang. Why are you being so polite? After all, Uncle Wang has watched you grow up. How much does it cost to treat you to a meal of sesame cakes? Uncle Wang said kindly. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Seeing that he couldn't win over Uncle Wang, Chen Fan took the pancake with both hands. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Yi Waner also expressed her gratitude. Come and try it to see if Uncle Wang's cooking skills have improved. Uncle Wang said with a smile. Chen Fan took out a pancake and handed the rest of the bag to Yi Waner. Yi Waner took out the sesame seed bun in her hand and took a bite. The middle of the bun was golden brown and crispy, with the aroma of sesame, which immediately stimulated her taste buds. It's really delicious. Yi Waner's eyes lit up. Then Chen Fan also tasted it and couldn't help but sigh. Uncle Wang, your pancake is really better than before. Hee, that's right. I have improved the formula. Uncle Wang said proudly. No wonder, it tastes even better. Yeah. Uncle Wang, it's getting late. We have to go back and eat. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chen Fan opened his mouth and prepared to say goodbye. Okay, come often when you have time. After saying goodbye to Uncle Wang, the two returned to the location of the electric scooter. After a while, I returned to the door of my house. At this time, the person sitting at the door had changed from grandpa to grandma. Xiao Fan, granddaughter-in-law, it's time to eat. Your grandfather is cooking inside. It turned out that grandpa went to cook, and grandma took his place and sat here. Wife, I'm going to help grandpa first. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Chen Fan went in to help his grandfather cook. Yi Waner went to the electric car and took out the things she bought to show her grandmother. With Chen Fan's help, the meal was ready quickly. After dinner, Chen Shanha and his wife were responsible for cleaning up the dishes. Everyone sat together in the living room watching TV until they took a shower and then went back to their own rooms. Wife, why don't we go to the rooftop to watch the moon? Chen Fan patted Yi Waner beside him. Okay. Yi Waner agreed readily. Seeing that everyone in the family was almost asleep, the two of them quietly went to the first floor to get some fruits and snacks, and went up to the 4th floor. There is almost nothing on the 4th floor here, just a few lonely clothes hangers and a few lazy chairs leaning against the wall. Chen Fan lifted up 2 lazy chairs and spread them out together. He carefully helped Yi Waner lie down, and then he lay down beside her. Chapter 29. My wife is beautiful. Yi Waner held Chen Fan's hand and said, Hubby, look at the moon, it's so round. Because the Mid-Autumn Festival falls on these 2 days, the moon is at its fullest tonight. Yes, the wind is also very gentle. Chen Fan said gently. Chen Fan picked up a kiwi fruit from the side and said to Yi Waner, Wife, I'll peel a kiwi fruit for you to eat. Okay. Soon Chen Fan peeled the kiwi in his hand and gently placed it in Yi Waner's hand. Yi Waner took the kiwi and started eating it with a satisfied look on her face. Honey, I'll feed you. Yi Waner put the half-eaten kiwi fruit in her hand to Chen Fan's mouth. Chen Fan took a bite immediately. It tasted sour at first, and then slowly turned sweet. Chen Fan, who felt the sour taste first, had a distorted expression, which returned to normal after a few seconds. Seeing Chen Fan's expression, Yi Waner smiled and said, Hey, it's sour. It's not sour, my wife fed it to me very sweetly. Chen Fan said while trying hard to hold back when he saw Yi Waner smile. You're such a smooth talker. Yi Waner tapped Chen Fan's nose with her hand. Honey, do you want to hear my story? I want to, husband, please tell me quickly. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Yi Waner immediately became interested. Then kiss here and I'll tell you. Chen Fan pointed to his cheek and said with a smirk. Yi Waner glanced at Chen Fan coquettishly, then quickly tapped Chen Fan on the cheek. Is it okay now? Yi Waner pouted. Chen Fan hugged Yi Waner contentedly, cleared his throat and said. In a distant forest, there lived a couple of little bears, who lived there happily. One day, when the male bear was looking for food, he found a mysterious cave with a bright light inside, which immediately aroused the little bear's curiosity. What did it discover? Yi Waner asked impatiently. when it got closer, it turned out to be a glowing emerald. Having said that, Chen Fan took out an exquisite small box from behind him, and then opened it to reveal the jade necklace inside. It turned out that before Chen Fan came up, he quietly put the gift box in his arms and brought it up. The moment Yi Waner saw the necklace, she exclaimed, "Wow! It's so beautiful. When did you buy it, husband?" "Honey, guess when I bought it?" Yi Waner thought about it seriously, and the scene of that time flashed through her mind. Then she said, "Is it the time when you hid from me? You said it was a secret at that time, right? My wife is so smart, she can guess this right." Chen Fan didn't expect that after such a long time, Yi Waner still remembered what happened. Isn't it said that women tend to be forgetful after they get pregnant? Chen Fan took out the jade necklace and said to Yi Waner, "Come, wife, I'll put it on you." "Okay." Yi Waner smiled gently. Chen Fan gently touched Yi Waner's hair, then gently put it on her. After Chen Fan put it on Yi Waner, he looked at her from a distance and couldn't help but praise her. "My wife is just beautiful." Yi Waner was very happy to hear Chen Fan's praise. Chen Fan slowly approached Yi Waner. Then the two looked at each other affectionately, and could see themselves in each other's eyes. As the distance between the two people continued to shorten, time seemed to slow down. Their breaths intertwined, carrying each other's unique scent, warm and seductive. Finally, their lips touched. At that moment, the world seemed to stand still, leaving only the soft, warm touch between my lips. As the kiss fell, Chen Fan hugged Yi Waner with one hand. Yi Waner also lay shyly in Chen Fan's arms. Not long after, Yi Waner also fell asleep quietly while looking at the moon in the sky. Chen Fan picked him up and slowly returned to the room. After putting Yi Waner on the bed, Chen Fan also gently lay down beside her. At this moment, Chen Fan was looking at Yi Waner, who was sleeping soundly, when suddenly the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! The host of the test gave Yi Waner a jade necklace worth 250,000 yuan. The cash reward is 2.5 million, and it becomes 25 million if it triggers a tenfold critical strike. It has been deposited into the card, please check it yourself. Chen Fan was stunned when he heard the system's reward. This can even trigger a critical hit. If all rewards in the future can trigger a critical hit, Chen Fan wouldn't even dare to think about it. The next second, Chen Fan took out his mobile phone, turned the volume and brightness to the lowest, and then opened the phone to check the balance. There are more than 30 million in the card now, plus Quyukshuan and the villa, his assets are almost over 100 million. This also means that you will soon officially enter the ranks of the super rich. After Chen Fan put his phone away, he leaned against Yi Waner and fell asleep. Husband, husband. Yi Waner shouted sleepily. Wife, what's wrong? Chen Fan woke up immediately after hearing Yi Waner's voice, and asked directly as he approached. Honey, I seemed to have a dream last night. I dreamed that my bad husband kissed me. Yi Waner said softly. Really? Then I'm definitely not dreaming now. After saying that, Chen Fan quickly approached and lightly touched Yi Waner's mouth. Bad husband, you're so annoying. At this moment, the two of them were still being affectionate with each other, and did not notice Su Lanqing standing at the door of the room with an ant smile on her face. Get up and have breakfast. After watching for a while, Su Lanqing couldn't bear the affectionate look on their faces anymore, so she went downstairs immediately after she finished shouting. Yi Waner, who heard the voice, hid under the quilt and asked in a low voice, Hubby, is Mom gone? I've already gone downstairs. Come out soon. Don't get bored. Chen Fan said with a smile. After hearing Chen Fan say this, Yi Waner cautiously stuck her head out. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Yi Waner's face flushed red and she punched Chen Fan. Okay, it's all my fault. Let's quickly clean up and go have breakfast. The two of them tidied themselves up briefly, changed their clothes, and went downstairs to the living room on the first floor. At this time, the family was sitting at the dining table drinking porridge. Chen Fan and Yi Waner quickly washed up and sat together. Xiaofan, my girls, go and pack up your things after breakfast. We will go back after lunch. Su Lanqing put down the spoon in her hand and said to the two of them. After breakfast, everyone went back to their rooms to pack their luggage. After packing their luggage, Chen Fan and Chen Shanhe went to cook together. The others just sat in the living room and chatted. My daughter, if Xiaofan dares to bully you in the future, come to Grandma and I will take care of it for you. Grandma said gently, holding Yi Waner's hand. Grandma, I believe Chen Fan will not bully me. If he really treats me badly, I will come to you. Yi Waner said with a smile. That's right, Mom. If Xiaofan bullies my daughter-in-law, I won't forgive him. Su Lanxin echoed. Grandpa also smiled and agreed. It's time to eat. Chen Fan came out with the dishes and shouted loudly. Chapter 30. I'm still not suitable for playing games. What are you talking about? Everyone is laughing so happily. Chen Shanha, who was behind Chen Fan, walked out with a bowl and chopsticks in his hands and said with a smile. We are just talking about something happy. Su Lanxin smiled. Then everyone took their seats and started eating. Soon, after finishing the meal, it was already 11 o'clock. After cleaning up the dishes, a few people decided to rest for an hour and then set off after waking up. After all, I had just eaten and sleepiness would come soon. Chen Shanha and Su Lanxin lay on the sofa in the living room and took a nap, while Grandpa and Grandma were preparing things to bring back for us. Chen Fan and Yi Waner were not particularly sleepy, so they went back to the room together and thought about playing a game. Originally, Yi Waner didn't play games very often. She usually played small games like Candy Crush. I downloaded the chicken game on a whim these days, and now I'm asking Chen Fan to play with me. Chen Fan opened the game skillfully and was waiting for Yi Waner to log in, but he found that the account was still registered after entering. Honey, please help me. There are too many things to order. Yi Waner said as she handed the phone to Chen Fan. After all, it was my first time playing, and the registration process would take at least a few minutes. Chen Fan took the phone and completed the process in no time. Chen Fan then opened a room and pulled Yi Waner in. Wife, remember to follow me closely when we skydive later. I will take you flying. Chen Fan said gently. Okay, husband. Yi Waner answered obediently. When skydiving, Chen Fan specifically found a place with fewer people so that she could get familiar with it. Honey, there's someone in front. Yi Waner, who had just picked up the gun, said something to Chen Fan, then rushed up and shot at the man. They beat him for a long time but failed to kill him until Chen Fan came and beat him down. Wife, this is a humanoid robot. You see, it hardly moves. Chen Fan said with a smile. Hee, it turns out to be a robot. No wonder he can't kill me. Yi Waner smiled foolishly. Chen Fan followed Yi Waner when searching for supplies later. Even so, not long after Chen Fan entered the other room, the news of Yi Waner's death was posted on the public screen. Chen Fan quickly took revenge, then quit and started a new game. After 2 or 3 games in a row, Yi Waner was either killed as soon as she landed or was ambushed, which made her so angry that she simply stopped playing. It seems that I am still not suitable for playing games. I die so quickly every time. Yi Waner looked aggrieved. Wife, you've already had a great time. It's all their fault for always targeting you, Chen Fan consoled her. Then let's take a nap. I'm a little tired from playing. Yi Waner yawned. Okay. After saying that, Chen Fan hugged Yi Waner into his arms. Normally, a game of chicken dinner could be played for at least half an hour, but it only takes 2 people 10 minutes on average to finish a game, so they can still sleep for another half an hour. Chen Fan dozed off for 20 minutes and then woke up. Wife, wake up. Chen Fan patted Yi Waner's shoulder gently and then spoke softly. What's wrong with my husband? Yi Waner opened her eyes in a daze. Little lazy bum, get up quickly, we're getting ready to leave. Chen Fan scratched her nose with his hand. Yi Waner immediately stood up and stretched, and then they both changed their clothes. The two went downstairs and saw Chen Shanha and Su Lanxin already packing their things. Yi Waner and Chen Fan joined in to clean up, and soon they had finished packing before 12 o'clock. Chen Fan and Chen Shanha were responsible for putting the things in the trunk. Grandma asked Grandpa to take out the 2 snakeskin bags that he had prepared. Come on, Xiaofan, put these 2 chickens in as well. Grandma said to Chen Fan, who was putting things away. Mom, I have some more. You should keep them for yourself, Chen Shanhai advised. You don't want it, my grandson and granddaughter-in-law still want to eat it. Finally, I couldn't persuade my grandma anymore, so I moved the 2 snakeskin bags into the trunk. Mom and Dad, we are leaving now. Please take care of yourselves. After Chen Shanha packed his things, he closed the trunk. Mom and Dad, goodbye. Su Lanxin waved goodbye from behind. Grandpa and Grandma, goodbye. Chen Fan and Yi Waner shouted at the same time. Okay, remember to come back and play when you have time. Grandpa said with a smile. Bye. Grandma waved goodbye gently. After saying goodbye, Chen Fan drove the car this time. Chen Shanha sat in the passenger seat, and the other two sat in the back seat. At the beginning, the few of them were chatting very enthusiastically. Within half an hour, Su Lanxin and Yi Waner fell asleep leaning against each other. An hour and a half later, the car drove out of the highway. After arriving home, seeing that Yi Waner was sleeping soundly, the few people did not wake her up. Chen Fan carried her to the room to sleep. Chen Shanha and Su Lanxin were preparing things for their visit to Yi Waner's mother tomorrow. It was soon evening. Yi Waner then woke up in a daze, and was very confused. Didn't she sleep in the car? How come she found herself lying on the bed when she opened her eyes, and it was already dark? When Yi Waner went downstairs, she saw Chen Fan frying vegetables alone with a spatula. Yi Waner approached Chen Fan from behind, but Chen Fan, who was cooking seriously, didn't notice anyone approaching. "Honey, what are you cooking?" It was Yi Waner's question that almost caused the whole thing to go wrong. "Oh, wife, why are you walking so quietly?" "You scared me." Chen Fan immediately stabilized the pot. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Yi Waner couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "You're still laughing." Chen Fan gently scratched her nose with his hand. "Honey, what delicious food are you making?" After saying that, Yi Waner hugged him from behind. "This is not making your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." "Okay, go out and wait for dinner. It's very smoky here." After saying that, Chen Fan gently kissed Yi Waner on the face. Yi Waner obediently went out and sat on the sofa to watch videos. Soon Chen Fan prepared a table full of delicious food. Everyone finished off all the food on the table. "Hey, Xiaofan, every dish you cook has a very unique taste," Su Lanxin said with emotion. "Mom, as long as you like it, I'm fine." Chen Fan touched his head and smiled. After dinner, Chen Shanha was responsible for cleaning up the dishes, while Su Lanxin sat in the living room watching TV. Chen Fan made an appointment with Yi Waner to go to Tang Yu's house to play. Chapter 31, Meeting the In-Laws. "Come back early, don't play too late," Su Lanxin advised. After the two arrived at Tang Yu's home, Tang Yu said in advance that his parents were not at home as they had gone to visit relatives and would not be back for a day or two. "Brother Fan, let's play LOL. Each person has one life. Whoever dies more times will have to go out to buy some food," Tang Yu suggested. After all, the two had just arrived and had no time to buy food and drinks. "Then you just wait to lose. With my strength, I can defeat you in a matter of minutes." Chen Fan looked confident. "Then you two can have the competition. Waner and I will be waiting for the food you bought." After Xinyu finished speaking, he pulled Yi Waner to the bed and they chatted about which dramas were good. At this time, the relationship between the two girls is like that of sisters. Neither Chen Fan nor Tang Yu could do anything about it. It's true that the relationship with this girl has become so good after just meeting her a few times. Chen Fan and Tang Yu started the game, and at the beginning it was a normal match between the two. Unexpectedly, the situation became increasingly unfavorable. Tang Yu saw that he had died one less time than Chen Fan, so he immediately started to cheat. "I just don't look for anyone to fight with, I just keep hunting in the wild." "No, old Tang, this is boring, aren't you cheating?" After saying that, Chen Fan grabbed the back of Tang Yu's neck with his hands. "Am I cheating? I just want to grow. How can I beat others without growing?" Tang Yu said with a smug look on his face. "Fuck you." In the end, Tang Yu was still farming the jungle until his own crystal exploded. Chen Fan could only greet Tang Yu while preparing to go out to buy food. This funny scene between the two made Xinyu and Yi Waner very amused. While Chen Fan went shopping, Tang Yu started another game. It only took Chen Fan a few minutes to go shopping, and when he came back he saw Tang Yu still playing games. She sneaked up behind him, put her hands around his neck, and said, "It's fun, isn't it?" I'm not happy, brother Fan, please let go, I'm almost killed by the opponent." The two of them fought like this for a while, until the game was over, and then Chen Fan stopped. "Two beauties, come and have something to eat." After the game was over, Tang Yu acted as if nothing had happened. He called Yi Waner and Xinyu who were lying on the bed with a smile on his face. This made Chen Fan, who was standing by, very angry. "Here it comes." The two people who were lying on the bed watching the show shouted at the same time. "Brother Fan, you really understand me. Most of the things you bought are my favorite foods," Tang Yu said shamelessly. Yes, so much food can't stop you from eating. By the way, When do you and Xin Yu plan to return to Shanghai? Chen Fan suddenly asked. It's still early. I should wait until my parents come back before going back. We will be planning to go back tomorrow. If you two go back, come to my new home when you have time. I will send you the location then. Chen Fan patted Tang Yu. Brother Fan, you bought a house? So fast. Tang Yu said in surprise. Of course not. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. I can't wait until the baby is born and then rent a house. Okay. Then we'll go to your new house as soon as we get back. Tang Yu said with a smile. Chen Fan and Yu Waner played here until 10 o'clock before going back. After all, they had to travel the next day. The next morning, several people got up early, had breakfast and prepared to set off. Since they had already agreed with Yu Waner's mother to have dinner at her place, Chen Fan and his family readily agreed. From morning till noon it is lunchtime. Chen Fan ate 2 more buns before setting off. After all, he still had to drive for 3 hours. Time passes by little by little. Yu Waner and Su Lanxin, who were sitting in the back row, were already fast asleep. Only Chen Shanhe was chatting with Chen Fan in the front row to wake him up. 3 hours passed quickly, and Chen Fan drove steadily to the entrance of the community. Because Yu Waner's home was on the 2nd floor, they quickly packed up their things and came to the door. Zhang Suizhuan had already prepared dinner and was waiting at the door. My dear relatives, you are finally here. Come in. We can have dinner now. Zhang Suizhuan greeted them warmly. My dear relatives, this is our first meeting, and this is a little gift from us. After Chen Shanhe finished speaking, he told Chen Fan to take the gift in his hand. My dear relatives, you have brought too many things. We are a family from now on, and you are being too formal. Although Zhang Suizhuan said this, she could not hide the happiness in her tone. Not much, it's all what I should do. Let's go in and eat first, so as not to let our daughter starve. After hearing what Su Lanxin said, Zhang Suizhuan no longer cared about it and warmly invited everyone to come in and prepare for dinner. Wow! Mom, you cooked so many dishes. Yu Waner couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw the 8 dishes on the table. We have so many people to feed, so we must make more. After putting their things away, everyone washed their hands and sat at the dining table. Su Lanxin and her husband chatted with Zhang Suizhuan about the future of their 2 children, while Chen Fan silently picked up food for Yu Waner. After a warm lunch, they sat on the sofa and chatted. It was not until after 2 o'clock that everyone felt tired and prepared to leave. Chen Fan invited Zhang's mother to his villa, but Zhang's mother refused, saying that she had an appointment in the afternoon. Mom and Dad, come with me, I'll take you somewhere. Chen Fan said mysteriously. Chen Fan walked in front holding Yu Waner's hand, while Su Lanxin and her husband followed them into the car half believingly. Chen Fan started the car and soon drove to Meteor Garden. Su Lanxin and Chen Shanhe saw their son driving into such a luxurious community and couldn't help asking, Son, what are you doing here? The houses here look very expensive. Mom and Dad, you will know soon. Chen Fan still remained mysterious. Yu Waner on the side also cooperated very well with Chen Fan. It was not until they drove into a luxurious villa that Chen Fan began to slowly explain, Mom and Dad, look, this is the new house I bought. After hearing what Chen Fan said, coupled with what he saw with his own eyes, Su Lanxin and Chen Shanhe had already stayed where they were. Such a luxurious villa must cost tens of millions. I heard from my son before that the car was bought with the money earned from investment. Could it be that the money for this villa was also earned from investment? Son, you are not really doing anything illegal, are you? This villa must be worth tens of millions at least. Although Su Lanxin still believed in her son's character, this villa was so expensive that she couldn't help but think of other aspects. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I made this money from a legitimate source. Plus, I now have my own high-end restaurant. This money is nothing to me. That's right, Mom and Dad. Chen Fan has taken me to this restaurant before, so don't worry. After hearing what their son and daughter-in-law said, Su Lanxin and her husband accepted their words. Chapter 32 Taking Parents Shopping. Mom and Dad, please come in. Chen Fan walked in holding Yu Waner in one hand and his mother in the other. Su Lanxin and Chen Shanhe walked into the house and couldn't help but exclaim at the palace-like decoration. After they sat on the sofa, Su Lanxin was overwhelmed with emotions. She took Chen Shanhe's hand and said, Our son has really grown up now. We don't need to worry about him anymore. As she spoke, Su Lanxin's eyes became red. Shouldn't you be happy that your son is successful? Look, you are about to cry. Chen Shanha wiped the corners of Su Lanxin's eyes with his hand. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Yi Waner was also very happy. They stayed on the sofa for a while, and then Yi Waner and Chen Fan went to take a nap. Ever since Yi Waner was scared last time, the two have become accustomed to sleeping together. If the two of them slept separately, Yi Waner would still feel a little uncomfortable. Su Lanxin and Chen Shanha visited this palace-like house. The two of them seemed not to be sleepy at all and stayed on the third floor for the entire afternoon. It was not until Chen Fan and Yi Waner woke up that the two went downstairs. Mom and Dad, let's go shopping together. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Chen Fan called his parents to go buy groceries together. Then let's go. Chen Shanha agreed. Chen Fan led Yi Waner into the car, and Su Lanxin and Chen Shanha followed behind. After a while, we arrived at the largest supermarket nearby. Go buy whatever vegetables you want to eat. Your dad and I will take a look around here. Su Lanxin said to Chen Fan. Okay then, Mom and Dad, just wait for us at the checkout when you're done shopping. Okay, are you afraid that we will get lost? Chen Shanha said with some impatience. When the old couple walked away, Yi Waner smiled and said, Mom and Dad are so funny to talk to. Yeah, my dad is always weird sometimes, but he's really good to my mom, just like I am to you. After saying this, Chen Fan looked at Yi Waner lovingly, as if waiting for her praise. You are always unreasonable and always bully me. After saying that, Yi Waner started to jog. Wife, slow down, don't fall. Yi Waner ran in front and Chen Fan chased behind. On the other side, Su Lanxin looked at this supermarket. Compared with the one near her home, it was like heaven and earth. Old Chen, you see, big cities are different. There are so many kinds of dishes. Su Lanxin said with emotion. Of course not. Don't you see that this is the magic city? How can it be bad? They quickly bought the food, paid the bill and returned to the villa. This time, Chen Fan and Chen Shanha were responsible for cooking, while Yi Waner and Su Lanxin were watching TV on the sofa. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. It's time to eat. Chen Fan and Chen Shanha brought out the food, and Yi Waner and Su Lanxin also ran over to help serve the dishes. They finished their dinner quickly, and Su Lanxin went to clean up the dishes. The rest of the people sat on the sofa and watched TV together. Only after Su Lanxin finished cleaning up did she join them in watching TV. Xiaofan, my girl, your father and I will be going back to Fengqing tomorrow. Su Lanxin said suddenly. Mom and Dad, why don't you stay? I have plenty of rooms. Chen Fan tried to persuade them to stay. Yes. Mom and Dad, why don't you stay and live together? Besides, Fengqing is quite far away. Yi Waner also tried to persuade us to stay. Forget it. Your mother and I have nothing to do living here. We will be bored to death. Chen Shanha explained. Yes, let's wait until our daughter is about to give birth before we move in to take care of her. Su Lanxin said seriously. Seeing that the two elders said so, Chen Fan and Yi Waner decided not to try to keep them. When it was time to go to bed, Chen Fan took his parents to choose a room as the place where they would live in the future. Chen Fan and Yi Waner helped to clean up and then returned to their rooms. Several people slept until dawn. After having breakfast together, everyone sat on the sofa. Mom and Dad, why don't we have lunch before we go out? Seeing that the two elders were about to pack up their things, Yi Waner tried to persuade them to stay. Okay, since my daughter said so, let's have dinner before leaving. Su Lanxin said with a smile. Mom and Dad, we have nothing to do now, why don't we go to the mall and buy you some clothes? You only have a few pieces of clothing at home, Chen Fan suggested. Why buy clothes? You're already old. Besides, your current clothes are still wearable. It's a waste of money. Su Lanxin refused directly. That's right, your mother and I have enough clothes to wear. Chen Shanha agreed. Mom and Dad, Chen Fan is right. We should go buy some clothes. Besides, Chen Fan has made some money now, so it's his duty to respect you too. Yi Waner walked over and waved Su Lanxin's arm. Okay, let's listen to our daughter and go buy it. Su Lanxin smiled. Girl, why don't you ask your mother to go with you? Su Lanxin suddenly thought of it and talked to Yi Waner about it. Yes, let's ask our relatives to go together. Chen Shanha on the side echoed. Hearing the two elders say this, Yi Waner was still very happy. The reason for her happiness was that when she took Chen Fan's parents to buy clothes, they actually remembered their family. Yi Waner called her mother immediately. After answering the call, Zhang Suijuan heard that the man wanted to take her shopping for clothes and she directly refused. Come on, girl, let me say a few words. Yi Waner obediently handed the phone to Su Lanxin. Hey, in-laws, these are all gifts from the children, so let's go buy some together. In that case, let's go together. Finally, under Su Lanxin's emotional persuasion, Zhang Suijuan readily agreed to go shopping for some clothes together. They all walked to the door together. Dad, you drive that Mercedes. It might be a bit crowded for one car. Chen Fan pointed to the Mercedes parked on the other side. Xiao Fan, when did you buy a new car? Chen Shanhe was very surprised. Su Lanxin's reaction was almost the same as Chen Shanhe's. When he came here yesterday, Chen Fan got off the car at another place, so he didn't notice that there was a Mercedes-Benz parked on the other side. Mom and Dad, I bought this when I made my first fortune. Let Dad drive it from now on. I still have another car to drive. Chen Fan immediately took out the key to the Mercedes-Benz and was about to hand it to Chen Shanhe. It would be a waste to give me such a nice car. Chen Shanhe said this, but he was still very excited in his heart. Dad, I'll take it back if you don't want it. Chen Fan tentatively took back the key in his hand. Yes, who said no? Chen Shanhe took the key. Look at your dad, he has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Su Lanxin said with a smile. Let's go quickly and don't keep our in-laws waiting for too long. Chen Shanhe urged everyone to set off. Chapter 33 New System Functions. Then Chen Shanhe couldn't wait to get into the Mercedes-Benz with a smile on his face. Alright, look at you showing off. Su Lanxin was sitting in the passenger seat and couldn't help but complain when she saw Chen Shanhe's expression. This is a car my son gave me, so of course I have to show off. Chen Shanhe said with his hands dancing. Hurry up and catch up, they are getting far away. Su Lanxin patted Chen Shanhe. Chen Shanhe then hurriedly started the car and caught up. After a while, we arrived at the gate of the community. Zhang Suijuan had been waiting here early. The two middle-aged ladies from last time were standing next to her, chatting with her. I won't talk to you anymore. My in-laws are here. I'm leaving first. Zhang Suijuan said goodbye to the two and walked over, leaving the two standing there looking at each other with envy. Mom, which car do you want to take? Yi Waner asked as she rolled down the window. Su Lanxin also rolled down the car window and waited for Zhang Suijuan's reply. I'll take my in-laws' car. Hearing this, Su Lanxin also got out of the car and opened the door for Zhang Suijuan with a smile. Then Su Lanxin also sat in the back seat, and the two started chatting as soon as they got in the car. Chen Fan's car was leading the way, and Chen Shanhe followed silently behind. Soon, under the leadership of Chen Fan, the car was driven into the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. Several people came to the first floor of the mall, and the whole floor was filled with a faint scent of perfume. Chen Fan and Yi Waner carefully looked at the clothing categories in each store and finally decided to go to a slightly higher-end clothing store. Welcome! We have both men's and women's clothing here, please choose your own. A tall clerk hurried over to greet the customer upon seeing him arriving. Okay, let's pick one ourselves. Chen Fan replied. Okay, if you need anything, please feel free to contact us. The clerk said politely. The service in this big city is so good. If you buy clothes here, people won't be so polite. Chen Shanhe said embarrassedly. Of course, high-end stores generally provide employee training, so there is almost no situation where customers are treated differently. Old Chen, please stop acting like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Su Lanxin said with a look of disgust. You sound like you've seen it before. Chen Shanhe muttered. What did you say? Nothing, let's go pick out some clothes. Seeing that his wife looked unhappy, Chen Shanhe quickly changed the subject. Listening to the two people bickering, several people were also amused. Mom and Dad, Chen Fan and I will go over there to help you choose. Once you have made your choice, go to the fitting room and try it on first. Okay, go ahead. After hearing Su Lanxin's reply, Yi Waner pulled Chen Fan to another corner of the store. I think this one should be suitable for our mother, and it should look good on her. And this one should be suitable for our father. Okay, then let's take them all over and let our parents try them. Chen Fan looked doting. Yi Waner picked out several pieces in one go, but still felt unsatisfied. The other side. After Chen Fan and Yu Wan'er went over, Su Lanqin took Zhang Suizhuan and prepared to go to the other side to choose. Just as Chen Shanhe was about to follow, Su Lanqin stopped him and said, "Go, and pick your own things. Why are you following us? Do you want to buy women's clothes too?" After they passed by, Chen Shanhe was the only one left standing there alone. After hearing his wife say this, Chen Shanhe had no choice but to go choose clothes alone. "You are being mean to him. Look how lonely he is. Don't worry about him, he's used to it. Let's go pick out clothes," Su Lanqin said with a smile. Chen Fan and Yu Wan'er quickly picked out 7 or 8 pieces of clothing and took them to the fitting room for them to try on. After trying them on, we felt they were all good, so we each selected 3 or 4 pieces of clothing and asked the clerk to take them to the front desk. "Hello, how much is the total?" Chen Fan took out his mobile phone and prepared to pay. "Sir, there are 12 sets of clothes here, and they cost exactly 10,000 yuan after the discount," the clerk said enthusiastically as he packed the clothes into the bag. After hearing the price, the elderly couple Zhang Suizhuan and Su Lanqin wanted to return it, but they didn't want to let Chen Fan down. After Chen Fan paid the money, the group went to the fresh food area of the mall. Chen Fan and Chen Shanhe were responsible for carrying the large and small bags at the back. Su Lanqin and Zhang Suizhuan were not vague either and chose the dishes in just a few minutes. After paying the bill, they returned to Chen Fan's villa together. Originally, Zhang Suizhuan wanted to go back after buying clothes, but was finally persuaded by Su Lanqin to have dinner together. Chen Fan was just about to take the vegetables into the kitchen to cook when Su Lanqin snatched the vegetables from his hand. "We too will cook this time, you just wait and eat." After saying that, Su Lanqin and Zhang Suizhuan walked into the kitchen together. Seeing that his mother was so interested, Chen Fan handed the dish in his hand to her and then happily ran to Yu Wan'er. "Honey, weren't you going to cook? Why are you here?" Yu Wan'er approached Chen Fan and asked softly. "The moms dragged me out, and I just happened to want to eat the food they cooked." Then the two of them sat on the sofa and watched TV together. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. "Old Chen, come in and serve the dishes," Su Lanqin shouted loudly. Hearing the sound, Chen Shanhe rushed to the kitchen without stopping, and Chen Fan followed him. Chen Shanhe was responsible for bringing out all the plates, and Chen Fan packed up the rice and took it out. The whole family sat together happily, talking and laughing. Chen Fan still sat next to Yu Wan'er as usual and picked up food for her. After lunch, Su Lanqin and Chen Shanhe were ready to set off. The two got into the Mercedes-Benz, and Su Lanqin rolled down the window and said to Zhang Suizhuan, "My dear, I can just drop you off on the way home. Let's go together." Hearing Su Lanqin say this, Zhang Suizhuan did not refuse and simply got in the car. "Mom and Dad, be careful on the road." Chen Fan waved his hand. "Mom and Dad, goodbye." Yu Wan'er also said goodbye. "Okay, go back now." After Chen Shanhe replied, he drove away in a flash. Let's go back." Seeing that his parents had gone far away, Chen Fan took Yu Wan'er back home. Yu Wan'er felt a little sleepy, so she pulled Chen Fan back to the room to take a nap. Within a few minutes, Yu Wan'er fell into a deep sleep. Chen Fan lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for facilitating the meeting between the two families. Award of 58% of the shares of Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited will take effect before 6 p.m., please check. The lucky draw function is triggered at the same time, and there is now one chance to draw a lucky draw. Does the host want to draw a lottery? Chen Fan was very excited when he looked at the countless special seeds on the lottery panel. I was thinking about what other effects these seeds have, but this system doesn't have an explanation. If you want to know the efficacy of the seeds, you can only know it after trying it yourself. Chen Fan was also speechless after hearing the system's explanation. Suddenly I thought of the master-level planting technology that the system rewarded some time ago. Maybe when I upgrade to Grand Master in 10 days, I will be able to understand the efficacy of these seeds. Thinking of this, Chen Fan calmed down. I just silently said it in my heart. Lottery. Chapter 34 Planting New Seeds. Chen Fan looked at the rotating pointer. He didn't understand the effects of the seeds, so he could only leave it to chance. However, he still hoped to draw a more powerful seed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a bag of chili seeds. It has been placed at the bedside, please check it. The next moment, Chen Fan saw a small bag on the table next to him. Chen Fan picked up the bag and played with it for a while, looking at the little beans inside. What special effect could this have? Could it be spicier than normal peppers? As Chen Fan was thinking about it, he felt a little sleepy, so he put the bag aside, turned around, hugged Yuaner and fell asleep together. Chen Fan slept from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he woke up, he saw Yuaner still sleeping beside him, so he kissed her on the forehead and got out of bed. Then Chen Fan took the radish seeds and pepper seeds rewarded by the system and ran excitedly to a large lawn in the villa. After all, Chen Fan had done farm work when he was young, and he reclaimed the land in no time. Just as Chen Fan planted some of the seeds and was about to water them, the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Hello, this is Mr. Chen. I am Wu Jiahong, the general manager of Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited. Hello, Manager Wu, I'm Chen Fan. Chen Fan could tell the other party's tone was very polite, so he didn't use any honorifics. Mr. Chen, I'm very sorry to bother you. I received news that you will come to the company in the next 2 days. Could you tell me the specific time? Then we can greet you at the door. Wu Jiahong said in a very polite tone. Tomorrow morning, then. After confirming the time, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Chen Fan thought that this system was too user-friendly. It directly arranged his identity without him having to go through complicated procedures. Then Chen Fan continued to water the seeds he had just planted. The other side. After Chen Fan hung up the phone, Wu Jiahong sat down on the chair in his office. Since becoming the general manager of this company, I have never met the chairman, and the only news I received was that the chairman was always abroad. This suddenly means that tomorrow is coming, and I can't help but feel a little worried. After all, it has always been my dream to delve into agricultural breeding, and I am afraid that the chairman will use the company to develop other fields after he returns. Wu Jiahong could only pray that this was not the case. After Yuaner woke up, she saw that there was no one around. When I came to the window and looked out, I saw Chen Fan holding a watering bottle and watering the land. Yuaner came down from upstairs, came to Chen Fan, hugged him from behind, and whispered in his ear, "Husband, what are you doing?" "Wife, I'm growing vegetables." Chen Fan said lovingly. "What kind of dishes are these?" Yuaner asked curiously. "That piece of land is planted with radishes, and this piece of land is planted with peppers." Chen Fan pointed to the 2 pieces of land respectively. Yuaner was puzzled. Aren't radishes and peppers available for purchase anywhere? Why should she grow them herself and wait for them to mature? "Wife, these seeds are not ordinary. When they mature, they will have unexpected effects." Seeing Yuaner's puzzled look, Chen Fan also gave an explanation. "Hubby, I believe you." Yuaner didn't want to attack Chen Fan, so she just went along with what he said. "Honey, let me help you." After saying that, Yuaner snatched the watering bottle from Chen Fan's hand and started watering the plants herself. It wasn't until Yuaner spilled water on Chen Fan that the situation changed. The 2 of them started playing in the water. At the end of the game, only Yuaner's trouser legs were slightly wet, while most parts of Chen Fan's body were more or less wet. "Ha ha ha, my husband has become a drowned rat." Yuaner also laughed mercilessly. "In that case, I won't be polite." After saying that, Chen Fan opened his arms and prepared to grab Yuaner. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yuaner ran back into the house. The 2 played around for a while, and Chen Fan saw that his clothes were almost wet, so he prepared to take a shower. "Wife, do you want to join us? I see your clothes are wet too." Chen Fan said jokingly, with a towel hanging on his shoulder. "Go wash yourself, you rascal." After saying that, Yuaner pushed Chen Fan into the bathroom, made a face and closed the door. After taking a shower, Chen Fan saw that it was almost 6 o'clock, so he prepared to cook for Yuaner. When Chen Fan came out, he saw Yuaner watching TV, so he said something to her and went into the kitchen. In no time, the meal was ready and served on the table. "Wife, come and have dinner." Chen Fan called out when he saw Yuaner was so engrossed in watching. "Okay, here I come." After responding, Yuaner immediately turned off the TV and sat next to Chen Fan. "Wow! Honey, you've made a new dish." Yuaner looked at the dishes on the table that were different from the previous ones and couldn't help but exclaimed. Chen Fan was afraid that Yuaner would get tired of eating the same dishes all the time, so he would try new dishes every now and then. "Yeah, I'm afraid you'll get bored if I keep eating the same dishes," Chen Fan said lovingly. The 2 finished their dinner quickly. After Chen Fan cleaned up the dishes, he came to the living room and sat with Yuaner. When Yuana was watching the drama, she saw the characters taking wedding photos and felt a little envious. Honey, when do you think we should take wedding photos? Yuana couldn't help but ask. Chen Fan thought about it and then said, well, how about we go and see which store is good the day after tomorrow? Okay. Hearing Chen Fan's reply, Yuana happily kissed Chen Fan on the cheek. Chen Fan was still very happy inside. Okay, go take a shower. I haven't given you a massage in a while. I'll give you a massage after you take a shower. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yuana obediently went to find clothes to take a shower. After all, after giving Chen Fan a massage last time, I couldn't forget that comfortable feeling for a long time. Now that Chen Fan has brought it up, we naturally have to cooperate. Seeing Yuana jumping into the bathroom, Chen Fan also smiled bitterly. This silly girl. After more than 10 minutes, a voice came from the bathroom. Honey, help me get the towel. I forgot to take it. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Fan took the bath towel and walked to the bathroom door. You said please, husband, and I'll give you the towel. Chen Fan was still thinking about taking revenge for his clothes getting wet in the afternoon. Just give it to me. Yuana poked her head out of the door, looking aggrieved. If you don't tell me, I won't give it to you. Chen Fan acted very arrogantly. Chapter 35 Chairman in his early 20s. Please, husband, Yuana said shyly. Chen Fan also found it very useful. After smiling foolishly for a while, he handed the bath towel to Yuana. Yuana quickly put on her clothes and was about to come out to settle the score with Chen Fan. Hubby, don't run. Chen Fan was thrown onto the sofa by Yuana. Hee, I caught you. Yuana had a wicked smile on her face. Chen Fan was pressed down by Yuana, with a very honest look on his face. Humph. I'll let you go this time. Seeing Chen Fan's aggrieved look, Yuana felt a little bit sorry for him. I knew my wife treats me the best. Chen Fan had a playful smile on his face. Honey, let me help you blow dry your hair. Okay. After Chen Fan took out the hairdryer, he let Yuana lean on the sofa. Chen Fan gently combed Yuana's hair while adjusting the temperature. Honey, is this temperature okay? Yeah, very comfortable. After Chen Fan finished blowing Yuana's hair, he continued to give her a massage. After Yuana lay down on the sofa, Chen Fan skillfully massaged her from head to shoulders. Honey, is this strength okay? Yeah, very comfortable. Yuana closed her eyes and felt the strength. After Chen Fan determined the comfortable strength, he devoted himself to the massage. After the massage, Chen Fan found that Yuana had fallen asleep. He then held her gently in his arms and went back to the room and fell asleep together. The next morning, the sun had already risen and the sunlight was shining through the gaps in the curtains. Chen Fan got up and saw that it was already around 8 o'clock, so he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Because he had agreed to go to the company today, Chen Fan had a simple breakfast and put Yuana's portion in the thermal cabinet. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote on it. Honey, I have to go out for something. Breakfast is in the warmer. Love you. After Chen Fan finished writing, he stuck the note on the refrigerator and prepared to go out. Before getting in the car, Chen Fan first came to the place where radishes and peppers were planted yesterday. Seeing that these seeds had already reached the growth period after only one day, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh. This system is amazing. I believe these vegetables will be ripe in 2 or 3 days. Then Chen Fan watered and fertilized the 2 plots of land, and set off in his Maybach. Half an hour later, Chen Fan drove to the gate of Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited. The company covers a vast area, has a large-scale building with a rigorous layout, is surrounded by green trees and has a pleasant environment. The 2 words star in particular are particularly eye-catching. The security guard at the door saw that it was a Maybach and did not dare to be negligent. He hurried over and asked, Excuse me, who are you looking for? We need to register before we can enter. Seeing that the security guard was very polite, Chen Fan also cooperated very well and wrote down his purpose on the letter. Are you an employee here? Why haven't I seen you before? The security guard saw that Chen Fan had filled in that he was a company employee and asked curiously. I guess so. It's just that I haven't been here for a long time. After listening to Chen Fan's words, the security guard opened the railing with doubt. After Chen Fan parked the car and arrived at the company gate, he saw a man in a bright suit and with an extraordinary temperament standing next to the gate. Chen Fan had checked the information early in the morning and knew that the man in front was the general manager of Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited, Wu Jiahong. Manager Wu, sorry to have kept you waiting. Chen Fan walked over and said with a smile. Who are you? I'm Chen Fan. We just spoke on the phone yesterday. Wu Jiahong was obviously not mentally prepared enough, and looked at the chairman in disbelief, whom he had never met before. If you tell others that this young man in his early 20s is the chairman, who would believe it? Mr. Chen, you are really young and promising. I didn't expect our chairman is so young. It took Wu Jiahong a long while to come back to his senses, and he took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, please follow me. I will take you to your office. Wu Jiahong did not dare to be negligent at all, thinking that this company was definitely the family business inherited by Chen Fan. This is the only reasonable explanation I can think of. Soon Wu Jiahong took Chen Fan to the chairman's office. It's very clean and tidy inside, and you can tell at a glance that it's cleaned regularly every once in a while. The two of them sat on the sofa beside them, and Wu Jiahong asked, Mr. Chen, this is your office. Do you need me to show you around the various departments of the company? Okay. Chen Fan agreed immediately. The two got in the elevator and first went to the RD department. Everyone inside was doing their job and didn't notice the two people coming. These are the top talents in our company. I believe that with their research, we will soon be able to cultivate the best seeds. Wu Jiahong said passionately. Wu Jiahong didn't know whether Chen Fan came to the company to use it to develop other areas, so he could only use the simplest method to show him the company's research and development results. But Wu Jiahong obviously didn't know that Chen Fan's current level in this field was already on par with the scientific researchers there. After a few days, when he reaches the level of a grandmaster, Chen Fan can be said to have no rivals in this field. Manager Wu, what kind of seeds is our company researching now? Chen Fan was a little curious. Mr. Chen, now we are mainly researching tomato seeds, radish seeds, sweet potato seeds, and we have already reached the core stage of research. Wu Jiahong explained seriously. After hearing this, Chen Fan nodded slightly, and then said calmly. Manager Wu, I have done some research in this area. In a few days I will bring the radishes I planted to the RD department for reference. I believe you will not be disappointed. Wu Jiahong just smiled awkwardly. Obviously, he didn't believe that Chen Fan would bring him any surprises. His top RD team might spend several years or even decades on research and still might not achieve any huge success, so he regarded Chen Fan's words as a joke. Then Wu Jiahong took Chen Fan to visit a series of major departments in turn, including the marketing department and the finance department. Every time he introduced a place, Wu Jiahong would explain the functions of these departments to Chen Fan in detail. Finally, the two returned to the chairman's office. Mr. Chen, do you have any future plans for this company? Wu Jiahong still wanted to find out what Chen Fan thought of this company. Everything can remain the same, and I am still very interested in this field. Chen Fan told the truth. After hearing Chen Fan's answer, Wu Jiahong's tense nerves relaxed and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Okay, here is the company's personnel list and some detailed information. Please take a look. If there is nothing else, I'll go back to work. Wu Jiahong handed over the folder with both hands. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Chen Fan took the folder in his hand and made a gesture. Chapter 36. Are you an employee of our company? After Wu Jiahong left, Chen Fan took the documents and walked to the swivel chair at the middle table and sat down. Chen Fan was the only one left in the huge office. At this moment, a wonderful feeling arose in Chen Fan's heart. The company under his feet is worth hundreds of millions, and he suddenly transformed himself into the chairman of Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited. Anyone would be extremely excited by this. Chen Fan sat in the chair and looked carefully at the document in his hand. I read through the personnel information for each position and some important information about the company. Chen Fan also had to admit that Wu Jiahong was a very capable person. He had built the company to prosperity without a chairman. It seems that I can be a hands-off boss in the future, and only make important decisions myself. After Chen Fan finished browsing the information in his hand, he was ready to continue checking the work status of the company's employees and walked out of the office. Not long after Chen Fan walked out the door, Wu Jiahong came out to greet him. Mr. Chen, are you ready to go? No, I want to continue to see how the employees are doing at work. Chen Fan replied. Do you need me to accompany you? Wu Jiahong asked enthusiastically. Just go do your thing and don't worry about me. After hearing Chen Fan say this, Wu Jiahong returned to his office. Chen Fan returned to the RD department and saw that almost everyone inside was concentrating on the work at hand. I am also very moved that the people inside are so dedicated and there is not even one slacking off. Just as Chen Fan was about to leave, someone suddenly called out to him. Hey, this isn't a place to just wander around. Will you be responsible if something gets broken? A man who looked slightly older than Chen Fan walked out from behind the office door. Okay, I'll leave now. Chen Fan had seen enough and didn't want to cause trouble, so he turned around and prepared to leave. No, are you an employee of our company? How come I have never seen you before? I think so. Chen Fan replied calmly after hearing the question. What do you mean by should be considered? Explain yourself clearly. This arrogant man is Wang Haokai, the younger brother of Finance Minister Wang Haoyang, who is usually arrogant and domineering in the company. Relying on his brother being the Minister of Finance, he was often lazy and framed others. Everyone turned a blind eye. After all, they all respected his brother Wang Haoyang. Hearing the noise here, the RD personnel inside stopped their work and walked out. When one of them was inside, he found Chen Fan very familiar. After walking out and seeing clearly, he was sure that the person in front of him was Chen Fan. Xiao Fan, why are you here? The man walked up to Chen Fan and asked. Chen Fan looked carefully and found that the person asking him was his cousin, Lu Xingxing. Cousin, why are you working here? Chen Fan asked back. When I was chatting with my aunt before, it was clear that my cousin did not work in Shanghai, so I must have remembered it wrongly. I just changed jobs here 2 months ago. I informed my family only after I wanted to get some stability. Lu Xingxing explained. Oh, I see. Chen Fan nodded. Do you guys treat me as if I don't exist? Wang Haokai said angrily. What? Do we relatives need to ask for your permission to chat? Chen Fan retorted directly. Xiao Fan, stop talking. Lu Xingxing touched Chen Fan's arm. After all, he was still in the internship period and had not yet been hired as a regular employee, so he naturally could not offend Wang Haokai, the team leader. Okay, you are so arrogant, right? Wait for me to call the security guard to deal with you. Wang Haokai then returned to the office, took out the intercom and asked the security guard to come over quickly. Xiao Fan, how did you provoke this plague god? Lu Xingxing was obviously very afraid of Wang Haokai. Why, is there anything special about him? Chen Fan asked. You don't know, his brother is the finance minister of our company. If we mess with him, we'll be in trouble. Is his brother very powerful? As the chairman of the company, Chen Fan was naturally not afraid, but Lu Xingxing was different. He was still an intern, so of course he was afraid. Just wait. And you, Lu Xingxing, forget about completing your internship. I will ask my brother to fire you. Wang Haokai said in an arrogant tone. It's over. Lu Xingxing was very desperate. I finally found a new job, but I was fired before I even finished my internship. Cousin, don't worry, we'll see who will be the unlucky one in the end. Chen Fan comforted Lu Xingxing. After all, he was the one who caused his current situation. You are still talking big. Wait until the security guard comes and you will behave yourself. Wang Haokai's arrogant attitude remained the same. Xiao Fan, you'd better leave quickly. You'll be in trouble when the security guard comes. Lu Xingxing was still worried about Chen Fan. At this time, 3 or 4 security guards had come over. Brother Wang, who has provoked you again? I will help you teach him a lesson. One of the security guards came up to Wang Haokai and spoke arrogantly. It was obvious that the two had a very good relationship. It's too late if you want to leave now. Help me teach him a lesson and then kick him out. Don't let you keep talking nonsense. Wang Haokai pointed at Chen Fan and said. After hearing what Wang Haokai said, several security guards prepared to step forward and teach Chen Fan a lesson. Xiao Fan, hurry up and leave. I'll help you stop them. Lu Xingxing stood in front of Chen Fan. After all, he is Chen Fan's cousin, and his family often tells him to take care of his younger brothers and sisters when he is away from home. Chen Fan was also very moved when he saw his cousin standing in front of him. He thought there was still a relative out there who could protect him in this way. Cousin, please stand back. I can handle it. Chen Fan walked around Lu Xingxing and came to the front. It's a good opportunity for me to try out the enemy capturing fist rewarded by the system, although it will take a few days to upgrade to the Grandmaster level. Combined with daily physical improvement, it is enough to deal with ordinary people. After hearing what Wang Haokai said, several security guards rushed up without saying a word. Seeing everyone coming up, Chen Fan was not panicked at all and responded calmly. They were knocked down in just 2 or 3 moves, even though the enemy capturing punches targeted the vital points. After all, Chen Fan was already at the Grandmaster level, and he was still able to accurately dodge the vital points and knock everyone down. In just a few breaths, everyone fell to the ground wailing. Although Chen Fan had avoided the vital points, the strength was still difficult to control. Although they tried their best to restrain themselves, they still felt resentful towards the world. Wang Haokai panicked when he saw this scene. Fearing that Chen Fan would beat him, he quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. "Xiao Fan, when did you become so powerful?" Lu Xingxing asked in surprise. The reactions of the people around him varied. Some applauded, while others felt sorry for Chen Fan. After all, Wang Haokai's brother was not someone who was easy to mess with. "It's just normal operation." Chen Fan looked indifferent. "Just wait, I'll call my brother to deal with you." Wang Haokai continued shouting behind the door. Chapter 37. It's up to you. After hearing what Wang Haokai said, Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't want to continue making trouble, so he called Wu Jiahong. The other side. Wu Jiahong saw the call from Chen Fan and quickly answered. "Mr. Chen, what's the matter? I have a small problem here. Can you please help Manager Wu to come down and handle it?" "Okay, I'll be right down." When Wu Jiahong heard that there was trouble, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If the chairman gets angry on the first day of his inspection, it would be a huge disgrace to me. After saying that, Wu Jiahong hurried over. After Chen Fan hung up the phone, the people around looked at Chen Fan with curiosity. When they heard the manager Wu he mentioned on the phone, they thought he must be the company's general manager, Wu Jiahong. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion around, with all kinds of things being said. "Xiao Fan, is this really okay?" Lu Xingxing saw that Chen Fan had finished the call, so he asked tremblingly. "Cousin, don't worry. I'm here and no one can fire you." Chen Fan looked confident. Wang Haokai behind the door has also informed his brother Wang Haoyang that he was being bullied here. When Wang Haoyang heard that his brother was bullied in the company, he became angry and rushed over immediately. After all, Wang Haoyang still loves his younger brother very much and will never allow outsiders to bully him. "Who is so arrogant and dares to bully my brother in the company? Stand up." Wang Haoyang rushed over in less than a minute and asked angrily. And Wu Jiahong was still waiting for the elevator. "Oh." Chen Fan sneered and did not make any reply. Lu Xingxing subconsciously protected Chen Fan behind him. Wang Haokai heard his brother's voice behind the door, opened the door quickly, ran behind his brother, pointed at Chen Fan and said, "Brother, it's him." Just as Wang Haoyang was about to take the next step, the elevator door opened. Wu Jiahong came out and shouted loudly, "Stop it now." Seeing the general manager coming, Wang Haoyang immediately came to Wu Jiahong with a flattering look on his face. "Mr. Wu, this is a country boy who came from nowhere. Don't bother me. I can take care of him quickly." Lu Xingxing was completely panicked when he saw this scene. Such a small matter alarmed the general manager. His cousin was likely to be in trouble. Other people around were also worried about Chen Fan. If things got this far, it would probably not end well. Bang! A crisp slap sounded in the room. "Wang Haoyang, don't you want to do this anymore?" Wu Jiahong asked angrily. This scene stunned everyone around. The general manager actually slapped the finance minister for a young man who came from nowhere. This is so shocking. When Wang Haokai saw his brother being slapped, he froze in place, not daring to move. Lu Xingxing was also shocked and couldn't help but wonder what the relationship was between his cousin and the company's general manager. "Mr. Wu, this." Wang Haoyang covered his face and said in a low voice. "Chairman, are you okay?" Wu Jiahong bypassed Wang Haokai and walked straight to Chen Fan to ask. Wang Haoyang was stunned. He also received news that the chairman would come to inspect today. "I never thought that this young man in front of me would be the chairman of the company." When the scientific researchers heard what the general manager said, they all opened their mouths wide and looked shocked. As for Wang Haokai, his legs were shaking constantly, for he was afraid that his brother would lose his job because of him. I'm fine, Chen Fan said calmly. It's good that everything is fine, it's good that everything is fine. Wu Jiahong breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Wang Haoyang and said, hurry up and clean up this situation. Wu Jiahong still highly recognized this finance minister. After all, he also climbed up from the grassroots. His only shortcoming was that he was particularly indulgent to his younger brother. Mr. Chen, Manager Wu, I'm really sorry. Wang Haoyang quickly apologized and asked those who were still standing to take the security guard lying on the ground away. After doing all this, Wang Haoyang pulled his brother over and gestured with his hands. Bang! Bang! Seeing his brother's signal, Wang Haokai quickly slapped himself twice. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real thing. I was blind. As a team leader, he actually humiliated the company's chairman. This will probably be difficult to resolve. On the other side, Wang Haoyang was also apologizing to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, look at this. Wu Jiahong asked Chen Fan. You handle it yourself. I won't interfere. Chen Fan replied calmly. Okay, I will give you a satisfactory answer, Wu Jiahong said with a smile. Then, at Chen Fan's signal, Wu Jiahong took the two brothers Wang Haoyang back to his office. After Wu Jiahong left, most people returned to their jobs. Lu Xingxing was still standing there in a daze. I also heard from my parents a few days ago that this cousin not only found a girlfriend, but also made a lot of money. But he never thought that Chen Fan would become the chairman of his own company. Chen Fan's phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a message from Yi Waner. Hubby, why haven't you come back yet? I miss you. Chen Fan looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock, so he replied and said he would go back soon. Cousin, how about coming to my house for dinner? Chen Fan asked politely. No, I still have to go to work. Lu Xingxing came back to his senses and replied quickly. Then come over to my place if you have time. I'm going home first. My wife is waiting for me to come back and cook. Then Xiaofan, you should go back soon, Lu Xingxing said with a smile. After Lu Xingxing went back to work, Chen Fan also prepared to go home. Xingxing, you are so comfortable now. With this chairman cousin, you can do whatever you want. Seeing Lu Xingxing coming back, many people joked. What are you talking about? Although my cousin is the chairman, I still have to rely on my own efforts, Lu Xingxing said modestly. After this incident, everyone inside rushed to try to please Lu Xingxing, hoping to be on the list with his relationship, which would make their future life easier. The other side. After Wu Jiahong brought Wang Haoyang and his brother back to the office, he started scolding them. Didn't I tell you that the chairman was coming over for inspection today and asked you to be careful, and you did this? I didn't expect that this brat would offend the chairman, Wang Haoyang said in panic. Stop talking, now let's see how you want to solve it, Wu Jiahong interrupted his explanation. In the end, under Wu Jiahong's manipulation, Wang Haokai was dismissed from his post, and Wang Haoyang was demoted. The matter was then resolved after the entire company was informed of the news. On the way back, Chen Fan was quite satisfied with the result of Wu Jiahong's treatment. Half an hour passed. Chen Fan returned home and saw that no one was in the house. But the sound of a spatula was heard from the kitchen, and Chen Fan hurried in. Chapter 38 Morning Sickness. I walked into the kitchen and saw Yi Waner cooking. Then he walked over to her. Seeing Chen Fan coming back, Yi Waner put down the pot, holding a spatula in her hand and looking at Chen Fan with a silly smile. Honey, let me do it. Chen Fan looked at her dusty appearance and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Honey, do you think the food I cook is bad? Yi Waner said with her hands on her hips. No, how dare I despise my wife? Chen Fan said lovingly. Then husband, please teach me how to do it. This. Chen Fan looked at the slightly blackened vegetables in the pot and was speechless for a moment. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Yi Waner looked at Chen Fan expectantly. There's nothing wrong with this, it's just a little blurry. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. After all, she was his wife, so he could only pamper her. Later, under Chen Fan's command, Yi Waner completed 3 dishes with great difficulty. Chen Fan almost went crazy. The two of them brought the food to the table and sat together. Honey, please try the food I cooked and see if it's delicious. Yi Waner looked at Chen Fan impatiently. Chen Fan picked up the dish, put it in his mouth, and tasted it carefully. A trace of difficulty flashed across his face, but he quickly recovered and said reluctantly, "It's still delicious." "Really? Really?" Yi Waner was a little excited. "Let me try it." Just as Yi Waner was about to pick up some food, she was stopped by Chen Fan. "Why don't you try something else?" Chen Fan pointed at the dish he had directed Yi Waner to make and said, "What's wrong?" Yi Waner was a little confused. "No, those two dishes should taste better," Chen Fan said with a smile. In the end, Chen Fan didn't stop Yi Waner and tasted the dish she made. "I just put it in my mouth and chewed it for a while. Sudden. A feeling of nausea came over me." Yi Waner covered her mouth, rushed to the toilet and vomited. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he was also a little panicked, and hurriedly followed behind her, gently patting her back. After Yi Waner stopped vomiting, Chen Fan asked with concern, "Honey, how are you? Are you feeling better?" Yi Waner nodded slightly. Then Chen Fan helped her sit down on the chair and ran over to pour her a cup of hot water. After coming over, Chen Fan first gently wiped the residue from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and then fed the water to her mouth. Seeing Yi Waner in pain, Chen Fan felt so distressed. These few months of pregnancy are the peak period for morning sickness. It must be the greasy environment in the kitchen, coupled with the stimulation of this dish, that caused Yi Waner to suffer from morning sickness this time. This was the reason why Chen Fan had never let Yi Waner enter the kitchen. This time he was just hoping for a lucky break, but he didn't expect it to happen. After vomiting, tears were still in Yi Waner's eyes. "Wife, let's not cook from now on, okay? Leave everything to your husband," Chen Fan said lovingly. "Okay." Yi Waner nodded slightly. Seeing that Yi Waner's condition had stabilized a little, Chen Fan went to get a bottle of orange juice and handed it to her, which could help relieve the discomfort after vomiting. After settling Yi Waner, Chen Fan returned to the kitchen and planned to cook a few light dishes so that she could eat them. After lunch, Yi Waner's uncomfortable feeling has basically disappeared. The two were lying on the sofa, and Chen Fan was telling Yi Waner what happened in the morning. When Yi Waner heard that Chen Fan had a company, she was shocked at first, and then when she talked about what happened there, the change from anger to joy took only a moment. After listening to Chen Fan's story, Yi Waner also began to narrate what happened at home. "Honey, why are the vegetables you planted outside growing so fast? It's only been one night," Yi Waner asked curiously. "Didn't I tell you yesterday that this dish is different from the usual ones?" Looking at Chen Fan's mysterious expression, Yi Waner was really confused. Just then, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Chen Fan took it out and opened it. It was a message from Tang Yu. "Brother Fan, my girlfriend and I plan to visit your new home this afternoon. Are you home?" Chen Fan, who saw the message, typed a response. "I'm at home, just come over when the time comes." Then Chen Fan sent his home address. Tang Yu clicked on the address and took a look. Meteor Garden. Isn't this one of the most high-end residential areas in Shanghai? Is Chen Fan's new home in it? Tang Yu was still a little bit unbelievable. Seeing Chen Fan's serious reply, Yi Waner couldn't help but ask, "Honey, whose message is this?" As for Tang Yu's news, he said he would come to play with us with his girlfriend this afternoon. Chen Fan pointed the phone in front of Yi Waner and showed it to her. "I see." Yi Waner was still a little excited. After all, she and Shin Yu got along very well. After watching TV for a while, Yi Waner felt a little sleepy, so the two of them went back to the room together to take a nap. The time soon came to 3:30 in the afternoon. When Chen Fan woke up and saw Yi Waner was still sleeping, he didn't wake her up. He kissed her on the face and went to the living room. At this time, Tang Yu also sent a message that it was almost here. Chen Fan changed his clothes and prepared to go to the door to bring them in. After all, you can't just enter this kind of community. Chen Fan waited at the gate for about 2 or 3 minutes, then he saw Tang Yu's car and waved. He also signaled to the security guard at the door that he was his friend, and the security guard opened the door quickly. Under the guidance of Chen Fan, Tang Yu drove the car into Chen Fan's yard. The moment Tang Yu and Xin Yu got out of the car, they were shocked by the house in front of them. This is not a house at all, it's obviously a paradise. There are swimming pools and entertainment facilities. What's wrong? Come in, Chen Fan said to the two of them. Oh my god, brother Fan, is this really your new home? Tang Yu couldn't help but ask. What else can we do? We can rent it. That's not cost-effective, Chen Fan said with a smile. No, I just think it's unreal. Yes. Shin Yu beside him also nodded. Obviously, the two have not recovered yet. Then Chen Fan brought the two of them into the house. Brother Fan, where is my sister-in-law? Tang Yu asked. He's still sleeping. He'll probably wake up soon. Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, Yu Waner came down from upstairs. You are here. Yu Waner rubbed her eyes. When Shin Yu saw Yu Waner coming down, he went straight to her. After they exchanged greetings for a while, Yu Waner took Shin Yu upstairs to play. Brother Fan, how much did you pay for this house? Tang Yu was very curious. About 10 or 20 million. Chen Fan replied calmly. Fuck, it's so expensive. Tang Yu jumped up. Seeing Tang Yu's exaggerated look, I was also shocked by him. It's not bad. What do you mean by okay, Brother Fan? You're not going to tell me that you're actually a hidden rich second generation, are you? Chapter 39 I must go. What rich second generation? Chen Fan smiled helplessly. That's the third generation of the rich? Tang Yu asked. I have invested in quite a few projects recently and made a small profit. Chen Fan said modestly. No, Brother Fan, your small profit is too outrageous. Operation normally. Chen Fan waved his hand and said. Then, at Tang Yu's suggestion, the two prepared to play a game. The other side. Yu Waner was taking Shin Yu to the third floor, experiencing the functions of each room. When I feel tired, I lie down on the massage chair and relax. Waner, what does Chen Fan do and why is he so rich? Shin Yu couldn't help but ask. Actually, I don't really know. Anyway, I heard him say that he invested in some projects and made some money. Yu Waner thought about it for a moment and then explained. He's really amazing. He's only a freshman and he's already made so much money. Actually, as long as he treats me well, nothing else matters. Yu Waner said truthfully. That is. Shin Yu nodded in agreement. As the two chatted, Chen Fan and Tang Yu played 2 games downstairs and then came up. Tang Yu and Chen Fan heard the two people chatting and entered the room. Ha! It's so comfortable for two of you to lie here. Tang Yu said to the two people lying on the chairs. Is it not possible? Shen Yu questioned. Okay, ladies, please have a good rest. Tang Yu said flatteringly immediately. Puff. Chen Fan laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Yu Waner also asked a soul-searching question. No, you two should have a good rest. He and I will go to another room to play. Then Chen Fan pulled Tang Yu out of the room dejectedly and walked to another room. Ha ha ha. The two girls laughed wildly at the embarrassed look of the two men. Brother Fan, this is too embarrassing. What should we do? Can we fight back? That's fine. Under Chen Fan's guidance, Tang Yu experienced almost all the facilities in every room on the third floor. It was not until the evening that several people sat together in the living room on the first floor. Old Tang, Sister Yu, what would you like to eat for dinner? Chen Fan asked. I'll eat whatever is available. I'm not picky about food. Besides, Brother Fan, your cooking is so delicious, right? I'm not picky about food either. Shin Yu agreed. Okay, then I'll arrange it. After saying that, Chen Fan walked into the kitchen. Tang Yu felt embarrassed to stay here alone, so he followed Chen Fan into the kitchen to help him. There were only 2 girls left in the living room watching TV. As soon as Tang Yu entered the kitchen, he saw Chen Fan cooking something on the stove, so he walked up to him and asked. Brother Fan, what good things are you cooking? Waner is having morning sickness this afternoon, make her some millet porridge, it's easier for her to digest. Chen Fan was busy while talking to Tang Yu. Is this the best man in the world? Tang Yu said with a teasing look on his face. Go, you don't want to eat anymore, right? Wrong. After a while, with the cooperation of the two. Soon the table was filled with delicious food. Wife, have some porridge. Chen Fan scooped a bowl of millet porridge and placed it in front of Yi Waner. Thank you, husband. Yi Waner smiled happily. The affectionate look between the two gave Tang Yu and Shin Yu goosebumps. During the meal, Chen Fan asked Tang Yu and the others. Old Tang, Sister Yu, do you have anything to do tomorrow? Do you want to go and watch Waner and I take wedding photos together? Is this true, brother Fan? Are you ready so quickly? Tang Yu seemed a little excited. Really? Waner. Shin Yu looked at Yi Waner. Yeah. Yi Waner nodded. Then you must go. When Tang Yu saw Yi Waner nod, he jumped up. No, why are you so excited? It's not you who was wearing a wedding dress. Chen Fan looked at Tang Yu with disdain. Sorry, I couldn't control myself for a moment. Tang Yu smiled and touched his head. After dinner, several people sat on the sofa together, playing with their mobile phones. Brother Fan, it's getting late. We should go back. Tang Yu looked at the time and it was already past 8 o'clock. Stay here for one night. We can leave together tomorrow. There are plenty of rooms at home anyway. Chen Fan tried to persuade her to stay. Yes. Yi Waner echoed. There are no clothes to change here. Tang Yu said after thinking about it. You two can go back and take a shower and come back here, or bring your clothes over here. Tang Yu listened to Chen Fan's suggestion and said. Hey, good idea. What kind of good idea is this? Yi Waner couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha. Shin Yu also laughed unceremoniously. Wife, please give your husband some face. Chen Fan walked to Yi Waner, took her hand and said. When the two were about to go back to get their clothes, Tang Yu asked Chen Fan tentatively. Brother Fan, can I drive your car? Looking at Tang Yu's expectant eyes, Chen Fan couldn't bear to refuse and took out the key. Take it. I love you so much, brother Fan. Tang Yu took the key and felt like he was about to fly. Ugh, isn't the meat so cheesy? Chen Fan almost vomited the dinner he had just eaten. Half an hour later, the two of them returned with the clothes. After taking a shower, Chen Fan was taking Tang Yu and Shin Yu to choose a room. After choosing a room, Yi Waner suddenly said to Chen Fan. Honey, I want to sleep with Sister Yu, is that okay? Hearing Yi Waner's request, Chen Fan still seemed very reluctant. But under Yi Waner's coquettish offensive, Chen Fan had no choice but to agree. My husband is the best. Then Yi Waner kissed Chen Fan on the face. The next moment, Yi Waner and Shin Yu closed the door of the room. No, I haven't agreed yet. Tang Yu shouted loudly. I don't need your consent. Shin Yu's voice came from behind the door. Only Chen Fan and Tang Yu were left in front of the door. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Brother Fan, it seems that we have to sleep together. Tang Yu was the first to break the silence. Who wants to sleep with you? I'm not a geezer. There are so many rooms, just pick one for yourself. Chen Fan looked at Tang Yu with disdain. Brother Fan, it seems that there is no love between us anymore. Tang Yu pretended to be sad. Screw you. After helping Tang Yu choose a room, Chen Fan also returned to his own room. That night, Chen Fan slept very uncomfortably. After all, he was used to having Yi Waner by his side. The next morning, after Chen Fan woke up, he went to the first floor. Brother Fan, you get up so early too? Tang Yu greeted. Of course not. I'm a little uncomfortable with no one lying next to me all of a sudden. Who says it's not? The two of them complained to each other like nagging women. On the other hand, Shin Yu and Yi Waner were still sleeping soundly. Chen Fan and Tang Yu did not wake them up. After finishing their breakfast, they put their portions in the thermal cabinet. Chapter 40 Wedding Photos. When Chen Fan was about to water and fertilize the vegetables, Tang Yu also came over. Brother Fan, what are you going to do? To grow vegetables. Chen Fan answered casually. Tang Yu was also a little confused, wondering if growing vegetables in the villa was a bit of a waste of talent. The two came to the vegetable garden next to them. Seeing that the radishes and peppers were almost ripe, Chen Fan also smiled. Wow, these vegetables are growing so well. Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim when he saw how well the vegetables grown by Chen Fan were growing. These dishes are extraordinary. Isn't this just an ordinary dish? What's the difference? Tang Yu questioned. If there was any difference, it was just that it looked a little better than normal vegetables. Tang Yu naturally couldn't see anything special about it. You'll know when they mature. Seeing Chen Fan's mysterious look, Tang Yu didn't ask any more questions. After watering the vegetables and applying fertilizers, I returned to the house. The two girls were already sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. You two should get up. We will be ready to go take wedding photos soon. The moment Chen Fan finished speaking, the two girls sped up their breakfast eating. Don't worry, I've already booked the store. It belongs to us all day now. It turned out that when Yi Wan'er mentioned that she wanted to take wedding photos, Chen Fan had already arranged everything yesterday. They found one of the best bridal shops in Shanghai. The owner didn't agree at first, but after Chen Fan paid 100,000 yuan, the owner readily accepted it. Oh my god, this is too arrogant. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh. After finishing breakfast, the four of them got into Chen Fan's Maybach together and left Tang Yu's car at the villa. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the bridal shop, and Chen Fan parked the car and got out. The store is right on the seaside, and you have to cross a road to reach the beach. A middle-aged man in a suit at the door walked directly to Chen Fan, with an extraordinary temperament. You must be Mr. Chen. It's me. Are you Boss Lu? Chen Fan asked politely. Yes, I'm Lu Shuajian, nice to meet you. As Lu Shuajian spoke, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chen Fan. The two exchanged pleasantries. Chen Fan had already sent a message in advance that he would come over, so Lu Shuajian was waiting at the door early. After all, he was a big client. Everyone follow me. Lu Shuajian clapped his hands in front. Several people followed him into the bridal shop. When you walk into the store, the atmosphere created inside is elegant and romantic. Coupled with the soft lighting, exquisite decorations, and warm color matching, people are immersed in a sweet atmosphere, as if they have walked into a dreamy world of love. The two girls behind him looked at this scene and felt an inexplicable feeling in their hearts. Both gentlemen and ladies, do you want to take a photo together? As soon as Lu Shuajian entered the store, he called for someone to come and serve him. Let's go together, now that we're here. Chen Fan said. This is not good. Tang Yu touched his head. Yes, it was all spent by you, Chen Fan. Shen Yu agreed. Why would you refuse? I have already booked the entire store. It would be a waste if you two don't take pictures. Chen Fan explained to the two. Hearing Chen Fan say this, Yi Wan'er also echoed. Yeah, the money has already been spent, so why not take the photo? With the two people's words, Tang Yu and Xin Yu had no reason to continue to refuse, so they agreed. Afterwards, a professional makeup artist took the four people to their respective dressing rooms and designed suitable makeup for them. Since Chen Fan and Tang Yu are boys, there is no need for them to put on such elaborate makeup, so they came out first. The two men had changed into black suits, looking particularly smart. They were all sizing each other up. Old Tang, you look really handsome in this. Brother Fan, you're not bad either. No, haven't I always been handsome? Tang Yu reacted and added. I'm looking forward to seeing them in their wedding dresses. Tang Yu expressed great excitement. Look at you like that. No, why are you lying on the door? When Chen Fan finished speaking, he had teleported to the door. Chen Fan had just passed by for a few seconds. Yi Wan'er walked out towards them. Looking at Yi Wan'er in her wedding dress, with a smile on her lips, Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Yi Wan'er waved her hand in front of Chen Fan. Honey, what's wrong with you? So beautiful. Chen Fan said blankly. Tang Yu was also stunned when he saw Xin Yu behind Yi Wan'er. It wasn't until the two girls came out that the two men reacted. Yi Wan'er and Xin Yu have very different temperaments when they put on their wedding dresses. Yi Wan'er usually looks very cold, and that feeling is even more so after putting on her wedding dress, as if she is a fairy isolated from the world. Xin Yu usually looks like the big sister next door, but in the wedding dress, she looks unusually sweet. Everything is ready. A few of them first took pictures of several scenes in the store and selected several sets of photos. Then moved to the beach opposite the store. Under the direction of a professional photographer. Several people kept changing their poses and took many photos of the two couples. Finally, we took a group photo of the two couples and the photo session ended. Back at the bridal shop, the two girls carefully selected the photos because they did not trust Chen Fan and Tang Yu's aesthetic taste. Chen Fan and Tang Yu could only serve as tools and only answered when they asked. After a whole morning of shooting and selecting photos, it was already 2 o'clock. The few of them returned to the villa in a mighty manner. I'm so tired. Finally finished filming. Yi Wan'er lay tiredly on the sofa. Yeah, it's more tiring than attending classes. Shen Yu agreed. You two can take a rest. Old Tang and I will prepare the meal soon. Then we too will wait for the meal. Yi Waner said with a smile. Chen Fan and Tang Yu went to the kitchen and started to get busy. By the time the two of them finished cooking, it was almost 3 o'clock. You two must be starving. Go wash your hands and eat. Chen Fan brought out the dishes and said to the two people lying on the sofa. Yi Waner and Xin Yu became alert upon smelling the fragrance. They quickly ran into the kitchen to wash their hands before returning to the dining table and sitting down. Since they had already eaten breakfast, everyone who was already starving was faced with such tempting food. In less than 10 minutes, they finished all the food. After clearing the dishes, before Tang Yu and Xin Yu left, Chen Fan also said that he would send the photos to them when they came out. After a busy morning, Yi Waner was very sleepy, so Chen Fan carried her back to the room and prepared to take a nap. While Yi Waner was sleeping soundly, the system's voice sounded in Chen Fan's mind again. Chapter 41 New Store. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Yi Waner for completing the wedding photo shoot. A Wanda Plaza shop as reward, all relevant documents have been processed. One more chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Chen Fan did not hesitate and directly drew the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning a bag of sweet potato seeds. All the rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. When the system finished speaking, a file bag and a bag of seeds appeared on the table nearby. What is this rewarded shop used for? This made Chen Fan think deeply. Waner often paints some landscapes at home, so it would be a good idea for her to open a small painting shop. When the child is born in the future, the money can still be used and it won't be wasted. After thinking about the purpose of the store, Chen Fan started to worry about the seeds. There will be more and more seeds like this in the future, and my villa will not be able to grow enough of them. It looks like I'll have to buy a greenhouse later so I don't have to worry about it. After thinking about this, Chen Fan happily leaned on Yi Waner's shoulder and fell asleep. It was 5 p.m. and the sun hadn't set yet. When Chen Fan woke up, he saw Yi Waner looking at him tenderly. Honey, you're awake. Wife, why didn't you wake me up? Chen Fan stretched out his hand and hugged Yi Waner in his arms. Seeing you sleeping so soundly leaning against me, I didn't have the heart to call you. Yi Waner said with a smile. Wife, you are so nice. Chen Fan smiled foolishly and took out his cell phone to see that it was still early. Wife, I'm going to take you somewhere. Where are you going? Yi Waner asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Chen Fan remained mysterious. After the two got in the car, Chen Fan headed towards Wanda Plaza. After parking the car, Chen Fan took Yi Waner to the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza. Entering the store, the overall feeling is spacious and bright. The walls are like a piece of white paper that has not yet been painted. Although it looks unremarkable now, it contains infinite possibilities, making people imagine what it will look like after the future decoration. Hubby, why did you bring me here? Hee, I bought a shop here and plan to turn it into a painting shop for you. Then we will have a place to paint in the future. Chen Fan explained. Wow! I've always wanted to have my own painting shop. Thank you, husband. After saying that, Yi Waner kissed Chen Fan on the face. Right now this is just a bare house and it will take at least a month to complete the renovation. Honey, we still have to go to school later. Can I leave the store to my best friend? Yi Waner asked Chen Fan. Of course you can. You are the boss now, and you have the final say. Yi Waner's best friend Fong Jiro happens to be majoring in art. She is also currently doing an internship and looking for a job, and Yi Waner immediately thought of her. Then Yi Waner called her. Jiro, what are you doing? Why, Waner, a busy person, is willing to call me. A playful female voice came from the other side. I'm talking to you about serious matters. Aren't you still looking for a job? Have you found one? It's not easy to find a job with my major. I guess it will take some time. Fong Jiro complained. I happen to have a small painting shop here, and I'm still short of a store manager. Do you want to come and try it? Really? Then you've helped me a lot. I love you so much. Do you want to come over and take a look now? It's not decorated yet. Okay, I'll be right there. After Yi Waner hung up the phone, she sent the address. Wife, what happened? Chen Fan asked after seeing Yi Waner hang up the phone. My bestie said she'd come over to check it out soon. Fong Jiro's home is not far from here, and it will take less than 10 minutes to get there. Jiro, this way. Yuaner saw Fong Jiro looking for someone on the opposite side, so she waved at her. Seeing Yuaner waving at her, Fong Jiro walked over. This is my husband, Chen Fan. Yuaner introduced. Hello, I'm Yuaner's best friend, Fong Jiro. Fong Jiro introduced herself politely. Hello. Seeing Yuaner introduce herself, Chen Fan responded simply. I keep hearing Yuaner talking about how handsome and good you are, and it seems to be the case. My wife is mine, so I must be nice to her. Chen Fan responded. Okay, Jiro. Yuaner pulled Fong Jiro into the store and asked. Do you think this is okay? That's pretty good. Fong Jiro said in surprise as she looked at the spacious store. After all, it is a shop in a bustling area, and the price is at least tens of thousands per square meter. How can it be bad? Have you found a decorator? Fong Jiro asked. Not yet. Chen Fan interjected. I happen to know someone who has experience in this kind of decoration. Do you believe me? Fong Jiro asked tentatively. Believe it. Yi Waner answered firmly. Since Waner said so, I'll leave everything to you. Chen Fan immediately transferred a sum of money and told them that they could just let him know if they needed any more money later. After all, opening a painting shop is not a small amount of money, and hiring a training teacher is also an expense. When preparing to leave, Yi Waner asked. Jiro, how did you get here? I took a taxi. It's not very far anyway. Fong Jiro explained. How about we have a meal together, and then we'll take you back? Okay. Fong Jiro agreed happily. Afterwards, they discussed it for a while and finally accepted Chen Fan's suggestion to eat Western food. When you come to the second floor of the square, there happens to be a Western restaurant. The overall style of the restaurant is European classical, with exquisite oil paintings hanging on the walls, and the warm lighting makes it look very cozy. As soon as they entered the door, the waiter came over to greet them warmly and took the three of them to their seats. There's a menu on the table. Once you've ordered, just press the bell next to it. After saying that, the waiter poured each person a glass of lemonade and left. It's quite high-end. Fong Jiro said, pointing at the bell. When ordering food, Fong Jiro didn't dare to order anything as the dishes were very expensive. Waner, come and order for us all. Chen Fan saw her embarrassment and asked Yuaner to order for the three of them all. Yuaner didn't hesitate to order a steak and pasta for each person and then pressed the bell. When Chen Fan took the menu, he also ordered 2 more dishes. Soon, all the dishes were served. Fong Jiro was a little shocked when she saw so many dishes. She had just looked at the menu and the total cost was at least 2,000 or 3,000. This is a huge sum of money for someone who has just started his internship. While eating, the three of them were not used to using knives and forks. Chen Fan went to get 3 pairs of chopsticks, and after he took the lead in using chopsticks, the 2 girls also gave up their knives and forks. The 3 of them finished their meal using chopsticks in such an incompatible way. After paying the bill, it was almost 7 o'clock. Chen Fan was driving in the front, and 2 girls were gossiping in the back seat, which was also very enjoyable for Chen Fan to hear. It only takes about 10 minutes to reach Fong Jiro's house. After the 2 girls said goodbye reluctantly, Chen Fan and Yi Waner prepared to go home. Chapter 42. It's on your face too. After returning to the villa, Chen Fan went to the vegetable garden to see how the radishes and peppers were growing as soon as he got out of the car. Even in the dark, the place is still brightly lit by the lights in the house. Wow! Husband, how come these vegetables grow so fast? They are almost ripe. Yi Waner said in surprise. Although Yi Waner had no experience in farming, she was very clear that vegetables had a growth cycle. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that the vegetables grown from these seeds are extraordinary? Chen Fan said with a smile. Seeing how the vegetables grew, Yi Waner could only believe what Chen Fan said. Then Chen Fan watered the vegetables again. It looks like the radishes should be ready for harvest tomorrow, Chen Fan said excitedly. Yi Waner on the side started counting with her fingers. Wife, what are you counting? Chen Fan saw Yi Waner counting with her hands and asked curiously. It only takes 4 days for this radish to mature. It's amazing. After Yi Waner finished counting, she said to Chen Fan. It's amazing. After watering the vegetables, the two returned to the house. Yi Waner lay tiredly on the sofa, and Chen Fan reminded her. Wife, why don't you take a shower first? It will be more comfortable to lie down after you take a shower. You take a shower first. I'll lie down for a while. After a day of taking wedding photos and visiting shops, Yuwaner was really tired. When Chen Fan came out of the shower, Yuwaner had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Chen Fan saw that it was only 7:30, so he went back to the room and got an air-conditioned quilt to cover Yuwaner. I sat aside and looked at my phone. An hour later. Honey, how long have I slept? Yuwaner said in a daze. Chen Fan glanced at the time and said softly, I slept for about an hour. I thought it was the next day. Yuwaner slept very soundly for the past hour, and now she feels refreshed. Wife, you just woke up, go take a shower later. Seeing Yuwaner was about to take a shower as soon as she woke up, Chen Fan tried to dissuade her. Because you are in a relaxed state when you just wake up, it is easy to get dizzy and catch a cold if you take a shower in this state. Okay, Yuwaner agreed obediently. Yuwaner watched TV series on the sofa for an hour before taking a bath. Chen Fan gave Yuwaner another 5 minutes of massage before going to bed, and then they went back to the room to sleep together. Time soon came to the next morning. After Chen Fan woke up, the sleepiness on his face quickly disappeared and he excitedly went to the vegetable field. Looking at the radish seedlings in the field, they are already showing signs of maturity. Chen Fan couldn't wait to dig the soil with a small shovel. At this time, Uncle Wu, who was taking a walk, heard the noise here and immediately walked to the door. Xiao Fan, what are you doing so early in the morning? Uncle Wu asked, lying on the gate. When Chen Fan heard Uncle Wu's voice, he immediately stopped what he was doing and opened the door for Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, I'm harvesting the vegetables I planted. Chen Fan explained. Hey! This vegetable is growing really well. Uncle Wu looked at the lush radish seedlings and exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, it only took 4 days to plant and we've got a harvest. Chen Fan shared happily with Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu naturally didn't believe it and just laughed. Chen Fan dug out all the radishes. These white radishes looked bigger and fresher than usual. Uncle Wu, take some back and try it. Chen Fan took out a big bag and handed it over to him, which contained several large radishes. Uncle Wu didn't hesitate and took it. Your radishes are really different. They are all crystal clear. Uncle, if you go back and try it, you will know another difference. After Chen Fan finished speaking, the old man excitedly carried the bag and went home. Then Chen Fan took the remaining radishes into the house, and Yuwaner just woke up. Honey, who are you talking to outside? Yuwaner asked. Uncle Wu just passed by, chatted with him for a while, and gave him some radishes. Chen Fan explained. This radish is so big. Yuwaner saw the radish on the ground and said in surprise. This is much bigger than the ones you buy in the market, and so crystal clear. Then we will use these radishes to cook dishes at noon. Chen Fan said with a smile. Okay, Yuwaner responded. Then Chen Fan went into the kitchen and started making breakfast. After they finished their breakfast, they sat on the sofa. At almost 10 o'clock, Fang Jiro sent pictures of 2 decoration styles to Yuwaner's mobile phone, asking her to refer to which one looked better. Yuwaner began to study it carefully. The 2 styles are different. The first one looks more stable and lacks a bit of innocence, while the second one is just the opposite of the first one. Yuwaner was also a little unsure, so she came to Chen Fan. Honey, which of these 2 decoration styles do you think is better? Yuwaner asked Chen Fan for his opinion. Chen Fan took the phone and looked at it carefully. I think, after all, most painting studios serve children, so it's good to have some childishness, isn't it? Chen Fan said seriously. Yuwaner also nodded in agreement. Then let's decide on the second option. Yuwaner said excitedly. Afterwards, Yuwaner replied to Fang Jiro and told her that she had chosen the second option, and also asked if she had any money left. Fang Jiro said that this was too much. After all, Chen Fan transferred 300,000 yuan at one time last time, and it is estimated that there will be some left after the renovation is completed, which can be used to recruit teachers. It was soon noon. Chen Fan also prepared a table full of dishes, and radishes were mixed in almost every dish. Chen Fan first scooped a bowl of radish and pork rib soup for Yuwaner, and then looked at Yuwaner with anticipation. Yuwaner took a sip immediately. A moment. A warm current flowed into Yuwaner's stomach, and she felt comfortable all over. Wife, how is it? Is there any effect? Well, I feel very energetic and comfortable all over. Yi Waner looked very enjoyable. Chen Fan couldn't wait any longer, so he picked up the bowl and started drinking. Within a few seconds, Chen Fan also experienced the feeling that Yi Waner described, which was truly wonderful. The two of them finished their lunch quickly, and there wasn't much food left on the table. After all, radish itself has the function of helping digestion. With the help of Chen Fan's god-level cooking skills, the radishes were fried to be extremely delicious, and the two of them ate a lot of them without realizing it. The two people, who were a little full from eating, were lying on the sofa to rest. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Waner slowly felt a little itchy on her body, so she scratched it. I rubbed off a mass of black impurities on my hands. Husband, look at what these are. Yi Waner looked a little horrified. When Yi Waner reached out her hand to Chen Fan, she discovered that there were the same small black spots on his face as on her hands. Honey, it's on your face too. Chapter 43, Benefits of Radish. After hearing Yi Waner's words, Chen Fan subconsciously touched his face. Sure enough, a mass of black impurities was rubbed off. Then Chen Fan thought about it for a while and immediately realized that this was the effect of the radish. Wife, don't be afraid. The radishes we eat are having an effect. Chen Fan said comfortingly. So that's how it is. I was scared to death. After Yi Waner let out a long sigh, she moved closer to Chen Fan and sniffed it. The smell rushed straight into her nose, and then she quickly moved away. Honey, you've become so smelly. You talk as if you don't stink, wife. The two of them started teasing each other. Wife, go take a shower first, or the whole house will be filled with the smell. Why, do you dislike me? Yi Waner approached quickly. How could I dislike you? Chen Fan said as he backed away. Then why are you backing off? Yi Waner seized the opportunity and pounced directly on Chen Fan. The two men suddenly felt a foul smell sweeping into their nasal cavity, which was really a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting themselves 800 times. After playing around for a while, Yi Waner was pushed into the bathroom by Chen Fan. After Yi Waner went in to take a shower, Chen Fan came to the place where the radishes were placed. There were 5 radishes on the ground, minus the 3 given to Uncle Wu and the 2 eaten by himself, a total of 10. I estimate that I can grow another 10 seeds from the seeds I have now, which makes them extremely precious. After all, these are carrots rewarded by the system, so they naturally cannot be compared with the carrots that can be mass-produced outside. Chen Fan immediately put the remaining radishes away to avoid them from being damaged. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Waner came out of the shower. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Yi Waner stood there, like a fairy from heaven, her fair skin glowed softly under the light, and there was not a single flaw on her face. Honey, what's wrong with you? Yi Waner came to Chen Fan and shook her hand. Waner, how come you have become so beautiful? Chen Fan sucked his saliva. Really? Yi Waner walked to the mirror and looked at herself. Chen Fan was about to approach, but Yi Waner quickly spoke up to stop him. Go take a shower, you're getting stinkier. Indeed, Chen Fan could be said to have been marinated in the flavor during these 10 minutes or so, and he himself had actually gotten used to the smell. Hearing Yi Waner's disgusted voice, Chen Fan could only walk into the bathroom to take a shower with grievance. Only after seeing Chen Fan close the door did Yi Waner begin to appreciate her own changes seriously. After Chen Fan came out of the shower, Yi Waner excitedly approached Chen Fan. Honey, this radish is really amazing. My skin has become very smooth now. Right, my husband didn't lie to you. Chen Fan has also changed a lot, and his appearance now is no less than that of the popular handsome young man. Honey, I love you so much. After saying that, Yi Waner kissed Chen Fan on the face. I love you too. The two of them stayed in the living room for a while and then prepared to go back to their room for a nap. Wife, I'll take you somewhere when you wake up in the afternoon. Chen Fan said softly. Where are you going? Yi Waner asked. I'll take you to visit my company. I have something to do there. Chen Fan also felt that there was no need to hide it, so he just said it directly. Okay. Chen Fan kissed Yi Waner on the face and they fell asleep together. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two woke up almost at the same time. Chen Fan simply changed his clothes and went to the kitchen to bring the radish with him. And Yi Waner was still dressing up carefully. It took 20 minutes to get everything done. Yi Waner changed into a slim-fitting long dress and added just the right amount of elegant makeup, giving off an overall cool feeling that made people feel intimidated. After preparing these, the two of them prepared to set off for the company. Half an hour later, the car drove into Star Breeding Technology Company, Limited. After what happened last time, the security guards here have memorized Chen Fan's face and dare not neglect him at all. Wow! This company is so big. Yi Wanner exclaimed while sitting in the car. Right, such a big company belongs to your husband, isn't it awesome? Chen Fan asked proudly. Yes, my husband is the best in the world. Yi Wanner followed Chen Fan's words. That's right. Yi Wanner's thunderous flattery really made Chen Fan feel happy. Then Chen Fan took Yi Wanner into the company, and Wu Jiahong was waiting at the door early. Because Chen Fan had already sent him a message in advance, saying that he would come to the company in the afternoon. Mr. Chen, you are here. This must be Mrs. Chen. Wu Jiahong walked forward and said enthusiastically. Yes, this is my wife. Chen Fan responded. Hello, I am Chen Fan's wife, Yi Wanner. Yi Wanner seemed a little reserved after all, it was her first time meeting someone at the manager level. Seeing that Yi Wanner was a little nervous, Chen Fan held Yi Wanner's hand and comforted her in a low voice. Honey, don't be nervous. I'm the chairman of the company. Mrs. Chen is so beautiful. You and Mr. Chen are a match made in heaven. Wu Jiahong praised. Thank you. Yi Wanner thanked. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, please follow me. Then, under the leadership of Wu Jiahong, they came to the chairman's office. Along the way, Wu Jiahong was still very curious about what the bag Chen Fan was holding was, but he didn't dare to ask more. Wife, Manager Wu and I are going to the RD department. Do you want to come with us? Chen Fan asked Yi Wanner caringly. You are going to discuss work, so I won't go with you. Yi Wanner responded. Okay, then you can look around if you're bored, we'll be on our way there. Yeah, Yi Wanner nodded obediently. When the two were getting off the elevator, Wu Jiahong specifically asked his female secretary to take good care of Yi Wanner. While waiting for the elevator, Wu Jiahong finally couldn't help but ask. Mr. Chen, you look a little big now. I almost didn't recognize you just now. After all, only a few days had passed, and the change was comparable to that of a plastic surgery, so it was no wonder that he asked the question. Oh, this is the effect of the radish I cultivated with great effort that I mentioned last time. Chen Fan explained. Really? That's impossible. Wu Jiahong looked very unconvinced. After all, this was beyond common sense. Mr. Chen, what's in this bag? Yes, these are the radishes I grew. Chen Fan raised the bag in his hand. Hearing this, Wu Jiahong became a little excited. After all, it is impossible to believe Chen Fan's one-sided statement alone. But the actual object has already been obtained. As long as we test it on the machine, everything will be clear. After a while, the two arrived at the RD department. The scientific researchers inside were still concentrating on their work, just like last time. The difference is that the seat in the office is already vacant. Everyone stop what you are doing. Wu Jiahong clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Chapter 44 Student Fong Yangrong meets the teacher. It was not until Wu Jiahong's voice resounded throughout the room that the researchers working there noticed the two men's arrival. He quickly put down the work in his hands and ran over. This time, our CEO Chen brought some newly cultivated radishes. Its appearance may overturn your latest research, so you must be mentally prepared. Wu Jiahong explained the purpose of Chen Fan's visit. Then Chen Fan took out a radish from the bag and placed it on the table. This is the newly cultivated radish. I believe it will bring you surprises. Chen Fan pointed to the radish on the table. The researchers looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and disdain. In their opinion, this radish is not much different from ordinary ones, and the ones cultivated by the company look even better than this one. However, since it was Mr. Chen who brought him personally, no one dared to neglect him. They all agreed and said that it must be very good. At this moment, an out-of-place voice sounded in the crowd. If you pick up any radish and say it's newly grown, I can pick up a bunch of them out there. Lao Fong. Wu Jiahong dissuaded. The person who opposed was Fong Yangrong, the most senior person here. He has been working here for nearly 10 years and should have been promoted to a higher position long ago. But with his passion and ideals, he insisted on fighting on the front line. Wu Jiahong still respected him very much. After all, his qualifications were not much different from his own. Although you are the chairman of the company, I have always been fighting on the front line. I know how difficult it is to cultivate them. If only it were that simple. At Wu Jiahong's reminder, Fang Yangrong also restrained his tone. After hearing the doubts from their senior colleagues, some researchers who had not spoken yet also stood on Fang Yangrong's side. Chen Fan did not refute. After all, the man in front of him was obviously a senior in the company, and it would be difficult to offend him. Whether it is effective or not can only be known after the machine has been tested, don't you think so, Mr. Fang? Wu Jiahong came out to smooth things over. If this is really higher than the data we studied, I would have no problem recognizing this young man as my teacher. Fang Yangrong said sternly. When Chen Fan took out the carrot, Fang Yangrong thought that he was disrespecting his research results. After all, he had been doing research for a full 10 years. He would definitely not be able to accept the fact that he had come up with something that overturned his research results. Mr. Fang, this is not necessary, Wu Jiahong advised. Yes, senior, there is no need for that. Chen Fan also spoke up to dissuade him. But it did not shake Fang Yangrong at all, and instead made him even more confident. Come on, let's see what data can be detected from the cultivated radishes brought by the chairman. Fang Yangrong confidently picked up the radish on the table and walked towards the testing equipment. Wu Jiahong also shook his head helplessly and explained to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, but Lao Fang is just like that, very stubborn. I understand. Chen Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. A group of people followed. Fang Yangrong turned on the instrument skillfully, then looked at Chen Fan and asked. Mr. Chen, can I cut it? Chen Fan waved his hand to show his agreement. Then Fang Yangrong cut off a small piece with a knife, put it on a plate, and put it into the instrument. After setting up the program on the computer, I started testing. We'll know the outcome in 10 minutes. Mr. Chen, is this okay? Wu Jiahong was still a little unsure. Manager Wu, don't worry. Everyone around was looking at the progress bar on the computer expectantly, more excited than any previous test. Lu Xingxing, who was standing by, was also praying that the radishes brought by his cousin would bring a breakthrough to the current research. Time passes by every second. Everyone was so nervous that they forgot to blink and stared at the progress bar. Finally, the progress bar reaches 100%. The screen clearly reads, "This match is in perfect agreement with the ideal result." It's even a little better than the expectations set by everyone during the research. How is this possible? Fang Yangrong muttered to himself. He thought there was something wrong with the machine until he put radishes from the laboratory on it for testing. The result was completely different from what Chen Fan brought, and Fang Yangrong had to believe the data in front of him. Wu Jiahong was also shocked, and looked at Chen Fan with awe. Mr. Chen, how did you grow this radish? Can you share it with us? Fang Yangrong asked excitedly. After all, Fang Yangrong has been researching for so long, and the carrot that can perfectly match the data is right in front of him. He was so excited that he forgot what had just happened and asked Chen Fan as if nothing had happened. Chen Fan just smiled slightly, then walked forward and explained to him. Senior Fang, this radish is not easy to cultivate. It combines the genes of many rare plants, plus a few special materials in the world, to develop into its current appearance. Old Fang, you've changed really quickly. Wu Jiahong said with a smile. When Fang Yangrong heard Wu Jiahong's words, he immediately reacted and said with shame on his face. Mr. Chen, I am ignorant and I am sorry for offending you just now. I admit defeat. Just as Fang Yangrong was about to bow with both hands and call Chen Fan teacher, he was stopped by Chen Fan. Senior, there is no need to be like this. These are just jokes. Don't take them seriously. Seeing Chen Fan say this, Fang Yangrong had completely accepted Chen Fan in his heart. Student Fang Yangrong greets the teacher. Despite Chen Fan's attempts to stop him, he still insisted on making the bet. Rather than saying that he was following an agreement, it would be more accurate to say that he truly wanted to worship Chen Fan as his teacher. After all, the one who has achieved success comes first. The people around were also very shocked that the most senior person here actually took such a young person as his master. If this news gets out, it will definitely shock the people in the neighborhood. Wu Jiahong also imagined this scene, and he knew Lao Fang very well. Chen Fan quickly grabbed Fang Yangrong's hand and said, You don't have to be like this, senior. Your dedication to scientific research is admirable. In fact, I came here today to share this achievement. Mr. Chen, is it possible to mass-produce radishes of this quality nowadays? If so, it will definitely make a sensation around the world. Fang Yangrong said excitedly. Wu Jiahong on the side also looked at Chen Fan expectantly, hoping to hear good news. No, currently only 1 in 10 of its seeds remain, and there is no material left to cultivate it. Chen Fan told the truth. After all, the system only rewards this much, and I really can't take it out. How could it be? Fang Yangrong felt lost. Wu Jiahong also looked disappointed. After all, cultivating special fruits and vegetables was his lifelong dream. When the people around heard the news, they showed the same expression on their faces. But Chapter 45. Is that secretary pretty? But Senior Fawn, don't worry. I still have a seed here. Together with this radish, I believe it will be helpful to your subsequent research. Chen Fan comforted everyone. After figuring out what Chen Fan said, Fang Yangrong became very excited. There are already ready-made results here. Although there are not many, we can directly extract useful ingredients from them and then find substitutes with suitable functions. Fang Yangrong gradually realized that this would be a new opportunity for scientific research breakthroughs. After so many years of dreaming, I can finally take this important step forward. Wu Jiahong now looks at Chen Fan with new eyes. Ever since he last watched the surveillance video here, he has been unable to forget his punches and kicks. Coupled with the new achievements brought this time, even though Chen Fan is very young, I sincerely admire him. Mr. Chen, I really... Fang Yangrong was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Afterwards, Chen Fan used the master-level ability awarded by the system to discuss the process of cultivating radishes with Fang Yangrong and Wu Jiahong, and they all believed in it without a doubt. During the discussion with Chen Fan, the two could clearly feel the professionalism of Chen Fan's speech skills and trusted him more. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. Until Chen Fan saw that it was almost 6 o'clock, worried that his wife was hungry, he reminded everyone. It's getting late, everyone, please go home. I'm sorry to have kept you guys here. The people around echoed that there was no delay. Chen Fan said goodbye to everyone, and before leaving, he approached his cousin Lu Xingxing and asked if he wanted to have dinner together. He said that he would continue to help his seniors later and they would have dinner together next time when they were free. Wu Jiahong also remembered this scene, thinking that he would have to take better care of Mr. Chen's cousin in the future. Then Chen Fan and Wu Jiahong took the elevator and returned to the chairman's office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Yuaner sitting on the swivel chair in the middle looking outside the building, and Wu Jiahong's secretary was standing behind her. Chen Fan first made a gesture, indicating that Wu Jiahong and his secretary should go out and do their work. The two nodded and walked out quietly. Yuaner seemed to be so absorbed in watching that she didn't notice any movement in the room. After watching the two of them go out, Chen Fan slowly walked behind Yuaner and hugged her. Wife, are you hungry? Chen Fan said gently. It was not until Chen Fan hugged her that Yuaner reacted and tried to break free. There are people around. Where is that person? Chen Fan held her hand tightly. Yuaner looked around and found that there was indeed no one else. The sister just now was still here. Yuaner said in a low voice. She's busy. Chen Fan replied. Then he continued to ask, what would you like to eat tonight? Yuaner thought about it seriously for a while, and then replied. I want to eat corn. Okay, then let's go buy some corn. Chen Fan said lovingly. The two held hands, took the elevator and came to the parking lot. Soon, Chen Fan drove the Maybach to a larger market nearby. After searching for a long time on the roadside for a place to park, he found a place where there were cars and stopped. Honey, won't we get fined if we park here? Yuaner saw that there were no signs around indicating that parking was allowed. That shouldn't be the case. We'll be leaving soon anyway, and there are other people parked around here, right? Yuaner looked at the cars around her and nodded. Then the two got off the car, holding hands and walking down the street. Yuaner took Chen Fan's hand and asked tentatively. Honey, was that secretary pretty? I didn't pay much attention to it, but it should be pretty good looking. Chen Fan thought for a moment and then replied. As the chairman of the board, does your husband also have such a beautiful secretary? Yuaner said jokingly. Of course not. I don't go to the company often, so why do I need a secretary, right? Chen Fan explained quickly. Ah, I was just teasing you. Yuaner laughed. You're so brave, you dare to play tricks on your husband? Chen Fan scratched Yuaner's nose lightly. You're about to scratch my nose. Yuaner complained. Humph. You deserve it. The The two of them made such intimate gestures on the street, coupled with their gorgeous looks, that passers-by stopped and watched. What kind of beauty is this couple? They are not celebrities. Hubby, look at how sweet they are, and then look at you, you're like a piece of wood. Hearing that many people on the street were envious of her, Yi Wanner was also very happy, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. In the astonished eyes of the people, Chen Fan took Yi Wanner to a clean store and bought 2 or 3 corns. After paying the bill, Yi Wanner picked up the corn and started to eat it. She looked so funny that Chen Fan laughed out loud. Honey, what are you laughing at? Yi Wanner asked curiously. No, I just thought of something funny. Chen Fan covered his mouth with one hand. Yi Wanner didn't hear the answer, and didn't care about anything else, and continued to chew the corn. Afterwards, Chen Fan simply bought some vegetables in the market and prepared to go back. Came to the car and was about to get in. Honey, there's a piece of paper on the wiper. Yi Wanner took the paper down and walked in front of Chen Fan. They both looked at it carefully and saw the word ticket written in large letters on it. No way, I'm so unlucky. I got posted after just half an hour. Chen Fan was speechless. See, I told you that you will be fine. If you don't believe me, you deserve it. Yi Wanner said mischievously. Wife, look, the car next to us also has a ticket. Chen Fan pointed to several cars around. See, this is what happens when you don't believe me. It turned out that 20 minutes after the two men left, the traffic police came and issued tickets to all the cars in the row. Let's go home and cook. Chen Fan considered himself unlucky and paid a 200 yuan fine and was given 3 points. After returning home, Chen Fan quickly prepared the meal. The two of them sat at the dinner table, and Yi Wanner was obviously full from eating too much corn. While eating, I just took a few bites for the sake of meaning. After dinner, Chen Fan cleaned up the dishes and sat on the sofa with Yi Wanner. Honey, I don't really want to go to school. Yi Wanner approached Chen Fan and said. Because the holiday ends tomorrow. After so many days of vacation, Yi Wanner has really gotten used to this kind of life. Suddenly having to go back to school always makes her feel a little uncomfortable. Wife, what can we do? Do you want your husband to buy the school? Chen Fan joked. Really? Yi Wanner was a little excited. Can this school still be sold? Chen Fan himself was confused by Yi Wanner. It really proved the saying that pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years. My husband can't afford this. Chen Fan said with a smile. Hearing Chen Fan's words, Yi Wanner suddenly felt lost. Chapter 46 I don't want to go to the morning class. This silly wife. Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Humph. You are the stupid one. Yi Wanner responded. I'm going to take a shower. I won't talk to you anymore. After Yi Wanner stood up, she put her hands on her hips and went into the bathroom to get her clothes. Seeing that Yi Wanner was a little angry, Chen Fan was also very helpless. It turns out that pregnant women should not be messed with. Chen Fan lay on the sofa, thinking back to his wife's silly look just now, and felt extremely happy. As I was thinking, my eyelids slowly closed and I fell asleep. After a while, Yi Wanner came out of the bathroom, planning not to talk to this bad husband tonight. He saw Chen Fan sleeping on the sofa, and the anger in his heart was immediately extinguished. Looking at Chen Fan's well-behaved sleeping posture, Yi Wanner couldn't help but smile. I have never carefully observed how my husband sleeps. Now I see that he is completely different from usual. Just 3 words. Very cute. Then Yi Wanner took out the air-conditioned quilt and covered Chen Fan with it, and then she sat beside him and looked at his face. As she watched, she couldn't help but move closer and kiss Chen Fan on the mouth. That's it. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Wanner. Wife, what's wrong with you? Chen Fan looked at Yi Wanner's red face and asked in a low voice. It's okay, I just feel a little hot. Yi Wanner touched her face. Then don't be angry, my wife. Chen Fan said coquettishly. Originally, after Yi Wanner blushed and her heart beat fast, she had forgotten about this matter. Now that Chen Fan mentioned it, Yi Wanner naturally wanted to give him a good beating. Humph. I'm going to get angry. Seeing Yi Wanner's mood change so quickly, Chen Fan, who had just woken up, was also confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. Chen Fan could only put on a face that looked aggrieved. Yi Wanner just made a face and went upstairs back to her room. Only Chen Fan was left sitting here alone. After Yuana returned to the room, she leaned against the door and touched her face. I found that it was still a little hot, and when I looked in the mirror it was still a little red. It seems that she felt shy after kissing Chen Fan secretly. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Chen Fan went to take a shower. While taking a shower, Chen Fan still couldn't figure out what was wrong with his wife. After taking a shower, Chen Fan also returned to the room. Yuana was sitting on the bed watching videos, and the blush on her face had faded. Chen Fan went straight to the bed and put his arm around Yuana and whispered to her. Wife, when we get to school tomorrow, I'll take you to eat your favorite chicken drumsticks with black plum sauce, okay? He just couldn't believe it. He had already taken out his wife's favorite food, but still couldn't control her. Okay. Yuana responded happily. This gave my husband a way out. I hadn't eaten chicken legs with black plum sauce for a long time and I was craving for it. Chen Fan happily hugged Yuana and watched the drama in her hands together. It was not until 9 o'clock that Yuana received a message on her mobile phone. At this moment, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Then Yuana said speechlessly, I have to go to school early in the morning from now on. How can I bear it? It turned out that just now, the counselor sent an announcement in the class group. After returning from holiday, it's time to start the early morning mode. Chen Fan heard Yuana's complaint and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, honey. I'll prepare a delicious breakfast for you in the morning. I guarantee you'll be full of energy for the whole day. Yuana rolled her eyes at him and said, You only know how to coax people. After watching the play for a while, the time came to 10 o'clock. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Chen Fan first got up from the bed and went to water and fertilize the peppers outside, seeing that it would take some time for them to mature. He went back to the kitchen to prepare a filling breakfast for Yuana. Yuana struggled to get up in the bedroom, muttering that she didn't want to leave the warm bed. When Yuana finished washing up and came to the dining table, there were 2 exquisite breakfasts and 2 cups of hot milk on the table. Chen Fan yawned and said, Eat quickly, my little princess. Hee, my husband is so awesome. Yuana praised Chen Fan. Hearing his wife's praise, Chen Fan smiled with satisfaction. After breakfast, the two got into the Maybach. Chen Fan asked Yuana to take a nap in the car for a while. After all, it was only 7 o'clock and they still had some distance to go before they could get to school. After eating, Yuana lay down in the back seat and fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Chen Fan drove the car into the parking space next to the school. As soon as the Maybach stopped, many students stopped to take a look. Chen Fan loosened his seatbelt, gently patted Yuana who was sleeping, and said softly, Wife, we're at school now, it's time to go in. Yuana slowly opened her eyes and stretched. Are you here so soon? Let's go quickly, otherwise we will be late for the classroom. Chen Fan said gently. After hearing what Chen Fan said, Yuana finally sat up. After all, it was her first time to attend the morning class and she couldn't be late. As the two got off the car, many classmates turned their attention here. When people saw that the person getting out of the Maybach was a very young couple, people all around started talking about it. What kind of rich second generation is this? He actually drives a Maybach to school. What kind of divine looks do they have? They are simply better than the current campus beauties and school hunks. Many people also took pictures of the two of them and prepared to post them on the school forum. Chen Fan and Yuana were not aware of any sounds around them. Chen Fan was actually worried that he would not be late if he went there now, while Yuana was still in a daze. The two came to the classroom, found a seat and sat down. The morning class was over very quickly. Yuana also woke up. After saying goodbye to Chen Fan, she went to the classroom with her familiar female classmates to attend class. Chen Fan felt embarrassed to stay with so many girls, so he went to find someone he was familiar with to sit with. The first class was a boring advanced mathematics class. Chen Fan and Yuana can be seen in the 2 corners at the back. Yuana, how did you put on this makeup? It's so delicate. Yes, teach us. The girl sitting next to Yuana asked her in a low voice. My boyfriend drew them all. I can't do it either. I didn't know how to explain it, so I could only use Chen Fan as a shield. After all, I just put on some light makeup, and the rest was all due to the carrot. Wow! Your boyfriend is so awesome. One of the girls said in surprise. Now almost the entire class knows that Chen Fan and Yuana are in love. You can tell from the way they both look at each other without even asking. Then how did you get together with Chen Fan? Tell me about it. Yeah. After the first one asked, the others followed suit. After all, this advanced mathematics class is so boring, it would be much more exciting to chat about gossip. Chapter 47. Are you still in school? Yuaner didn't want to tell the truth either. After all, she still had to maintain some privacy. She made up a story about how she and Chen Fan suddenly met outside of school, fell in love at first sight, and how Chen Fan pursued her. They were stunned by the coaxing. But Chen Fan's situation was quite different. His friends around him didn't notice his change at all. They were all busy discussing how to play games. Soon Chen Fan and the other 5 gathered together and drove in the back row. The situation was very tense and some people wanted to shout out several times, but they held back. The classroom returned to calm only after the teacher came down and walked around, warning everyone. It was soon break time, and Chen Fan sneaked out early in the morning to buy chicken drumsticks with black plum sauce for Yuaner. Since the break was only 20 minutes, Chen Fan sneaked out through the back door a few minutes before the get out of class ended. After all, that small shop was still very popular. Anyway, this morning was all about advanced mathematics, and roll call was usually taken after the last get out of class. Chen Fan was not at all nervous. When we arrived at the chicken drumstick shop, there were already 2 or 3 people buying chicken. It seemed that they had sneaked out just like Chen Fan. Sister Wan, help me get 2 chicken legs with black plum sauce. Since the start of the school year, Chen Fan has come here to buy things many times and has become very familiar with the store clerks. Okay, please wait for a few minutes, classmate. Sister Wan said enthusiastically. While she was making chicken legs, she couldn't help but look at Chen Fan twice more. Classmate, why do you look so familiar? Sister Wan asked puzzledly. You just came back from vacation and you forgot about me. Last time, Sister Wan, you gave us 2 extra chicken wings. Chen Fan said with a smile. You are Chen Fan. You have become more handsome after the holiday. Auntie can't recognize you. You come here to buy chicken legs for your girlfriend again. I'll give you another one. Sister Wan was so enthusiastic that Chen Fan felt embarrassed. Thank you, Sister Wan. Soon, the small chicken leg shop was surrounded by students, and Chen Fan had to work very hard to get the chicken leg and squeeze out. When Chen Fan left, many girls became crazy about him, and some even chased after him to ask for his contact information, but they were all rejected. Chen Fan returned to the classroom and waved to Yuaner with a chicken leg in his hand. Yuaner saw it, said something to the people who were chatting, and trotted over. Honey, what's wrong? Yuaner asked in a low voice. Look. Chen Fan opened the package and showed her the chicken leg. Yuaner's eyes lit up immediately. She took a bite of the chicken leg, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and then said, My husband is so nice. Seeing Yuaner eating so happily, Chen Fan smiled indulgently. The students in the back row got goosebumps when seeing the 2 of them showing off their love like this. Since there were no classes in the afternoon and the food in the cafeteria was not very tasty, Chen Fan planned to take Yuaner home to cook for him. As soon as he returned to the villa, he met Uncle Wu who was about to go out, and Chen Fan greeted him. Uncle, are you going on a long journey? Seeing that Uncle Wu was carrying so many things, Chen Fan asked subconsciously. Hello, Uncle. Yuaner also greeted politely. Yes, I'm going back to see my son and grandson. Uncle Wu replied with a smile. Uncle, have you eaten the radish I gave you? Seeing that Uncle Wu didn't seem to have changed much, Chen Fan asked with a smile. No, I'm taking it back for my son and grandson to try. Where are you going? You just came back. Uncle Wu asked politely. Uncle Wu, we just finished class. Yes. Yuaner also agreed. Are you still in school? Uncle Wu asked in surprise. During their previous chat, they hadn't noticed that they were still college students, because Chen Fan usually behaved very maturely and steadily. Yes, I don't think I have ever mentioned it to you. Chen Fan replied. Uncle Wu nodded and said, Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Chen Fan and Yuaner said goodbye to him one after another. After returning home, Chen Fan went into the kitchen and quickly prepared the meal. After eating, Chen Fan went outside to see how the peppers were growing. I found that there was not much change, it was still the same as the previous 2 days. Chen Fan couldn't figure it out, so he thought he should just continue watering the plants every day. Maybe he would discover something after acquiring the planting techniques from the Grandmaster. After watering the plants, Chen Fan returned to the house and sat on the sofa with Yi Waner. Honey, did you understand the morning class? Yi Waner suddenly asked. Chen Fan played games for several classes in the morning and couldn't concentrate on the advanced mathematics class at all. You probably didn't understand, Chen Fan said in a low voice. What about the homework? Yi Waner asked. Chen Fan thought about it and then answered. Isn't there a university question search? If we don't know how to do it, we can refer to the process there. Yi Waner looked at Chen Fan with disdain, but she did not deny that this was indeed a good idea. Chen Fan and Yi Waner did their homework in the living room for an hour. After all, if they finished it early, they wouldn't forget it later. After finishing her homework, Yi Waner leaned against Chen Fan with her feet on the sofa and watched TV series. Chen Fan was checking the profitability of the company and restaurant on his mobile phone. After all, you can't completely ignore the company and the restaurant. After all, they are your own business. Soon Yi Waner felt sleepy, and the two went back to their room for a nap. When Mr. Wu returned to his son's house, he saw the nanny cooking in the kitchen, so he walked over with the dishes in his hand. Dad, why are you back a little late this time? The food is almost ready. It turns out that Uncle Wu goes back to his son's house for dinner on the 10th and 20th of every month. Jiahong, where is my grandson? Grandpa Wu looked around. That brat is still upstairs. All he does is play games every day. Wu Jiahong said with regret. Uncle Wu's real name is Wu Zhenye, and he has 3 children in total. The eldest brother, Wu Jiaxian, inherited his mantle, joined the army to serve the country, and now holds a position of neither high nor low status. The second child, Wu Xiaodong, studied fashion design abroad in her early years and now has returned to China and opened a clothing company. The third one is Wu Jiahong, the general manager of Star Breeding Company. Then Wu Jiahong went upstairs and pulled his son Wu Junfeng down. If my son had half the ability of the company's chairman, I would be very lucky. Come, Xiaofeng, I brought you your favorite fruits. Wu Zhenye said kindly. After all, the third child in this family gave birth to this grandson, so naturally he is very spoiled. Wu Junfeng happily ran behind his grandfather. Thank you, Grandpa. Dad, you will spoil him like this. Wu Jiahong said helplessly. My own grandson, who else should I spoil if not me? Wu Jiahong had no choice but to let his father do as he pleased. Soon the nanny prepared the meal and said to everyone, dinner is ready. When Wu Jiahong went into the kitchen to wash his hands, he saw the radish beside him and immediately felt that it looked familiar. Chapter 48. Someone is causing trouble. He immediately took out the living room and asked the nanny at home. Auntie Huang, where did this radish come from? Oh, this old man brought it back and just added a dish. Aunt Huang explained. Yes, I took it back. Wu Zhenye continued. Just now, Wu Jiahong didn't pay attention to the bag in his father's hand, thinking it was just some ordinary things. Dad, where did you get this carrot? Seeing his son's nervous expression, Wu Zhenye said calmly. It was given by a young man. He's quite a nice guy. Is that young man's surname Chen? Wu Jiahong asked hurriedly. How do you know? His name is Chen Fan, and he lives opposite the house you bought for me. Wu Zhenye was a little confused. The villa that Wu Zhenye lives in now was bought by his 3 children for his retirement. He is the chairman of our company. I didn't expect that he lives across the street from my dad. Wu Zhenye was still very shocked when he heard what Wu Jiahong said. But still a little skeptical, I asked. Could it be that we have the same name? The guy sitting opposite me is still a student. This news made Wu Jiahong a little suspicious whether it was a duplicate name. After all, Chen Fan had never told him that he was a student. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold. Wu Zhenye didn't want to think about it anymore and urged everyone to eat. When they just started eating, they didn't feel anything. When I was sitting in the living room after dinner, I realized belatedly that the radish had started to play a role. Dad, do you feel anything special? Wu Jiahong asked his father. Now that you put it that way, it seems like you do have feelings. Then Wu Zhenye stood up and couldn't help jumping twice. Dad, watch your waist. Wu Jiahong hurried forward to support his father. Wu Zhenye had already suffered an old injury on the battlefield a few years ago, and now he cannot make any strenuous movements. It's okay. I feel like I have endless energy now. Wu Zhenye said excitedly. Wu Jiahong understood immediately that it must be the role played by the radish. Dad, the person living opposite you is definitely our chairman. Why? Wu Zhenye was a little puzzled. Because this radish was grown by him, the feeling you have now is the same as the one you got after eating the radish. Wu Jiaxian was a little excited. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen gave 3 of these precious radishes to his father, and now they have cured his chronic illness. Wu Zhenye now feels 10 years younger, and then said to Wu Jiahong, I didn't expect this young man would give me such a precious thing. I'm really ashamed. Dad, let's find some time to bring some gifts to thank each other. At this time, Wu Jiahong was thinking about bringing something to thank the other party, and also introducing his son to Chen Fan so that he could make friends with him. That's right. Wu Zhenye nodded. Then Wu Jiahong said to his son, Juanhao, when we go to thank them, you can come with us so that we can get to know each other and make some friends. No, he's just a spoiled rich second-generation guy. Wu Juanhao said with disdain. Because he knew where his grandfather lived, he subconsciously thought that young people living in the villa area were all of this type of people. Finally, after his grandfather's persuasion, he agreed to go with them. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Fan woke up first, but Yi Waner was still sleeping soundly. Chen Fan took out his cell phone and prepared to send a message to ask Tang Yu if he knew anyone who had a greenhouse for rent in Modu. There is no more space in the yard to continue planting, so I have to find a larger place to plant. In the future, there will be more and more seeds. Old Tang, are you still in class? Yeah, what happened to Brother Fan? At this time, Tang Yu was sitting in the last row, lowering his head and replying to Chen Fan's message. After all, after 3 years of hard work in high school, everyone will want to have fun first and worry about things later when entering college. Do you know anyone who has a greenhouse for rent in Shanghai? Chen Fan asked in a typing voice. What's up? Want to plant something? I got some seeds recently, just help me find out if there are any. Then Tang Yu propped up his head with his hands, thought about it seriously, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind and he sent a message. By the way, isn't that what the monkey is doing now? When Chen Fan saw this information, he thought about it and remembered it immediately. Yes, isn't that what the monkey family does? The monkey's name is Li Bowen. He is very naughty, so he was nicknamed Monkey. He was Chen Fan's high school classmate, and they had a pretty close relationship. He stopped going to school after graduating from high school and now has inherited his family's greenhouse. Well, you and I will go ask him at the weekend, and we can catch up on the past. Tang Yu sent a message. Okay, that's it. Then the two ended their conversation, and Yi Waner woke up at this time. Husband, what are you doing? Yi Waner asked in a daze. I just chatted with Tang Yu for a while. I plan to find my high school classmates to ask about renting a greenhouse this weekend. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Oh, so what are we going to eat tonight? I'm a little hungry. Yi Waner said, touching her stomach. Chen Fan thought for a moment, then replied. Then let's go to Chui Yuxian to eat, okay? Yeah. Yi Waner nodded obediently. Chen Fan also wanted to go over to Kuyuxuan to take a look, because Yi Qingqing told Chen Fan that recently there were always inexplicable people coming to Kuyuxuan to cause trouble. The two changed their clothes and went out. Soon Chen Fan drove the car to the Kuyuxuan parking lot. When they were almost at the door, Yi Qingqing came out to greet them, because Chen Fan had sent a message in advance saying that he would come over. Aunt! Yi Waner hugged her warmly. Chen Fan also politely called her aunt. Chen Fan is her leader and also calls her aunt, which makes Yi Qingqing feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go, the food is served. Yi Qingqing said enthusiastically. Afterwards, Yi Qingqing brought the two of them to the boss's private box. Many customers were wondering who Chen Fan was and how he could be personally entertained by the general manager here. There is a photo of Yi Qingqing on the wall with the words General Manager written in large letters on it, so many regular customers know her. Chen Fan also handed over Kuyuxuan to Yi Qingqing for complete management not long ago. After all, she is his wife's aunt and has outstanding abilities, so he is confident in handing it over to her for management. After sitting down in the box, Yi Waner first chatted with Yi Qingqing about the past, and then sat aside obediently to eat her meal. What's going on with that group of people? Chen Fan asked. I'm not sure either. I didn't notice it at first. I thought it was a mistake made by our waiters and chefs. It wasn't until different people caused the same trouble every time that I realized it, Yi Qingqing explained. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, A waiter rushed in and said in a panic, "Manager Yi, someone is causing trouble again." Chapter 49, Compensation of 1.8 million. Mr. Chen, this. Yi Qingqing looked at Chen Fan, waiting for what he would say. After all, Chen Fan is the boss, so I still have to act according to his instructions. The waitress standing by was very shocked when she heard the manager call the young man Mr. Chen. If you tell others about such a young president, I guess no one would believe it. Warner, why don't you continue eating here? My sister-in-law and I will go out to see what's going on. Chen Fan said to Yi Warner, who was eating at the side. No, I also want to go and take a look. Yi Warner put down the chopsticks in her hand and looked at Chen Fan with anticipation. Seeing Yi Warner looking at him like this, Chen Fan nodded helplessly and said, "Then Warner, stay behind me and don't get so close." Okay, Yi Warner nodded happily. Seeing that the two had already discussed it, Yi Qingqing didn't say anything more. The three of them walked out of the box together and took the elevator down to the first floor. There were several people in strange clothes standing in the hall, led by a bald man wearing a big gold chain. Don't you want to do business at Kuiyuxuan anymore? There are bugs in the dishes. The bald man yelled. Yi Qingqing walked forward to check the dish with worms on it, thinking to herself that there was absolutely no way this dish could have a problem, and that a few people must have been deliberately looking for trouble, but she still explained to everyone. Sir, the chefs at Chui Yuxian are professionally trained. They would definitely not be so careless as to not notice there are bugs in the dishes. Maybe a bug fell in here accidentally. Chen Fan looked at the group of people calmly and found that there were two strong men among them. He was afraid that they might suddenly attack and hurt someone, so he protected Yi Warner behind him. So what you mean is that my brothers put the bugs in there on purpose to blackmail you? The bald man picked up the bugs in the bowl and said in a bad tone. I didn't mean that. Yi Qingqing explained. The quarrel here soon attracted a lot of people around, and some of them couldn't stand it anymore, so they paid the bill and left. Wu Junfeng, who was having dinner with friends upstairs, had originally come out to use the bathroom, but when he saw something interesting to watch, he lay down at the stairs and started watching. Then what do you mean? Seeing Yi Qingqing was so easy to talk to, the bald man became even more arrogant. How about this, Yi Qingqing hadn't finished her words. At this moment, the bald man reached out and was about to push Yi Qingqing. Ah! Yi Warner exclaimed. Chen Fan was quick and grabbed the bald man's wrist. If you have anything to say, just say it nicely and don't use your hands. Chen Fan said coldly. The bald man felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp. The more he struggled, the tighter Chen Fan held on. He grimaced in pain, but still said stubbornly, Kid, who the hell are you? Let our boss go. The thugs who followed the bald man stood up and pointed at Chen Fan, shouting loudly. This sudden scene startled everyone around. Also, Chen Fan's attack speed was so fast that few people could see clearly. Although Wu Junfeng, who was watching the show upstairs, saw Chen Fan's actions clearly, he was still very surprised. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan casually let go of his hand and said, I am the boss of Chui Yuxian. If you have any trouble, come to me. When they heard Chen Fan say that he was the boss of Kuiyuxuan, the bald man and the gangsters in front of them were stunned. The crowd watching immediately started talking about it. When did Chui Yuxian change its boss? And it's still such a young man. They must have known that Chui Yuxian had a new owner, so those people came knocking again. It seems to be the case. No wonder I heard that Chui Yuxuan is in trouble every other day. Many old customers knew about the struggle between Chui Yuxuan's former owner and another person, so they made guesses. It's easy since you're the boss. Tell me how you're going to compensate us brothers. The bald man reacted quickly and continued to speak arrogantly to Chen Fan. Tell me, how do you want us to compensate you? I just heard that the onlookers seem to know the reason for this incident. Who are those people they are talking about? Right now, Chen Fan still wants to resolve this matter as soon as possible and find out what is going on. With so many of us brothers, we must at least pay 1 million or 800,000 in compensation, right, brothers? The bald man shouted loudly. Yes, brother. The gangsters behind the bald man echoed. Mr. Chen, we can't agree to them. They are clearly trying to blackmail us. Yi Qingqing became very angry when she heard them asking for such a huge amount of money. Yes, husband, we can't agree to them. Yi Warner was also very angry. The onlookers were also very angry and said that this group of people were clearly trying to blackmail them. Wu Junfeng upstairs was also very angry and was thinking about going downstairs to speak for Chen Fan. Junfeng, what are you doing here? The people who were with Wu Junfeng found that he had not returned for such a long time, so they came out to look for him. I was originally watching the show, but the group of people down there were so infuriating that I was just about to go down and seek justice, Wu Junfeng explained. This doesn't seem to be any of your business. Why would you go down and join in the fun? Wu Junfeng usually imagines himself as a knight. Whenever he sees someone being bullied, he will draw his sword to help. Wu Junfeng was explaining the cause of the incident. Chen Fan had no chance to interrupt, and the bald man said even more rudely. It's okay if you don't want to pay compensation. Just let these two sisters accompany us brothers. Is that okay, brothers? Yeah, big brother, it's worth it to have such a beautiful sister accompany you. Those hooligans were very excited. The bald man spoke as he moved closer. Sudden bang! The sound of smashing chairs echoed throughout the first floor. The bald man was lying on the ground groaning in pain. It turned out that just when the bald man finished saying those words, Chen Fan's face suddenly turned gloomy. As the bald man approached, he was thrown over his shoulder and fell hard onto the chair. The action is done in one go. After completing this action, Chen Fan stood there as if nothing had happened and slowly exhaled from his mouth. If the bald man was scolding Chen Fan, he might have been able to endure it. But Yi Wana was someone that Chen Fan couldn't bear to beat or scold, yet he actually dared to say that. The laughter of the gangsters suddenly stopped, and everyone in the room looked at Chen Fan in shock. Hearing the noise, Wu Junfeng stopped walking down the stairs and leaned against the stairs, looking at Chen Fan in shock. At this moment, the room was deathly silent. Brothers, hurry up! The bald man's voice immediately broke the silence. The gangsters also reacted and stood up immediately. When 5 or 6 people rushed forward, Chen Fan was not panicked at all. Instead, Yi Qingchang and Yi Wana were panicking, fearing that Chen Fan would be beaten up by a group of people. When the two were about to stand in front of Chen Fan together, Chen Fan held them back with both hands. You guys stand back. Chapter 50. Just wait for the disaster. Hearing the boss voice, the 4 thin-looking thugs in front rushed towards Chen Fan. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan remained calm and used the enemy catching punch rewarded by the system to deal with it. Every time he punched or kicked, he would hit someone, and his strength was just right, making the thugs lose their fighting ability but not seriously injuring them. In the blink of an eye, all 4 thugs fell to the ground, each covering their injured parts and wailing. Seeing that the 4 men in front of them were knocked to the ground, the 2 strong men shook their heads and stretched their muscles and walked towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't bother to be polite with them and took the initiative to attack directly. A leg grab and throw knocked a strong man to the ground before he could react, and then an elbow strike made the strong man faint on the spot. The other strong man saw his companion being knocked unconscious by Chen Fan. He immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist and rushed towards Chen Fan viciously. Boy, you have guts. I'll stab you today, the sturdy man said angrily. When the people around saw the knife being used, they were frightened and fled in all directions. Yi Wana and Yi Qingchang were also worried. Wu Junfeng, who was observing on the stairs, was deeply moved by Chen Fan's actions in subduing those people. He determined to worship Chen Fan as his master and was looking forward to his next move. Chen Fan's eyes were stern, without any fear at all. When he got close, he cleverly dodged to the side and avoided his fatal blow. At the same time, he grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. With a click, his wrist was dislocated and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Then, he tripped him and kneeled him in the crotch, throwing him heavily to the ground, and pressed his knee against his back, making him unable to move. The sturdy man didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was knocked to the ground by Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, the bald man sitting on the ground widened his eyes with disbelief on his face. He did not expect that the seemingly weak Chen Fan could be so powerful. Everyone around was shocked. They didn't expect that Chen Fan was so young but had such great kung fu skills. In particular, Wu Junfeng upstairs jumped up with excitement, and his decision to take Chen Fan as his master became more firm. Then Chen Fan snorted coldly. Roll! The bald man sitting on the ground shuddered when he saw Chen Fan's murderous look. He hurriedly shouted to his brothers. Take me out of here! The thugs who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead quickly got up, lifted up the boss and the strong man who were lying on the ground, and fled the scene in shame. When he reached the door, the bald man did not forget to say something harsh. Just wait, you will be in trouble soon. After hearing the bald man's harsh words, Chen Fan did not panic, but thought calmly. Yuan quickly walked to Chen Fan and asked with a worried look on her face. Honey, are you okay? It's okay. I made my wife worry. The moment he saw Yuan, Chen Fan's expression relaxed. Seeing that the thugs had fled in panic, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Qingcheng asked the waiter to clean the place, and the three of them prepared to take the elevator back to the box. Wu Junfeng, who was standing on the stairs, was stunned for a moment, and when he came downstairs, he just missed Chen Fan. He secretly vowed to himself that he would take Chen Fan as his master, and ran to ask the waiter about Chen Fan's whereabouts. Naturally, the waiter couldn't tell him the boss's whereabouts, so he just gave him a perfunctory response. Wu Junfeng, who didn't find Chen Fan, could only return to his box with a frustrated look on his face. After the three of them returned to the box, Chen Fan kept comforting Yuan. After all, she had just undergone surgery, and Yuan is still a little frightened. Yi Qingcheng quickly regained her composure. After all, she had seen many ups and downs. He discussed with Chen Fan who these people who had been causing trouble in the past few days were. After all, Chen Fan had just taken over Guiyuquan not long ago, and Yi Qingcheng had not been working there long either, so they had no idea at all. I just heard people on the first floor talking about the previous boss. Why don't we ask the old employees to see if they have any clues? Chen Fan thought about it, then said to Yi Qingcheng. Good. After Yi Qingcheng responded, he sent this message to the work group. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. Chen Fan greeted Yi Qingcheng. All right. After Yi Qingcheng sent the message, the three of them started to eat. While eating, Yi Qingcheng received a message on her phone. Yi Qingcheng opened her cell phone and saw that it was a message from a junior executive at Guiyuquan, saying that he knew the details. Yi Qingcheng replied and asked him to come over and talk. 2 minutes later, the junior executive came to the box. This junior executive is a slightly plump middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face. Tell me, what happened in Guiyuquan before? Chen Fan asked the middle-aged man to sit down first, and then asked him to explain what was going on. The middle-aged man slowly said. The previous boss had offended an underground casino, and they have been trying to occupy the Chuiyuxian site to open a new casino. Chen Fan frowned, thinking that this was a big problem, and then asked. And then? After hearing the news, Yuan nervously grabbed Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan patted her hand gently to comfort her. Yi Qingcheng's face suddenly tensed up. The previous boss mobilized his family connections and quickly resolved the problem. Now that the previous owner has transferred Chuiyuxian and disappeared, his family has naturally severed ties with Chuiyuxian. That is probably it. The middle-aged man explained seriously. After the middle-aged man finished explaining the whole story, Chen Fan let him go on with his work. After the middle-aged man left, Yi Qingcheng continued. That group of people must have heard about the change of owner of Chuiyuxian, which is why they come to cause trouble every few days. Chen Fan's brows also furrowed. This was quite a big trouble. It doesn't matter to me now. Do I really have to give up Guiyuquan? Thinking of this, Chen Fan still felt very uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Yi Qingcheng asked. Let's take it one step at a time. I'll see if I can find some connections to resolve this matter. This was all Chen Fan could say. After dinner, it was already late. After all, they had classes tomorrow, so Chen Fan and Yi Waner went home first. After returning home, they took a shower and lay quietly on the bed together. Hubby, I was really scared today. I was afraid that you would really be hurt by that man's dagger. Yi Waner said with tears in her eyes. Wife, I'm fine. Besides, your husband is so awesome today, isn't he? Chen Fan said jokingly. When Chen Fan looked back at Yi Waner, he found tears falling from her eyes. Wife, don't cry. Chen Fan said with a distressed look on his face, then approached Yi Waner and wiped her tears. You can't do such dangerous things again in the future, okay? Yi Waner said in a crying voice. Okay, from now on, without my wife's instructions, I will stand firm as a mountain. Chen Fan hugged her in his arms. Okay, let's pinky promise. The two of them stretched out their hands and completed the pinky promise ceremony, and then Yi Waner smiled. Seeing Yi Waner smile, Chen Fan also smiled happily. Afterwards, Chen Fan accompanied Yi Waner to watch a play, and then they fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 51, Become a Disciple. The next morning, Chen Fan got up early and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Suddenly I discovered that most of the skills rewarded by the system have reached the Grandmaster level. There was a lot more knowledge in his mind, and it took Chin Fan several minutes to digest it all. Only then did I realize that the way I was growing peppers was wrong. If you plant it in the normal way, it will be stuck in the growth stage and will not move forward. The planted peppers are of no value and will not bear fruit. After coming out of the house, Chen Fan could only clean up the peppers. I replanted new pepper seeds according to the method in my mind, and watered and fertilized them. Chen Fan also discovered a magical thing, that is, every vegetable in the soil will show the time of maturity. Pepper, maturity time 3-4 days. Every newly planted pepper displays this template. After dealing with the peppers outside, Chen Fan prepared to go back to the room and wake Yuaner up. Wife, get up and have breakfast. Chen Fan patted Yuaner gently and said in a soft voice. Yuaner then rubbed her eyes and sat up. Honey, I want a hug. Yuaner opened her arms and looked at Chen Fan. Obviously, what happened yesterday still gave her a great shock. Chen Fan reached out and hugged her. The two hugged each other for a while and then went downstairs to have breakfast. Soon after they finished their breakfast, they went to school as usual. After finishing 8 o'clock in the morning in one class, since there was no class in the second period, Chen Fan came to the school playground to exercise. Yuaner stayed in the classroom and chatted with her friends. During the conversation, the feeling of fear gradually disappeared. After exercising in the exercise area of the playground for half an hour, Chen Fan sat on a stone bench nearby to rest. He didn't sweat much. At this moment, Wu Junfeng, who was exercising on another piece of equipment not far away, looked carefully at Chen Fan. He seemed unable to believe his eyes, so he decided to move closer to see Chen Fan's appearance clearly before making a decision. Just as Chen Fan was about to get up and leave, Wu Junfeng trotted over and shouted. Classmate, wait a minute. Chen Fan stopped when he heard the voice, turned around and found it was a strange face. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Junfeng, and I'm a freshman. Wu Junfeng introduced himself enthusiastically. Oh, what's up? Thanks to Wu Junfeng's polite introduction, Chen Fan had a pretty good impression of him. I want to be your disciple. Wu Junfeng said excitedly. His actions completely confused Chen Fan. A stranger who I had only met once suddenly came up to me and said he wanted to be my disciple. It couldn't be that I had just shocked him during training. Besides, I didn't do any difficult moves. Do we know each other? Classmates? Chen Fan asked puzzledly. Wu Junfeng also felt that he was a bit reckless, and quickly explained to Chen Fan. Yes. I saw you beat those hooligans in Kuyukshuan and made them flee in panic. I wanted to become your disciple, but when I went to look for you, you had already left. It's great to meet you again now. As he spoke, Wu Junfeng became more excited. Listening to Wu Junfeng's explanation, Chen Fan nodded and understood what was going on. My name is Chen Fan, but I have no plans to accept any disciples right now. After Chen Fan introduced himself, he politely rejected him. It's not that Chen Fan finds it troublesome. After all, he has only met the person in front of him once. It would be too hasty to agree to his request directly. When Wu Junfeng heard this, his face was full of disappointment. But he was still unwilling, and continued. Brother Chen Fan, don't rush to refuse. If you are worried that I will disturb your studies or life, I promise I won't. I just want to learn some skills from you. It's really not a question of whether to disturb you or not. Besides, I don't have any special skills to teach you. Chen Fan smiled helplessly, thinking of just perfunctorily answering him. I saw it all at Chui Yushin that day. You looked so handsome when you knocked down those thugs, so you must be very powerful. Even if you don't accept me as your apprentice now, can you give me some pointers occasionally? Seeing Wu Junfeng's begging expression, Chen Fan was about to continue to deal with him perfunctorily. The class bell rang. Chen Fan said to Wu Junfeng as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, I should go back to class. Let's meet again if we are lucky enough. After that, he ran back to the classroom. Wu Junfeng ignored the bell for class, fearing that he wouldn't be able to find Chen Fan next time, and followed him to the door of Chen Fan's classroom. Chen Fan sat next to Yuaner, looked at Wu Junfeng lying at the door, and shook his head helplessly. Honey, who is that person at the door? Why is he staring at us? Yuaner approached Chen Fan and said in a low voice. His name is Wu Junfeng, and I just met him. As soon as he saw me, he insisted on asking me to be his master. Chen Fan said speechlessly. Why does he want to take you as his master? Yi Wan'er asked puzzledly. You must have known that your husband is very capable. Chen Fan looked somewhat proud. After all, they had just experienced what happened yesterday, and Chen Fan didn't want Yi Wan'er to remember that feeling of fear. The get out of class was over soon, but Wu Junfeng was still standing at the classroom door. Honey, look, that person is standing at the door until the get out of class is over. Yi Wan'er patted Chen Fan and said. Chen Fan glanced towards the door and was speechless. Just as he was about to go out to meet him, Yi Wan'er followed him out. No, brother, don't you have to go to class? Chen Fan patted Wu Junfeng, who was in a daze. Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Wu Junfeng reacted quickly and said firmly. How can attending classes be as important as becoming a disciple? That's not necessary, brother. Chen Fan was speechless. This must be the master's wife. Hello, master's wife. Wu Junfeng saw Yi Wan'er beside Chen Fan and bowed to her. Thinking that he couldn't deal with Chen Fan, he decided to please Yi Wan'er, so that perhaps Chen Fan would agree to accept him as his disciple. Hearing Wu Junfeng's words, Yi Wan'er laughed out loud. Hubby, look how pious he is, why don't you just agree to it? Hearing Wu Junfeng say this, Yi Wan'er pleaded for mercy. Thank you, master's wife. Master, please accept me. Wu Junfeng said excitedly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan said. Okay, but I can only tell you my opinion occasionally, forget about the master-disciple relationship. Wu Junfeng saw Chen Fan relax and said hurriedly. Thank you, brother Chen Fan. I will definitely perform well. I believe you will accept me as your apprentice in the future. After the two exchanged contact information, Wu Junfeng jumped for joy and left. I thought that one day I would be able to be like Chen Fan and defeat a large group of thugs by myself. Chapter 52 Wife, Be Gentle. Chen Fan and Yi Wan'er stood at the door, watching his receding back. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Ha, this person is really funny. Yi Wan'er said with a smile. Soon the class bell rang. The two returned to the classroom to continue their class. After class, it was already 12 noon when the two returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Chen Fan went straight to the kitchen to cook for Yi Wan'er. Yi Wan'er was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Wife, let's eat. Chen Fan brought out the food and shouted to Yi Wan'er, who was lying on the sofa. Hearing Chen Fan's call, Yi Wan'er got up and went to the kitchen to wash her hands before returning to the dining table. These are all your favorite dishes, eat them quickly. Chen Fan said gently. Well, husband, you eat too. Yi Wan'er smiled. The two of them finished their meal in such a warm atmosphere. Chen Fan cleaned up the dishes and prepared to go see how the peppers at the door were growing. Because when I got home, I didn't even have time to take a closer look before I started cooking. Just as he was about to go out, Yi Wan'er came over. Honey, where are you going? Yi Wan'er asked in a naive manner. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to see how the vegetables are growing. Chen Fan said truthfully. Just like that, Yi Wan'er also followed out curiously. After all, the radishes I grew last time were so magical, and I was very curious about what effect the peppers would have. Arriving at the vegetable field, Chen Fan observed it carefully. I found that it was growing very fast. I estimated that tomorrow it would be as big as those I shoveled away this morning. Ha! Honey, why did this pepper become smaller? Yi Wan'er was a little confused. After all, it was almost mature when I saw it last time, but now it has returned to its original form. Oh, those were planted wrong last time. These were just planted this morning. Chen Fan explained. How can this be planted wrong? Seeing Yi Wan'er's puzzled expression, Chen Fan immediately explained the secret to her. Obviously, Yi Wan'er didn't understand, but she still nodded as if she understood. Since they had to go back to school for classes at 2 p.m., the two went back to their room to take a nap. Just then, Chen Fan received a message on his cell phone. When I opened it, I saw it was from Wu Junfeng. Master, when can you give me some guidance? Wu Junfeng asked tactfully. Chen Fan thought about it and quickly picked out 3 days without classes. Just this afternoon at 4:30, Thursday morning, and Saturday morning. Okay. Wu Junfeng was very excited because he could officially start learning Chen Fan's skills in the afternoon. Then the two ended their chat. Chen Fan set the alarm clock and fell asleep next to Yi Waner. Time flies. Chen Fan lay there for half an hour before the alarm rang. Yi Waner also woke up reluctantly. Back to school. As soon as they arrived at the classroom, the two sat together. Because we were taking college English class, many people in the class were hypnotized. Chen Fan was no exception, he was fishing with one hand. Every time the teacher came down, it was Yi Waner who reminded him. 2 hours passed. When everyone heard the bell for the end of get out of class, they woke up all of a sudden, as if a beast trapped in a cage was finally released. Chen Fan stretched and prepared to go home with Yi Waner. Wife, this English class is so hypnotic. Chen Fan and Yi Waner, who were driving, complained. It's okay, husband. You have to learn English well in the future. Then we can sign up for the CET4 and CET6 together. Yi Waner was still very interested in English. She did not feel sleepy at all during class and was very energetic. No way. Okay, I'll study hard. After hearing Yi Waner's soul-searching question, Chen Fan had no choice but to compromise. After returning home, Chen Fan received a message from Wu Jiahong. He said he wanted to visit me at home and didn't say anything else. Chen Fan didn't notice anything wrong, so he just replied okay. Jiahong, are everything ready? Wu Jinye shouted loudly. Everything is ready, Dad. Wu Jiahong replied. On the table were famous watches, gold and silver jewelry, and a black card. A black card alone is worth tens of millions. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? We are ready to set off. Wu Jiahong called out loudly to Wu Junfeng upstairs. Oh, Dad, I have something to do in the afternoon, so I won't go. Wu Junfeng said impatiently. Wu Jiahong naturally refused. This was a rare opportunity for his son to get in touch with Chen Fan, so how could he let it go? Wu Jiahong went upstairs and asked angrily. Didn't you say last time that we were going to go together? What does it mean by suddenly changing your mind? Something suddenly happened to me, and this is very important. Wu Junfeng said with a firm expression. This is not your call. Wu Jiahong pulled him downstairs. Finally, under the double attack of his father and grandfather, Wu Junfeng reluctantly sent a message to Chen Fan. Master, something suddenly happened to me and I can't come over. I will definitely be there on Thursday. Chen Fan didn't feel much emotion when he received the news. I just thought he might be a person who gets excited for only a few minutes, so I replied calmly. It's okay, come back when you have time. Wu Junfeng was relieved when he saw Chen Fan replying to him, for he was afraid of making him angry. After packing up the gifts and placing them in the trunk, the three of them got in the car and headed for Chen Fan's home. At this time, Chen Fan was lying on the sofa playing games, and Yi Waner was leaning against Chen Fan and watching videos. Halfway through brushing, Yi Waner suddenly said, Honey, do you want me to teach you English? Chen Fan, who was about to start the next game, was stunned for a moment when he heard Yi Waner's words, and then replied. This still counts as. Chen Fan said tactfully. Before Chen Fan could finish his words, he was faced with Yi Waner's soul-searching question again. Okay. Chen Fan quickly changed his tone. Hubby, I'm doing this for your own good. In the future, you will inevitably come into contact with situations where English is involved, so it's definitely a good idea to learn English well. Yi Waner confidently analyzed to Chen Fan. Chen Fan could only nod obediently. As he was studying, Chen Fan began to feel a little sleepy. Seeing that Chen Fan's eyes were closed, Yi Waner lifted up Chen Fan's ears with one hand. It hurts. Honey, be gentle. Chen Fan suddenly woke up and shouted loudly. I won't pinch you if you don't sleep. Yi Waner smiled. Time passes by every second. The bell at the door suddenly rang, and Chen Fan felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Wife, there's someone outside. I'll go see who it is. After saying that, Chen Fan jumped to the gate. I looked through the peephole and saw 3 familiar faces outside. Chapter 53 The Wu family visits. Chen Fan was also very surprised to see 3 people he knew gathered together. So he opened the door for them. As soon as the door opened, Wu Jiahong and Wu Jinye greeted us warmly. Mr. Chen, we are here. Wu Jiahong said with a smile, holding a gift in his hand. Xiao Chen, nice to see you again. Wu Jinye also had a smile on his face. Only Wu Junfeng, who was standing behind the two of them, was confused and stared at Chen Fan blankly. What are you doing? Chen Fan didn't know what to say for a moment. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my dad and this is my son, Wu Jiahong introduced. Then Wu Jiahong patted Wu Junfeng, who was in a daze, and said, Xiaofeng, come and say hello. Wu Junfeng reacted and shouted subconsciously, Master. Now it was Wu Jiahong and Wu Zhenya's turn to be confused. Xiaofeng, are you two master and disciple? Wu Zhenya asked. Yes. Wu Junfeng had just finished speaking when Chen Fan continued, No. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. So is this true or not? Wu Zhenya asked after hearing the two people's answers. No, sir. I will give him some advice when I have time, Chen Fan said with a smile. The four of them chatted at the door for 2 or 3 minutes, and Yi Wanner in the room shouted directly to the outside. Husband, why haven't you come back yet? Hearing his wife's voice, Chen Fan quickly said to the three of them, Come on, let's go in and talk. Chen Fan invited the 3 people into the house. Yi Wanner was also very surprised to see 3 familiar faces. I quickly got up from the sofa and greeted. Hello? Please take a seat. After the 3 of them sat down, Yi Wanner came to Chen Fan and asked in a low voice. What are they doing? I'm not very clear either. Chen Fan responded in a low voice. Mr. Chen, this is a gift for you. After Wu Jiahong finished speaking, he motioned for Wu Junfeng to hand over the gift. Wu Junfeng was also very happy and picked up a few gift boxes and handed them over with both hands. Brother Fan, give. This is too valuable. You should take it back. Besides, I didn't do anything. I don't want to receive anything without merit. When Chen Fan saw these boxes, he felt they were very valuable and declined. Xiao Chen, it's all my duty. You've helped me a lot, so just accept it. Wu Zhenya stood up and persuaded. Yes, Brother Fan, just take it. Chen Fan thought about what had happened in the past few days and soon realized that it must be the effect of the radishes they ate. Then I'll take it. After thinking it through, Chen Fan reached out and took the gift. That's right. Seeing Chen Fan accept the gift, Wu Zhenya smiled happily. Mr. Chen, thank you so much for giving my dad so many radishes. Some of his chronic illnesses have been alleviated a lot now. These gifts are nothing. Wu Jiahong's expression was very sincere. After testing the data at the company last time, Wu Jiahong never thought that the radishes cultivated by Chen Fan could actually cure diseases. Uncle Wu and I are neighbors, so this is nothing. Also, since Uncle Wu is here, don't call me Mr. Chen. Just call me Xiaofan. Chen Fan said tactfully. Okay, then I won't be polite to you either, Wu Jiahong said with a smile. The few of them chatted for a while. Wu Jiahong glanced at the time and saw it was already 5:30, so he said. Then we won't disturb you two anymore. We'll leave first. How about staying and having dinner together? Chen Fan asked. No, I won't bother you anymore, Wu Jiahong said tactfully. When Wu Zhenya heard Chen Fan's request to stay, he stopped and interrupted his son. Then let's have a meal together. I haven't tasted Xiaofan's cooking for a long time. I'm craving for it. Wu Jiahong. No problem, Chen Fan said enthusiastically. Then Chen Fan went to the kitchen to cook for everyone, and Yi Wanner followed him in to help Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't let Yi Wanner get so close to the smoke, so he asked her to pick some vegetables on the side. Let me tell you too, the food Xiaofan cooks is definitely world class, Wu Zhenya said with an exaggerated expression. Dad, is this true? Wu Jiahong was a little unconvinced when he saw his father's exaggerated expression. Wu Junfeng's expression was the same as Wu Jiahong's. When I was at home, I never heard my grandfather talk about where the food was delicious. He would just eat a few bites and be done with it. This time, Chen Fan's cooking skills were praised so much that the two of them couldn't help but look forward to it. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Wu Jiahong patted his son and asked him to go in and help serve the dishes. He didn't complain and happily went into the kitchen to help Chen Fan serve the dishes. Chen Fan and Wu Junfeng brought out all the food and filled the table. Everyone sat down at the dinner table, and Chen Fan and Yi Wanner sat together. Don't be polite, let's eat. Chen Fan greeted everyone. Good. Wu Zhenya didn't hesitate to pick up a piece of beef and started eating. It still tastes the same as before, and satisfaction is written on his face. Wu Jiahong and Wu Junfeng looked at the old man's satisfied expression and took a bite of the food with some doubt. The two had surprisingly similar expressions, and their eyes lit up. They exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, your cooking skills are simply amazing. You can even participate in the Master Chef competition. Brother Fan, I didn't expect that you are not only good at Kung Fu, but also such an amazing cook." Thank you, thank you." Chen Fan waved his hand modestly. Then he continued to pick up some food for Yi Waner. Wu Zhenya's impression of Chen Fan became even deeper. He was neither arrogant nor impatient. Before long, everyone finished their meal with satisfaction. When the three were about to leave, Chen Fan asked them to wait a moment. Then he ran into the kitchen, picked out 3 more radishes, put them in a bag, and took them out. Wu Zhenya looked at the bag in Chen Fan's hand and asked, "Xiao Fan, what are you doing?" "Uncle Wu told me that this radish can cure your chronic illness. I'll give you a few more," Chen Fan said as he handed over the bag in his hand. "This is too valuable, you should take it back." Wu Zhenya pushed Chen Fan's hand. "Oh, please accept it. I have quite a lot here," Chen Fan explained. "Since you said so, I won't be polite with you. I'll accept it." Wu Zhenya took the bag with a smile. Then he patted Chen Fan on the shoulder and said, "You have helped me so much. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me." Wu Jiahong was a little surprised. He really couldn't figure out how many radishes Chen Fan still had. After a few people continued to exchange pleasantries, Chen Fan walked them all the way out of the house, and the 3 of them reached the front door. Wu Jiahong inadvertently glanced at the brightly lit vegetable patch next to him, feeling a little curious. He called out to Chen Fan, who was about to enter the house. "Xiao Fan." Chen Fan, who heard the voice, stopped and walked towards this side. The grandfather and grandson turned around and looked at Wu Jiahong, who was standing there in confusion. "Uncle Wu, what's wrong?" Chen Fan walked up to him and asked politely. "No, I'm just a little curious, what's planted in the lighted vegetable garden over there? Are these the carrots?" Chapter 54 Learn from Others. "Of course not. Peppers are planted over there and the radishes have been harvested," Chen Fan replied. When Wu Jiahong heard that they were growing new vegetables, he seemed a little excited. But he suppressed his excitement and asked Chen Fan, "Can you take me over there to have a look?" "Sure." Chen Fan agreed readily. After all, it will be submitted to the company for research in the future, so there is nothing to hide. After saying that, Chen Fan took Wu Jiahong to the vegetable field and squatted down. The grandfather and grandson were confused by what they heard and followed with curiosity. "Xiao Fan, how long have these been planted? It looks like they will soon bear fruit," Wu Jiahong asked. Wu Junfeng, who was standing behind the 2 men, looked at them in confusion and asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, this pepper doesn't seem to be anything special, can you see any difference? I don't understand these either. Just look at what's happening to them." Wu Zhenya waved his hand and then pointed at the 2 people squatting on the ground. "Uncle Wu, to be honest, I planted these seeds this morning," Chen Fan explained. "It was planted this morning? How is that possible?" Wu Jiahong widened his eyes. Wu Zhenya, who was standing behind him, also looked surprised, and only Wu Junfeng was still confused. "Grandpa, is there anything wrong with what we planted this morning?" It was obvious that Wu Junfeng had no idea about farming. "Ouch!" Wu Junfeng cried out in pain. Wu Zhenya patted his head and said, "You don't know anything, right? It's not my fault." Wu Junfeng felt a little aggrieved. Learn more from Xiaofan in the future and stop playing games all day long. As the 2 of them were making quite a lot of noise, Chen Fan and Wu Jiahong turned around and looked at them. "You guys continue." Wu Junfeng said quickly. "Uncle Wu, the peppers I grow here are naturally not comparable to ordinary peppers. Could it be that it is newly cultivated like this radish?" Wu Jiahong was a little excited. "Yes, it only takes 3 to 4 days for these peppers to fully mature after being planted," Chen Fan said seriously. "Will this have any special effects?" "We don't know yet. We'll have to wait until the harvest to find out." "Is that so? Then you must call me on the day of harvest. I also want to witness that moment," Wu Jiahong said excitedly. "Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes," Chen Fan agreed. They chatted for another half an hour before Chen Fan sent them away. When I returned to the room, Yuana was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Chen Fan walked straight over. Wife, what are you doing? Watching videos? Why did you stay outside for so long? Yi Waner asked. No, I just went to take a look at the vegetables they were growing and chatted with them for a while. Chen Fan said truthfully. Oh, let's continue learning English then. After saying that, Yi Waner put down her phone and took out her English book. It's a bit late. Why don't we learn it next time? Chen Fan looked at Yi Waner with anticipation. Yi Waner looked at the time. It was only 7:30, still early. She refused directly. No. Okay then. Chen Fan looked aggrieved. Only your wife would be so good to you. No one else would teach you like this. Yi Waner said proudly. My wife is the best to me. In this way, Yi Waner taught Chen Fan English for another hour. The time soon came to 9:30. The two had already taken a shower and were lying on the bed, each playing with their cell phones. Chen Fan sent a message to Yi Qingcheng. Aunt, did those people come over to cause trouble again yesterday? After a few minutes, Yi Qingcheng replied. No one is causing trouble today. Okay, if anyone else comes over, let me know immediately. After Chen Fan sent the message, Yi Waner came over. Honey, what are you doing? Nothing, just watching the news. Chen Fan didn't want her to recall yesterday's bad events, so he hid it from her. Then let's watch the show together. Yi Waner took out a tablet from the side and opened the drama watching app. Good. Yi Waner leaned against Chen Fan, and they watched the show together. Yi Waner discussed the plot with Chen Fan from time to time, but his mind was not here. I kept thinking about what the bald man said that day. They didn't come to cause trouble today. Maybe it's the calm before the storm. The two of them watched TV series until 10 o'clock. Yi Waner felt sleepy, so Chen Fan put away the tablet and turned off the lights. The next morning, the sun had not yet risen. Chen Fan got up early and watered and fertilized the peppers before making breakfast. The process of getting Yi Waner to get up was also very difficult. She stayed in bed for more than 10 minutes before she got up reluctantly. After finishing their breakfast, the two of them rushed to school for the morning class. I was almost late. After finishing a class, Wu Junfeng sent a message to Chen Fan. Brother Fan, do you have any classes later? If not, can you come to the school training room to give me some guidance? After all, Dad and Grandpa talked too late yesterday and didn't have a chance to ask Chen Fan for advice. It happens that I don't have classes now, and I really can't suppress my restless heart. Seeing that there were no classes in the second and third periods and only in the fourth period, Chen Fan agreed to his request. Then he walked to Yi Waner and said to her gently. Waner, Junfeng has something to talk to me about. If you're bored, you can find me in the school training room. Well, go ahead. Yi Waner nodded. The good friend sitting next to Yi Waner teased her after Chen Fan walked away. Waner baby, I'm leaving. Come find me when you're bored. How sweet. Oh, you guys are so annoying. Yi Waner's face turned red as she listened to their teasing. Chen Fan had to cross a campus to get to the training room, and it took him about 10 minutes to walk there. So Chen Fan prepared to go to the school store first and buy 2 bottles of water to bring over. I walked into the store, grabbed a sports drink from the refrigerator, and when I was about to check out, I saw a familiar face. Hey, old Tang, why are you buying water here? Is the small shop over there on the campus closed? Chen Fan said enthusiastically. The school has only 2 campuses, and Tang Yu's major is different from Chen Fan's, so he asked this question. No, I just happened to have a class at this campus, so I bought a bottle of water on the way back. Tang Yu explained. Hello, let's charge this bottle of water together. Chen Fan said to the cashier. Brother Fan is treating me to a drink, so I won't be rude to you. What's the big deal? Chen Fan smiled. After the two of them walked out of the store, Tang Yu saw Chen Fan walking with him and couldn't help asking. Brother Fan, where are you going? I'm going to the school training room. Someone wants to learn Kung Fu from me. Do you have a class later? Do you want to join me?